stream in before we get started. All right, welcome everybody. So I'm very excited about this day today. It's particularly dear to my heart because it's Protocol and MEV Day, and a lot of people who we've been working with in the past, and people at the Ethereum Foundation and Flashbots, and yeah, just a group of people I really respect in terms of shaping the protocol and the future of the protocol are here to present today. And also we'll have some novel ideas, novel topics, novel approaches, for example, connecting MEV and UX, things which have been rather separate in the past. And so I'm very excited to, in a moment, announce Julian as the first speaker. So if you want to retweet or reshare for more visibility for people to see our stream, feel free to reshare what Chaka just published on the Superlin account, the stream. And with no further ado, I'd like to give the word here to Julian Ma from the Ethereum Foundation for the first opening talk. Thanks a lot. Quick round of applause for Julian.
Hi, everyone. Is this good? Yeah, nice. Okay, so I'm here to talk about MEV and UX. But to do so, I feel that we have to address the elephant in the room first. And this elephant in our room is skill L1, skill L2, improve UX. The Ethereum Foundation has announced that it has new priorities for itself, and therefore, to some extent, for the Ethereum protocol. And when you look at the announcements where these strategic priorities were set, and you do a Control F on MEV, which is the topic that we're mostly here for today, you'll find in precisely 0 results. And so that made me wonder, what is the purpose of an MEV day if the strategic priorities explicitly exclude MEV from themselves? And so the first question that you might ask is, does that mean that we think MEV is not important anymore today? Or does the EF think so? I would say this is not the case. In fact, if you look at the MEV landscape that we have today, it's a very extensive network. And so this is the transaction supply network that we're all very familiar with all of the builders, searchers, solvers, and every other person that makes everything work today. And I think Ethereum has some sort of comparative advantage here. If you look at other blockchains, Ethereum has quite a well-developed transaction supply network, whereas others have way fewer people who are interacting with them and less efficient markets here. In particular, I think solvers and builders are doing some quite cool things. Solvers allow us to have very cool applications like CowSwap or some cross-chain messaging networks that allow us to provide real value to users. And builders, they provide quite reliable inclusion if you compare it to some other chains where inclusion is a lot less reliable. And of course, this doesn't come at no cost. In fact, there is quite a large cost here, which is why I put the asterisks. These things are definitely not decentralized. We have mostly 2 dominant builders, which means the reliable inclusion is only reliable in the happy path. And in the path of censorship, there's still a lot of work to do. But still, I think there is this comparative advantage. Then, if we look at what type of MEV work the Ethereum Foundation might do in the future, I think we should look at the UX part here. So before, we've mostly looked at MEV from a hardening stance. So if you think about things like proposer-builder separation, it's mostly about ensuring that validators all have the same access to MEV markets. So to prevent one validator from becoming too large, you allow every validator to have access to the same MEV opportunities. And this is more the hardening stance. Now if we switch and we try to look at it from a UX perspective, there are a few things that we can do. And in this talk, I'd like to focus on the wallets with their routing and private order flow capabilities, sandwiching, which still should lead to quite a lot of user churn, and opaque markets. And with that, I'll dive into that more later. So first of all, wallets you can see from an economic stance as the agent of some user, where the user is the principal. And what we see today is that there's quite a large principal-agent problem with wallets, as in the user may want to go in one direction, but the wallet has some other incentives. We see today that wallets drop user transactions as private order flow to some builders or other entities without necessarily compensating the users for this and without providing a lot of transparency to users. Also, some inbuilt wallets don't have the best routing, and so they don't fulfill the best agent for the principle of the user that they can be. And this is also different with some more modern wallets, which are more embedded wallets that provide users direct access to some sort of application. In this sense, wallets aren't even an agent of the principal anymore, because now the principal isn't the user, but it's the application. And I think that the EF has been doing some work in this. So there are some new websites like WalletBeat, which allow users to see some information about their wallets. And so it says something about the transparency, about the security, about some sort of the user experience. But still, it's been quite hard to innovate on wallets. Luckily, there's an exciting new project from the EF, where they'll be building a testnet wallet that's in principle fully operational, and where we'll build in new applications like account abstraction, which should really improve user experience quite a bit. And then sandwiching, which is a topic that has been talked about for so many years. And it's still quite puzzling to me that we can see that in this Hildolby dashboard, still in 10% of blocks, and before you see the red spike, where red is the amount of blocks that contains a sandwich trade, was at 30% at some point. So still 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 10 blocks contains a sandwich trade, which leads to bad user experience for users. And why it's surprising to me is because there are a lot of out-of-protocol solutions. So Flashbolt has options for this, CowSwap has options for this, and all of the private order flow venues. And of course, you could use applications that don't really lead to sandwiching within the AMM. Still, we see large amounts of users being sandwiched, yet we have very little information about this. We don't actually know what happens to these users, like do they trade again, or do they just churn, and that would inform how important it is for us to solve these problems. And then one topic that I think is super interesting is the opacity of markets, basically. And so if you have this very simple question of where should I go for a particular trade, it's actually kind of hard to answer still. And even though there are many routers and many platforms that do give you, in principle, good execution, having accountability on this is very hard because you don't actually know how well they perform in hindsight. And so given this hindsight, I guess, advantage, there has been quite a few papers analyzing this. So these are 2 papers from the Uniswap team, one led by Brad Bashru and the other one by Austin Adams, who is now at his own company. And what they do is they quantify the price improvements in order flow auctions. So they look at a few order flow auctions, their quotes, and what their actual execution is. And the other paper says it looks at how large trading costs are for different types of trades. So is it like a stablecoin transaction? Is it some very risky asset or some meme coin? And how large are these trades? And they analyze what the effects of this are. I think something that's really interesting here is that these papers both use some sort of private data that's not generally accessible to researchers outside of particular companies. And so I think it would be very valuable to have this data openly accessible, because then we can't, if that's the case, we can do better than just hindsight papers that are maybe harder to parse. And we can go to some new forms like the .pix that Tony has made popular, which is a very useful frame of website where there's some data very easily accessible, and it allows you to have some predictive power over where your application goes. So I think it would be super helpful to have some .pix for markets, like where should I go for a trade, and they could be sort of similar to the papers that we have seen covering these DeFi protocols quite a lot. The difference is just these papers are targeted at a way more academic audience, and having these .pix will be way more user-friendly. Then the second thing that I think is super interesting and super underexplored is the Ethereum best bid and offer. And this is based on the national best bid and offer that's used in US equity markets. And so what the national best bid and offer is it says, if you as an American citizen send a transaction to buy some sort of equity in a US equity market, and suppose that you send it to the NASDAQ, but this particular stock that you're buying also trades on some other exchange, let's say New York Stock Exchange, then the NASDAQ has to forward your offer or bid to the New York Stock Exchange, and it will execute there. And so what's kind of cool about this is that this provides like instant user experience, basically. A user doesn't have to think about where they sent their order, because they have this guarantee, I guess, that your order will be executed at the national best bid and offer at least. And CowSwap has made this for Ethereum as well. So they bound all of their searchers or their solvers by the Ethereum best bid and offer. So a transaction has to be executed at the best price that's available. This, though, does of course depend on some trust, because it's very hard to see exactly what is this Ethereum best bid and offer. I think some interesting things could be if there was some way for applications to work together. In principle, it shouldn't be in all of their interests, to enforce this Ethereum best bid and offer more broadly. Okay, and so I think UX and MEV it's a really cool topic, but there is a bigger picture. These 3 strategic priorities from the EF were set out in order to basically have a winning strategy, and improving UX is just one part of that. I think actually MEV is way broader than that, and there could be some really interesting topics that are super important for Ethereum that are absolutely underexplored at the moment. So one thing is on-chain price discovery. Today, it's basically folklore that price discovery for assets happens on centralized exchanges, apart from the assets that, of course, don't trade on centralized exchanges. Whether this is actually true or not remains to be seen, and there's been very little study on this. I think it would be very valuable for blockchain and for crypto assets in general if price discovery does happen on blockchains, as it makes them clearly more valuable. But doing so is quite hard. First of all, the analysis is quite hard. It's not a data science type of analysis that we have a lot, and that's been very valuable for Ethereum up until now. It's really a market microstructure analysis. A market microstructure is a particular subfield of asset pricing within finance that says something about how markets work, and it looks at their microstructure, so how the fees work, timing between transactions, and information asymmetry. So it's a very fine, detailed field that's kind of related to data science. But using these market microstructure techniques within Ethereum would, I think, be very helpful to analyze, does price discovery actually happen on centralized exchanges? Does it happen on decentralized exchanges in some times? And what is necessary in order to get more price discovery on decentralized exchanges? And then finally, I think there's this notion that you see on Twitter quite a bit, that large trades might happen on the layer 1 and smaller trades might happen on the layer 2. And this is a notion that's become popular as a reason to hold a lot of liquidity on the L1. But there's actually no model that suggests why this might be the case. Currently, we have a lot of liquidity on the L1, but we might not in the future. So I think finding out some like theoretical grounding for how you can ensure that large trades settle on the L1 and smaller trades settle on the L2 would be super interesting, because Ethereum does currently have the network effects of a lot of liquidity, which has a lot of positive externalities outside of trading, and it has the security that large liquidity pools demand. Okay, and so here I'll give my super simple what do take. Currently, MEV and UX is an absolutely underexplored topic, and we've mostly explored it from the stance of hardening the L1. I think at this point, to be honest, we don't exactly know what to do. I think the community has done a lot more work in UX and MEV than many of you probably have, but at the EF, we've mostly approached this from this hardening stance. The first thing that we should do is we should just get more informative data, like the .pix and the Ethereum best bid and offer. We should transform these into useful statistics like the Uniswap team has done in their papers, and then improve the supply network. And I understand that this kind of sounds like the owl meme, you know? Draw 2 circles and then draw the entire owl. But I think this is actually the right approach, because we just don't know the steps in between. And if we take the first steps, we will find those other steps. And also, there is a lot of low-hanging fruit there to be picked, just because there's been so little attention on this field. And so what about the other topics that we've been working on for years now, like attested proposer separation, proposer builder separation, and all of the other 3-letter acronyms that you might know? Yes, these will still be worked on. I will personally still be working on attested proposer separation quite a bit, as it does lead to improved user experience, and it does harden the L1. So no, I don't think this is a complete shift. We don't leave everything that we've done behind, but it does lead to some new opportunities. And in particular, I think what my takeaway has been from the last few weeks is that the Overton window has definitely shifted, and there is a lot of opportunity there. So because the Overton window has shifted, there's opportunity for other people to rise and take charge of some important topics for Ethereum, like some of the things that I've mentioned today. And so I think if you want to help Ethereum win, today's the opportunity. And please do investigate some of the things that might be of interest to you. So thanks for your attention, and yeah.
Thanks a lot, Julian. Are there any questions from the audience? All right. Yeah, it's very early and explorative, but exciting to see someone making the start there. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thanks again. And then I invite our next speaker up to the stage, Tony. So some of you might know Tony's famous .pix website. He's been one of the people who's been looking a lot into on-chain data, builder data, MEV boost data, and bringing some more transparency into that. But recently his focus shifted a bit more on scaling the L1, and he'll tell us a bit about his recent explorations there in terms of L1 scaling, block building, and what else he's been looking at. Thanks. All right. Let's get the slides up there. Take your time. All right. I'll hand it to Tony with that. Take the microphone.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Tony. I'm with the with the Firm Foundation. And yeah, thanks for the nice words. I was working a lot on the data stuff, but today's talk is very different. I want to talk a little bit about one of the buckets that Julian already introduced, namely scaling the L1. In particular, I want to focus on block validation and how we can introduce some form of parallelism to ensure that validators can attest to a block earlier, giving us more time in the slot and allowing us to then scale the gas limit. Just to quickly set the stage, what I'm going to talk about. When we talk about scaling, there are basically two levers we have. We can scale the gas limit and we can scale blobs. And today, I don't want to focus on blobs that much. It will only focus on the gas limit, because blobs we will get in Fusaka. We will get the PeerDAS EAP that will scale the blobs. And then hopefully Glamsterdam, which is the name of the EAP that will come after Fusaka, we will hopefully get the first EAPs in there that help us with scaling the gas limit. When we talk about scaling, I think we can differentiate between three different timelines. First, short-term scaling. We have some repricings there, some client optimizations. Essentially, clients are constantly optimizing their code bases, allowing us to already scale. For example, the 36 million gas limit increase from 30 million. This was basically made possible by clients optimizing their code bases, just giving us more room and then allowing us to scale the gas limit. Second, midterm changes involve protocol changes, some EAPs that, for example, restructure how we use the time in the slot, or do other things like what I'm going to talk about, parallelism. And then long term, everyone has probably at some point heard of CKVMs. This is kind of the promise of the long-term scaling roadmap, that at some point we might be able to swap out the EVM as we know it today with a CKVM, and then validators only need to verify proofs instead of executing the whole block. And again, I will focus on the midterm stuff here, protocol changes, in particular EAP 7928, block level access lists, and how we can use it to get some form of parallelism. Yeah, as already said, block level access lists, it's a very fresh EAP. You can see it here at the date created. It's a few months old only. So it's I would say very much in draft stage still, but we got the feeling that because L1 scaling become way more and more important in the recent year or months, that it looks kind of good that we might do some EAP that scales the L1 in the fork next year. And block level access list is one of the proposed candidates there. There are other candidates you might have heard of, like ePBS, delayed execution, and so on, that are all focused on scaling the L1, and block level access lists is also part of that list. So let's get into how it works. So today, on this slide, you can see how transaction execution works today. This is, of course, a very naive picture how it works, because under the hood, clients might do some different things, but in the end, it always ends up with first doing some I/O. You have to go to your disk, load some stuff into your cache, and then you can start executing the transaction. And what we end up with, looking kind of at this Gantt chart, which shows you a whole block, at this sequential execution. So you execute the first transaction, then you execute the second transaction, you execute the third transaction, and so on. And this is because every transaction could rely on the previous one. For example, the first transaction touches the wrapped ETH pool, then the second transaction needs to know what's the balance in the wrapped ETH pool. So you can't really execute the second transaction at the same time with the first transaction because you rely on the execution result of the first transaction. And of course, it would be way cooler if we get to a world where it looks like this, where you can basically parallelize all transactions in the block. So no matter how many cores you have, assuming you have an infinite number of cores, then you should be able to parallelize all transactions, which would mean the whole execution time would not be sequential anymore, but essentially the execution time of the heaviest transaction in your block. We could go even further. We could even parallelize between I/O and execution, which would mean you could start executing the block without even going to disk first. So this would mean I would give you all the values in the block that you need to start execution before you even have to look up what the value of a certain storage slot is right now on disk. Of course, this would come with some async validation if the values you got in the block are actually correct, but theoretically this would perfectly work too. And this brings me to this topic of block level access lists, because block level access lists try to exactly give us some form of parallelization, no matter if it's parallelization between I/O and execution or parallelization between transaction execution. In the end, the goal is just to make everything faster. Yeah, I already saw some builders here in the room, and I think it's very important that we have builders on our side here, because in the end, someone needs to build the block and put those block level access lists into the block. I think it's very easy to do, so it's not that much work, but this will basically be dependent on builders. So builders are forced by consensus to build block level access lists, so they become part of the consensus, which means the access list a builder puts into the block must be fully correct. It's not allowed to put more in there that is needed or to leave any storage slot out there. So we use builders, we outsource some work to builders, they give validators basically a small cheat sheet how to best execute the block, and we kind of shift some work that is usually done by validators, namely finding out what is the best execution path. We move it over to builders, and builders will then be able to tell validators exactly the most optimal way to execute the block. But as already said, this should be very minimal effort, so it will not be hurting local building or anything, because this will be possible on any low-end device too. So how would it look like? Today, actually, the block looks like this. It's a very easy picture here. I left out some stuff just for simplicity, but essentially we have a block, it has a header, it has transactions, some withdrawals, and so on. And with block level access lists, we would just add a new field to the block, which would be the block level access list, and a small hash into the header. And the block level access list in this picture would contain the storage locations and a state diff. The storage locations are essentially telling you what you actually, what you actually will see in the block. So addresses and storage slots are basically what you will touch during the block execution. And this is what I mean with the storage location. So you will already know, okay, this block will touch, for example, the Uniswap pool, it will touch the wrapped ETH contract, and so on. This is already quite nice because you can then parallelize I/O, because if you know upfront what the block will touch, you can already parallelize that. So before starting execution, you can already be like, okay, I use the storage locations, I go to disk in parallel, I put everything into my cache, and then I start executing. It's quite nice for parallelization for average cases, but of course, if you think of worst case blocks, where every transaction depends on the previous one, then this doesn't actually give you anything. You would be able to see that this is a block that is not parallelizable, but then, yeah, you don't really get anything out of it. So for average blocks that are quite independent, like 80% of the transactions are fully independent today, that means like they don't rely on the previous transactions. for that cases, this will be already enough, right? Because we can already parallelize average blocks quite well today. The problem is more like the worst cases where really we have a chain of dependencies within the block, every transaction relying on the previous one, and then having the storage locations will essentially give you nothing. So what we also need is some values. And here the design space is rather big, because what you can think of here is what would you need as a value for the storage slot. For example, the pre-block versus the post-block value, which would be, the pre-block would be, for example, this value of a certain storage slot, for example, the wrapped ETH balance of a certain contract before the block or after the block. And then you can zoom in a little further and be, okay, pre-transaction versus post-transaction, which would be the value of a certain storage slot pre and post your transaction execution. And I will come to that in a second, because this matters a lot when it comes to what you can actually parallelize in the end, and also how it affects the block size. The next thing we can do is state diffs. So now we talked about storage locations and some values, but the next thing is state diffs. So state diffs is basically everything that changes on state during the block execution. And we might also, when we already talk about storage, right, then what is missing to get from storage diffs to a full state diff? And essentially it's nonces and balances. So if you end code, but code is kind of negligible here, so if you have nonce and balance diffs in addition to the storage diff, then you end up with a full state diff. And this is kind of cool, because if you have a full state diff, you can do many more things than just parallelization with it. I will come to that in a second too. So the question is, which design is best? We talked about storage locations, we talked about the values, pre, post, transaction, block values, and so on. So there's many different ways how we can now implement the block level access lists. And this picture shows you this design trade-off between post-transaction values and pre-transaction values. So on the left-hand side, you can see having post-transaction values, you can perfectly parallelize transaction. Perfectly parallelize in the sense that no transaction is dependent on the previous one. But the thing is, if you don't get the values up front, but you only get the values after each transaction, then you cannot parallelize between I/O and EVM. So execution time here becomes parallel I/O plus parallel EVM. On the right-hand side, this looks even more promising, because here the block level access lists would contain the values before executing a certain transaction, and then you can arrive at an execution time that is the maximum of the parallel I/O and parallel EVM. So just from this picture, you might say, okay, the right-hand side is definitely better than the left-hand side. The only problem here is the worst case sizes. So if I have to give you every storage value that you will find on disk, then the worst case size, of course, increases. The worst case is kind of easy to compute. You would basically take the gas limit times the cost of an S load, and this would give you how many storage slots can a certain block touch. And then doing very simple math, you would end up at a maximum block size of 1.51 megabyte, and this is larger than what you get with call data. So here it might make sense to move to the left-hand side. Don't focus too much on the pre-transaction values, but instead the post-transaction values, and thereby getting away smaller block level access list size that is smaller than the call data, than the worst case block that you can create with call data. And this is kind of important here, because if we stay below the worst case call data block, we don't have to think that much about increased DOS risks from big blocks or anything, because the worst case would still be the call data block and not the block level access lists block. And both are mutually exclusive. You can either, so if you want to DOS the network, you can either do one of them. You can build a big block level access list which means you have to actually do a lot of storage operations, or you can build a block with a lot of call data, but you have the gas only once. You can only use it either for storage access or for call data. And as long as we stay below the call data size, it shouldn't be a problem for increased DOS risks or anything. So in this table, you can see a quick summary of some different design choices. And the two we just discussed are the last ones. The post-transaction values with the storage locations and the state diff, and actually the second one with the pre-transaction values. The cool thing is that the third one also contains a full state diff. And this state diff is very valuable for other things, like, for example, you could use it for executionless nodes that are still serving RPC requests. Also, this is a very interesting chart here. If you have storage locations plus the state diff, of course, the size of that object grows. Without the storage locations, we would end up with only a post-transaction state diff, and then the sizes are actually quite manageable. So you see it spikes at around 30 kilobytes, which would mean on average we would add like 30 additional kilobytes to each block. A block today is around 80 to 100 kilobytes, so you could say around 20 to 30% more, or 20 to 30% bigger blocks in the end. Whereas with adding storage locations, you would additionally add, or you would almost double that. And then you would add like 40, 50 kilobytes in addition to today's blocks. Also, the block level access list scales quite linearly, which is kind of problematic, I would say. It will never scale super linearly. This is impossible just because of the design of the block level access lists. But as you can see in this picture, we see a slow decrease in scale when we go to higher or blocks consuming more gas. But it's a very, it's not like that it flattens out very quickly. So increasing the gas limit will also increase the size of the block level access lists. And this is something we have to be very careful about, because of course we could use this additional size that we now need for bandwidth, for latency and everything. We could also just use it to scale the gas limit and fit more transactions into a block. Right, so to quickly summarize, block level access lists, we want to have them for speeding up block validation. We use builders to provide the information needed to eventually parallelize the transaction execution. And also the full state diff gives us other things like executionless nodes. I already mentioned it briefly, where you run a node that doesn't do any execution, but you might still want to do RPC requests. And then you need some way to go from the pre-state to the post-state without execution. And this is not really possible today. You would always need the state diff for that. And in this design of 7.9.28, you would essentially get that within the block. So you would download a block, and then this block would allow you to move from the pre-state to the post-state without any execution. Furthermore, you would get something like faster indexing. Many people are complaining about indexing balances or stuff because it's sometimes not that easy to get to historical balances if you're not running an archive node. And by having basically the balance diff in every block, it's very simple to just derive the historical balance of a certain address by applying the balance diffs backwards. And finally, block level access lists might also give us some speed up in syncing, because you can use them in the healing phase of syncing and catch up to the tip of the chain very quickly, and then check if you're still on the right chain. So they would not come with any proof or witness, but in the end you will still be able to verify that the sync was correct. And this is all I have here. Thanks a lot. And I put some further readings on that slide. So if you want to dive in deeper, just feel free to scan the QR codes. And as said, feel free to also reach out. I'm happy to answer any questions. If you want to contribute to the EAP, also happy to welcome you. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks. Hello, hello. Thanks a lot, Tony. Are there any questions from the audience? No, all right. Oh, there, Lynn, nice.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. One question I have is, does this affect the gas metering from each transactions? Because you have some idea of what state are offline touched or not, and
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think it will. So we haven't really gotten to that part yet. As said, the ERP is still very fresh, but I think this will definitely affect the metering, probably affect the metering too. And then based on shipping block level access lists, we might need some repricings, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I'm not too familiar with all of this stuff, but I'm wondering if block builders now have to include these state diffs and stuff like this. Is that going to require more computation from them?
So I have been talking with builders about this, like how much they think this would kind of make their job more complex. And all the builders I've talked to so far were saying, yeah, this is not really something that would make their life much harder. And this is very important here because we don't want to only outsource that to professional, sophisticated builders, but it must be possible to do that for local building too. So there is some additional work that comes with it, but it's essentially you build a block and you just keep track of everything you touched, of some of the values. So as the block builder, you know exactly what happened in your block, and then you put this into the block. Of course, the block would then grow in size, which would mean it might take longer to propagate. But in the end, just from a computational standpoint, it's very simple. From a bandwidth and latency standpoint, I would say we still have to kind of do some measurements to see if the sizes of that objects are kind of a problem. I would assume it's not really a problem because 30 kilobytes, this is like a fourth of a block. So still kind of contained, but definitely something to focus on in the next month to get those numbers.
Is there anything that a malicious builder could do to like somehow sabotage the block level access list they're including?
Yeah, good question. And the answer is no, because the block level access needs to be fully correct. So this means if a builder tries to cheat, for example, leaving out some stuff, putting into the block level access list an incomplete state diff, or even building a super big block level access list without actually touching the storage slot claimed in the block level access list, then the block would turn invalid. So essentially, if you want to get your block on chain, it has to be valid, and also valid in terms of the block level access list needs to be fully valid.
All right, final moment for some last questions. Otherwise, thanks a lot, Tony.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll slowly welcome our next speaker, Michael Moser. We're now moving from the block building landscape to the relay landscape. So for all of you who know PBS, there's an essential piece of the pipeline called relay, which is currently still somewhat trusted and evolving in its role with questions such as, will it be enshrined with ePBS? And yeah, it's exciting to hear about new thoughts and approaches to that. So we'll let Michael set up. Again, the invite, if you find this interesting and valuable in terms of the new insights on cutting-edge research for the protocol, feel free to retweet the stream so people can see it. So far, we're already gaining quite a bit of visibility there, and it's nice to put the word out a bit. Let's get the presentation up. Let's just take it out. Like it. You can try to mirror display.
Yeah. Let me see. Display is mirror. Okay. There you go. Yeah,
All right,
nice.
there we got you up there. Awesome. So yeah, Michael has been working and researching a bit on the validator side with Chorus One before, and now he's working with Gattaca Titan, one of the big builders and advisor, and yeah, has a new proposal and approach to what relays could do in the future. So let's give it up for Michael.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. And thanks for the intro, Chris. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Now you can hear me okay. Perfect. Yeah, as Chris said, so I used to be a head of research at Chorus One, which is a large validator. And I've recently left to explore some new ideas that I think are interesting. One of them is Relays 2.0, and I'll go into what this means in a second. And this is a joint exploration with Gattaca, the team behind the Titan builder, in my function as an advisor to Gattaca. Yeah, and Relays 2.0 has two elements. One is on block merging, and the other is on inclusion lists. And without further ado, let's just start examining these. Yeah, agenda, I'll first go over the goals, right? What is the purpose of going into this direction? Then I'll talk about relay block merging, how and why it works, and then what we think its impact would be. So we ran an initial study there with some internal data that I think is very interesting. Secondly, I'll talk about relay inclusion lists, and then lastly, a few words about the roadmap. This presentation is essentially a summary of two research posts which are out there on EVE Research. So if you would like to deep dive this, just recap it, feel free to open those up. They are linked on the Gattaca Twitter page, which is at Gattaca HQ, and also my page, which is at mostly blogs. Yeah, goals of Relays 2.0. So we have the relay there, which is really quite a powerful actor, right? I mean, all blocks, well, 95% I think is the number of blocks go for relays. And it seems like there is some unexplored design space there. I think another important aspect to mention here is that relays are trusted by definition, but there's also collateral there. So really there's, this is a relationship which can be used. What we want to do is, one, we want to use relays to immediately improve block value and censorship resistance. And we want to do this in a way which doesn't introduce protocol changes or technical complexity, which doesn't expand kind of like the qualitative trust surface, right? People already know relays, there's no other intermediary here. And it should be a baseline. It should be something that benefits every block that goes through a relay. How would we achieve this? Well, I think it's very important to achieve this by offsetting things which are known persistent inefficiencies. Which is on the one hand, relay timing games, right? I mean, right now, if you look at the anatomy of a slot, there's a time where the relay, basically, which the relay spends idle, right? The relay wants to make sure that it relays bits as late as possible to ensure they're as high as possible. And so there's just room for the relay to sit idle, okay? There's things that can be done in that time. And then secondly, well, as relays are trusted, they see a lot of flow. They can unify flow. Exclusive flow is the other big inefficiency that we want to talk about here. And then thirdly, just to frame this whole thing, it's about something that creates sustainable, right? It has to be sustainable, which means the incentive has to be sustainable and the risk has to be controlled. So here I think there's a couple of points to highlight. First, relay merging actually unlocks a revenue source for relays, which is transparent and verifiable. And I think put another way, this is exactly the way public goods financing should work, right? I mean, it should be verifiable, transparent. Relay inclusion lists also have a risk advantage. The way we see it is that it prepares the block production pipeline for a seamless rollover to fossil. And then lastly, no additional load on proposers. And the last thing I'll say on this slide is if you look at the goals for the L1, right? So we have better UX, we have scaling, and we have more throughput, and we have blobs. This hits a fair amount of them. It increases throughput, more on that later. It improves UX because it reduces inclusion time. And blobs, that is a future direction. Yeah, let's look at the first element, which is, and actually we can go a step deeper and recall Tony's slide from before, where he mentioned that the earlier stage of improving things would be optimizations and repricing. So I want to put this idea in that bucket. It's in the category of optimizations and repricing. Yeah, how does relay block merging work? Well, this is the busiest slide of the presentation, so forgive me for that. But I think it's actually fairly simple to summarize. Relay block merging essentially allows relays to append transactions from competing blocks to the bottom of the winning PBS block, and they do this in the idle time, which is normally uselessly spent, spent in a way which is suboptimal for timing games. So this goes back to what I mentioned previously. These are the two inefficiencies that we want to hit. What's the process here? Well, I'll give a more granular overview of the process, and then I'll just summarize in 2 sentences what this actually means, right? So what happens is the proposer requests a header from the relay, and the relay at that point knows what the most valuable block is that it has on file. It's something that we call BPBS, the designated PBS block. The relay then goes through all other blocks it has on file and identifies the transactions that are not included in BPBS, okay? And you can see that in set notation underneath point 2. The relay then appends these transactions to the bottom of BPBS and filters out any reverts. This creates the merge block, which we call BRM, block relay merged. And then at delivery time, the relay simply sanity checks the value of BRM against the most valuable PBS block at that time, which is B hat PBS. So that's basically just the latest bit that the builder, the best builder came up with. And then in the end, the relay delivers the most valuable block on file. Okay, what does this mean in really practical terms? Relays know what their most valuable block is when they at each time in the slot. In parallel, they build an alternative block by appending transactions onto it that are not in the winning block. And then in the end, they just check what's more valuable, the best block the builders give or the merge block. And then it delivers that. So what this means, put in different words, is it strictly increases block value. Yeah, and then, where does the value go? Well, I think it has to be distributed in a way which is incentive compatible, which means at the beginning, we thought of per transaction fixed percentage allocations, which is just a quarter each to the proposer, the relay, the winning builder, and each contributing builder on a per transaction basis. So for any transaction that's merged in, you kind of look at the value it brings, and then you split it this way. I can also put this a different way and say more staking rewards, right? Because the proposer will pass it on. Okay. I referenced an internal study before. So what we did is we looked at slots that Titan didn't win between May 19th and June 2nd of this year. And we found the following: around 84% of blocks could have been improved from relay block merging, which gave us an absolute uplift of around 102.29 ETH, right? On top of a total block value of 3,200. This, of course, comes with some caveat, right? I mean, this is a short-term study. It's a study that only considers slots that Titan lost. But I think this is not a data set which you can typically get. So I think it should be seen as a very good indication. What are our takeaways from here? Well, one thing that I actually think is a very nice dynamic is the value add of relay block merging scales with decentralization. If you imagine a world where one builder has all flow, that builder can just come up with the best block every single time, right? I mean, there's not really much discretion the relay can add. But the more fragmented flow is, the more value the relay can add by kind of putting those Legos together, right? Maybe it's very important to highlight here that the merging activity that the relay undertakes must not change the execution guarantees of the winning block. Then I also want to highlight some instances where we've found this the system to be particularly valuable. And that is where usually when there's some inefficiency, right? Let's call it a subsidy. You might have instances where a certain builder just wants to you know, build the block, right? Maybe it's a sex-dex arbitrage, maybe it's something else, but they have a strong incentive to build the block for a specific slot. If they have to subsidize, you can view it this a different way and say they don't have enough flow to win. And this creates a situation where relay block merging really unlocks a lot of value by merging other flow in, because the flow goes somewhere, right? It might not be with that builder in this slot, it's with others. And in this instance, the relay can unlock a lot of value by appending it to the bottom of the winning block. If you look at the top right here, last thing on the slide, 0.1% of blocks surpass a very high uplift, and this is typically a situation like that, where somebody just subsidizes things very strongly. So there's you know, the market dynamic doesn't really hold in the same way it would in the middle of the curve. Yeah, relay block merging has another nice property, which I mentioned before in terms of the goals of scaling the L1. It increases throughput and censorship resistance, right? Put another way, the winning builder at the moment has full discretion over what transaction goes into its block, right? I mean, as long as it can produce a very high bid, it can compose the block every which way. In this case, this is not really the case anymore. If you're a non-censored relay, you can just sort in, filter transaction, right? I mean, here, you know, like viewed another way, it's another inefficiency that's offset. And it also reduces the inclusion delay for exclusive flow, right? I mean, if you look at something like Fossil, one way you can view it is that it reduces the inclusion delay for mempool flow. Well, here, you know, you have a similar system for exclusive flow that directly goes to builder. So there's actually no trade-off per se of, well, some trade-off, but you can see it as a way of getting privacy, but still having inclusion guarantees, because there's another neutral actor in the pipeline. Yeah, and then the second aspect of Relays 2.0 is relay inclusion lists, and here we go fully on the censorship side. I just want to recap quickly what it is. Well, it's basically the relay extends its tasks to gather transactions from the mempool. It then ranks these transactions via deterministic inclusion rule and assigns a score to each. I'll have a quick overview of the formula in the next slide, but I'm not going to discuss it much. So if you're interested in it, we presented this on a Fossil breakout call, and it's also on EVE research. Third step is it basically fills the inclusion list by walking sequentially in descending order through the list of transactions. So basically, highest score goes first, and then it exposes an endpoint for builders to fetch the inclusion list. Right? Builders then have to put this inclusion list into their block, and you know if they don't, this is an execution validity check. The block is invalid and rejected. We see this as a default feature for non-censoring relays. Inclusion risks probably are not something that should be optional, and here the goal is to roll this over into Fossil. Right? It's basically it's an earlier stage of it. I think maybe we can conceptualize it this way. So it would be opt-out only. It would be a default opt-in. Yeah, the inclusion rule. Well, here I have to give thanks to Anders with the Ethereum Foundation, whose Web of Trees on Twitter. We originally proposed the inclusion list that you see, inclusion rule that you see in the bottom of the slide, which is a bit more complex. And then Anders had a good way of reducing some of the complexity and yeah, making it more lightweight. Yeah, I don't think it's you know, the right format to walk through the intricacies of this formula, but there's a nice discussion of EVE research where Anders made this suggestion. Inclusion list sizing. Well, I think here's two things that have to be considered. So for relay inclusion lists to find adoption, right? We want these to land in a maximum number of blocks. which means two things. First, many relays have to roll it out, and secondly, as little as possible, proposals have to opt out. And what that means is that the size of the inclusion list should be chosen such that it doesn't really meaningfully affect block value, because otherwise you kind of sabotage the goal of having inclusion lists in as many slots as possible, because the proposer is going to jump ship. So we decided on an initial shelling point, which is the 8 kilobyte constraint proposed in the fossil specs, which we think can work well here. And with increased adoption, relay inclusion lists could support larger sizing, right? One nice property here is they're not constrained by proposer bandwidth, because it happens on the relay side, and the relay talks directly to the builder. And then one dynamic I want to highlight is the more relays adopt relay inclusion list, the lower the opportunity cost of doing so, right? Because you basically compete with peers in an aligned way. Everybody runs the same system. Last point, there's a chance that the bit curve for block value will shift to accommodate the marginal latency of relay inclusion lists, right? So if you know that, maybe you can conceptualize it as a shorter slot in a way, by a really marginal way. If you know that best bit has to be in earlier, you just put it in earlier. So I'm actually ahead of time, which I think is a feature, not a bug. Roadmap. So we think this direction is really promising, and we thank everybody for the feedback on it. We think it's a good time to pursue Relays 2.0, which means the following: relay block merging. Well, that's currently being built. This is a joint effort, and what I mean by that, it's an exchange of ideas between Gattaca and leading relays. So, for example, we had some good early conversations with Ultrasound and Estes and many other guys that would be interested in this, and we welcome the feedback and hope to build something which works for everybody. Relay inclusion list, well, there's two sides to it. There's a local inclusion list, which is basically each relay does its own, and that's already built. You can see the open source implementation was merged there into the Helix relay, so feel free to look this up on GitHub. And then as a second step, well, ideally you want to remove the discretion. Each individual relay has a little bit further, and relay have some ways of telling others, here's my inclusion list, and then they can settle on something like the model inclusion list. And that's currently being built, okay? Overall, this gives us a timeline of this summer. I think it's a very interesting direction, and this concludes my presentation, so thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Any questions from the audience? All right, yes.
Yeah, hello. I want to ask, for the merging board, you are a merging whole board from all the builder and into a single board, right? Or you are picking every builder particular transition and then merge into a one board?
Yeah, sure. So let me pull up the floor again, and then maybe give some additional detail here. So what happens is builders have to opt in, right? So each builder that would be available for merging would indicate that its block is available to have transaction picked on for merging. Then what happens during the slot, you look at the best block, and the relay commits to merging transaction into the best block, which is the block with the highest attached bit. The reason you have to commit to merging transactions into the block with the highest bit, even there could be a case where combination of other blocks could be more valuable, is because you want to avoid builders fragmenting the blocks to kind of increase the combinatorial space. Okay, so what happens is the relay picks one block, which is the most valuable block, and then it looks at transactions that increase its value, so they would execute, but they are not in there yet, and it appends them to the bottom of it. So merging here is, to me, it's an append, it's an operation that appends to the bottom of the winning block.
So you have to keep simulating every transaction comes in, right?
Yeah. I think the practical implementation would be that you look at the blocks that come in, you kind of build a short list associating transactions with builders. Then you take, look at the disjoint set, and then you would simulate that in parallel, right? So you would at each stage look what the final block could look like.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I want to have another question. So in Fusaka, they have one proposal, EPBS, right? So EPBS is talking about the builder is directly sending the transaction to submit the block to the validator and skip the relay part. Is that or will make this?
Well, so I think
anymore?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think the EPBS is not a hurdle per se, but I think there's a longer discussion. So maybe we can catch up afterwards and dive into it a bit more.
Sure.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, you said that you spoke with some relays and they're happy with this proposal. I was wondering, have you spoken with other builders which are not Titan, and how are they feeling about it?
Yeah. So we started to talk to builders. Generally, the feedback has been very positive, and the reason for that is because transaction usually want to get in at a specific slot, right? And so there's a big opportunity cost to not getting them in that specific slot. And the proposal, of course, shares value with contributing builders. So for them, most of the time it would be a net uplift. They also don't really give away much degrees of freedom, and the reason is because you can label transactions as not valid for inclusion if you would want to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Danny.
Thank you. I'm curious about the data you showed when you say like the value in, this one. Were you simply look at like the landed values and like adding that up, like where it didn't show up, like transaction that wasn't in your block, like I guess Titan block, or were you actually simulating all those transactions to like actually check the conflict of state?
Yeah, so I think this is a very valid question, and I think this chart has some limitations. So let me outline quickly what it is that we did. So we looked at each slot over that time window that Titan lost. And then the next step is we basically looked at the transactions that had been in the Titan block that then didn't find inclusion as a consequence of Titan losing the slot. And then we checked for conflicts in the winning block, did the standard pre-execution checks, and basically merged it in like in an append way if we think it would have executed. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Another thing is I'm trying to understand the market design, and what sounds like the relay now is basically doing the builder job, and then what does the value proposition of builder gonna be like in this design anymore? Because like sounds like the relay can basically decide the finality of the block, and builder will just be a kind of like a pre-conf or like
Yeah, sure. So I think I think one aspect here is that the relay can't change the execution guarantees of whatever it is that the builder submits originally, right? So if the builder builds a block A, that block A is going to land in the form that the builder built it. What the relay could do is it could basically append transactions just to the bottom of it, right? So it wouldn't merge them in; it would just tag them on. And then the set of transactions that would basically be available to this would be like the disjoint set between what the builder put in the winning block and what other builders have that it didn't see. So as the builder, whatever you put in there, it's still okay, right? It won't get touched.
Okay, so you would you see like say right now a lot of the order flow vertical integration to builder will move to relay side, or not so much because it's only in the bottom block?
Yeah, so I think there's definitely an instance where somebody, well, I mean, the relay would have to see the order flow that's being merged in the bottom of it, right? And it can get this in two ways. One is it sees it reflected in any other builder's block that has opted into being subject to the system, and then the other way could be the relay sees it somewhere else, right? So yeah, I think this might be conceptualized as, you know, let's say you have a mempool and the relay can put transactions from there. There could also be a world where people send transactions to a relay. Yeah, I think that could happen, but I still think the path of sending it to the builder first doesn't come with an opportunity cost and is preferable because the builder has first say and controls the, you know, like, let's say like the top 4/5 or whatever it ends up being of the block.
Can I ask one last one? Okay. So how do you see like the whole, you know, the value gonna shift in this new design? Like say, will proposer make more money or actually really gonna finally make money? Or, and would you have any other like redistribution mechanism or like, I guess like start from the beginning of this question would be like, where do you see the competition will increase and like where, which means margin will be thinning? Like,
Sure. So ideally, the ambition is that, well, ideally everybody should make more money whenever the relay can create value, and this is the reason why we've decided on this indicative split, which is basically a quarter to each. So the proposer would get some, the relay would get some, the winning builder would get some, and then each contributing builder would get some as well. The way this would be implemented in practice is you walk over the transactions that have been appended, and then for each of them you say, well, which builder did it come from, and then you would kind of distribute it out in quarters. In terms of how the competition would shift, well, I mean, what is the new activity that's being proposed here is that the relays would be able to kind of undertake this append-only merging, which I think on the one side reflects as, you know, like just being able to do that well. And then on the other side, there's of course still a competition on bottleneck latency to the proposer. Because, you know, you still have to compare with the PBS block at the end of it. And ideally, if the block is super large, right, it's going to take more time to come through as well. So latency should still be the main vector that relays compete on, yeah.
Any final questions? Yes. Oh.
So there are like more simulation loading on the relay side. So what are their incentives to adopt this approach? Will there's a revenue sharing to relay? Like?
Yep, there's revenue sharing. Relay would get indicatively, right, so we welcome contributions here, a quarter, 25% of the created value.
How is the value like distributed back to the relay? Do they have extra transaction there?
Yeah, so, okay, so what I think the closest example here is if you could look at something like bid adjustments. What happens is it would be distributed via the Coinbase payment, but this is a implementation which is a work in progress, right? So I can't talk too much about the specifics because it might shift depending on what works for people.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So right now you're talking about merging blocks from existing builders, or transactions from existing blocks that were submitted by builders. Isn't the next step just like the relay adding its own transactions and trying to perform arbitrage between like those transactions?
Yeah, so what I mentioned before is there's a chance that the relay could see transactions, for example, in the mempool that it might want to append to the block. I think this is a dynamic which, you know, is not that threatening in the beginning, because again the builder owns the execution guarantees, so you're basically, you know, you don't have any guarantees of your transaction executing if you were to send it to the relays. So such a mechanism would be most attractive for a transaction which doesn't touch contentious state, which would be something relatively, you know, non-exciting like a simple transfer or so on. But generally, I think if there's a way of making sure that, you know, this type of transaction can go through fast, it's not, you know, it's fair. Which I think here also intersects a little bit with relay inclusion lists, which is basically also the relay choosing transactions which go in. Yeah, but if you touch contentious state, you certainly want to go to the builder.
Thank you.
Sure.
right. Any final questions? Yes, oh, it's getting alive here.
Hi, thank you for the talk. So let's say my transactions will be appended at the winning block. Then my transactions that were supposed to be at the top of the block now suddenly become at the bottom of the block. Is there any foreseeable problem of this?
Yeah, so they have to execute, right? So if there's a top of block transaction that, for example, wants to arbitrage Uniswap, chances are it's not going to execute bottom of block, so it wouldn't be included.
Got it. My final question is, what is the right way to understand the relationship between relay inclusionless and fossil?
Intermediary step, preparatory phase. Prepare the block pipeline so the rollover to fossil is smooth. Once fossil is there, I think relay inclusion lists will become redundant.
Is there any possibility that relay inclusion lists can delay fossil?
No. The sooner it comes, the better. And I think if everybody in the block construction pipeline has confidence that they will be able to accommodate fossil, it should hasten its arrival.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any final questions for Michael? Oh, it's becoming a whole panel. Nice.
Thank you. So with this win-win split situation, it seems everybody makes more profit. Where does this extra money come from?
Yeah, so the extra money would be the sum of collectible fees of the set of transactions that have been appended to by the relay to the bottom of the block.
Sure, but I mean, overall in the long run, right? I mean, there's a fixed set of users sending some transactions. I mean, will there be more transactions now being done, or like?
Yeah, so I think the value driver here is specifically the set of transactions that not all builders have available. Or specifically, I think if you look at an individual situation that the winning builder doesn't have available. So it's basically a function over exclusive flow. If builders have good arguments for getting exclusive flow, then the value proposition of relay block merging is larger. If you want to take an even more general step back, it also increases throughput, right? So hopefully that also incentivizes things.
Yeah, but I mean, if my exclusive flow doesn't get in now, right, it would get into the next block. I don't know.
Generally, yes, is true. I think there's certainly maybe a large percentage of originators would prefer for their flow to go into current block. Even if you're a user, right? I mean, we talked a lot about pre-confirmations, UX, shorter slot times, right? The faster the green check mark comes, the better.
Thanks.
Sure.
Any last questions? All right, then thanks a lot. Round of applause for Michael and the Speaking Hall AMA at the end. Thanks a lot. All right. So up next, we had planned Barnaby as one of the stewards of the new Ethereum protocol roadmap. Unfortunately, Barnaby has to be with his a bit sick child in the hospital today, so we'll have to skip him. But we'll take now a break, and we'll continue at 12:20 with a really nice panel moderated by Kubi from Gattaca, about L1 block building and the roadmap. So very much looking forward to that. Maybe we can even add one of the Flashbots people to that panel, maybe Danning or Phil, who just arrived. And yeah, very much looking forward to that. So we meet here again at 12:20, and very much looking forward to that. We'll take a break. Let's slowly get back. We're about to get started with an exciting panel. So I invite everyone to sit down again, come to the front. There's 3 spots here as well, so you can be close. And we can also slowly invite our panelists. Ansgar has also arrived. Welcome. We also have Phil Dian as a surprise participant for this panel to bring in a Flashbot's perspective as well. And Alex, I heard, also agreed to join. Oh, you can slowly come on stage already. Happy that Kubi agreed to moderate today. You can find your moderator's seat. You can choose, maybe whichever one feels more comfortable. Maybe that one would be not bad. Yeah, take Ansgar's seat. Still, sorry. Sorry. Yes. Nice. All right. Let me actually quick picture so we can post in a group and some more people can come. Hello. Okay. Yeah, so I'm very excited about this panel because it's a quite relevant group of people coming together from MEV, Flashbots, a builder, a relay. It's rare to have that combination together on stage. And we'll talk today about scaling the L1 and block building and the changes that come with that. So I'll hand the word to Kubi to introduce and to start the panel together. Thanks.
Yeah.
Quick round of applause.
Thanks, Chris. So good to be here. I'm Kubi from Gattaca, and today we'll be talking about changing an L1 and how it's going to impact block building. Just to kick it off, can we just do a quick round of intros and then just also say a few words on what you're working on today in Ethereum generally?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Ansgar. I'm a researcher at the Ethereum Foundation, and with this recent kind of restructuring of the EF's kind of focus areas, I'm now co-leading our effort on scaling the L1.
Hello, I'm Tony. I'm also with the EF doing research there, and since very recently, I'm with the prototyping team.
Hi, Alex from the ultrasound team. Nowadays, I like to think of our role as we're trying to establish like the shortest path to the proposer from wherever the transactions are in the world that would like to make it on chain. Relay in a word.
Hi, I'm Phil, Flashbots. We are working on decentralizing the block building process across all domains, and I love MEV.
Great. So when thinking about the L1 protocol changes or the changing L1 landscape overall, I guess generally there are 2 forces that drive changes. One are core protocol changes and one are more market-driven changes. So keeping that in mind, and then also thinking about who are the actors that are building blocks. And today that is obviously external actors through PBS that are more sophisticated or like more well-resourced, but you still have local builders. And even then you can spread it across home stakers and more professionalized node operators. So just keeping that in mind, from the protocol perspective or from the protocol designer's perspective, what are some of the key considerations that you guys make when making decisions, specifically thinking about block building, given that block building is a fundamental part of the protocol, or what makes the protocol work?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, I really like the distinction. So basically like the outside forces and the kind of the actual protocol itself changing. I think if you look back the last few years, actually what we've seen is that the core protocol has been relatively stable on the kind of front of block building at least. And that really kind of what we've seen is this successive sophistication of the entire kind of building MEV pipeline and all of these elements. And now that is changing again. I think we will over the next few years see much more meaningful changes also to the protocol itself. And so I think the way that affects building in particular is that I think as we want to scale, basically scaling means you have to kind of push a bit more into the, well, basically you have to be a bit more nuanced about what exact guarantees your protocol wants to keep and where you're willing to basically make trade-offs. And in particular, with the ability of every node to locally build blocks, I think where we will be going is have very robust censorship resistance solutions. I think Tony can talk about this also a bit more, but then be willing to lean more into more powerful nodes that specialize in building and are basically kept honest by these other mechanisms. And so yeah, I think as early as the hard fork in next year, like Amsterdam, we'll probably see meaningful changes. So just to, for example, briefly mention a simple topic, right? But like one simple way that we can leverage the block builder for scaling is we can make them attach some hints to the block that allows any verifier to parallelize verification. But that would not that's very easy to do, but it basically means the builder themselves can't parallelize, so the builder needs to still do the sequential work. And then the verifiers can run much more lightweight. And so I think we have a bunch of these opportunities where we can basically just leverage the fact that we have more powerful builders. And so I assume over time that will become a more enshrined distinction of different node types in the protocol. I'm not sure, Tony.
Yeah, that was, I think, a very good description already. Maybe just to add, I think every time when we talk about scaling, we're often in the same sentence talking about, okay, what does it mean for the core values of Ethereum? I think it's super important to have this kind of clarity that scaling doesn't necessarily come with sacrificing any of those values like censorship resistance, security, decentralization and everything that comes with decentralization. Yeah, just to add on the block level access list stuff, for example. Basically just have builders attach cheat sheets for validators to execute faster, and this doesn't necessarily come with increased hardware requirements. Right, and then when we talk about censorship resistance, especially in a world where we outsource more and more blocks to professional entities, then it's of course important to kind of keep the core events, the core things that actually the decentralized set of validators, what they actually do, that we keep them at the validators. And I'm particularly thinking of attesting, for example. Who is deciding which chain we are building on? So the proposer's fork choice. Or who is deciding which transactions will eventually land on chain? That it's just something that we should be very careful about when we think about what do we want to outsource and how do we want to constrain the party that is essentially putting the blocks on chain.
And then just a perspective of practitioners or operators, like both a relay or a builder. Would you say you agree with that approach when thinking about like making protocol design decisions? And are there any considerations you guys would say these guys are not making, just given the practicality of some of the jobs that you guys basically fulfill as part of the supply chain? Maybe starting with Alex and then Phil.
Sure, yeah. Let me try. Yeah, no, I think the protocol does seem to keep in mind very much like what is very doable for us, and I feel also like there's a bit of a shift now more towards like, hey, what can we leverage? What can we give away, or what can we have taken on an extra responsibilities out of protocol to help us there? So yeah, I think definitely that distinction is being made, and that's interesting. I think maybe sometimes what could be interesting, and that's maybe just hard for me to see, is it's interesting sometimes to read a proposal and to see a suggestion like, now I've been talking a lot about trustless proposer payments and like what it would take to achieve that. And then it's super interesting to hear all the consideration that has gone in already. And then what I really like to do is just try to contribute that, hey, like we try to make proposer payments super guaranteed, and actually from where we're sitting, it doesn't seem to be like a very big topic, but there's some other things that we do think are really big topics and I think should be cared about. So yeah, I'm really enjoying that exchange, and I feel like there's listening to it and exchanging happening, especially here.
What are some of those things that you think that you really care about?
Sorry?
What are some of those things that you really care about?
Yeah. I think most of all, it is like, how can we add value to the block? And it's maybe not always clear what is lacking most to achieve that, like, if that makes sense. So for example, we're very focused on latency now and increasing like the amount of time there is to get the block to the proposer. And then you see on the protocol side that sometimes there will be a massive change. Like now we're talking about reducing the block proposal window, and that's a huge shift. And that's totally fine for us. But it does mean a big shift, and we do wonder like what else could we be working on or building on, or which direction could we be going? Yeah.
Phil.
Yeah, so I recently started making ice cream. I don't know if any of you all are on this Ninja Creamy trend on TikTok, but it's like kind of this blender thing. You freeze anything, you put this blade in, and then it makes the ice cream texture. And as the ice cream melts, it kind of changes in mouthfeel and texture and all. It has like a life cycle, basically, right? So this is actually related, I promise. I always used to troll the EF and say like, hey, you all should be a lot more involved in this. Like you told us in protocol PBS was coming in 6 months, about 3 years ago or something like that. You told us there were going to be all of these changes. There's all these changes you can do to make the market more fair, more competitive, blah, blah, blah. And you all are kind of abdicating this responsibility. This was a few years ago. So I'm very glad to see that that's like totally not the case anymore. But the ice cream comment is like, as you eat this ice cream over a period of several days, once you refreeze it, it kind of crystallizes and the mouthfeel and the texture is not quite as nice. So what you can do is you can blend it again and it'll get it like almost back to that first point, right? And so I think the kind of L1 activist side is like blending the ice cream. It's a way to kind of almost shake up the market structure, get it to an initial point that has like a good mouthfeel, a good taste for the community. But there's only like so many times this is possible to do this, like, let's say, against the market. Specific things I worry about that maybe are being underpriced right now. I think in a lot of the rainbow staking and like L2 conversations, we're not thinking enough about kind of interactions of censorship, resistance, breaking, as well as centralization vectors in like various classes of these actors. I'm not sure you can cleanly compartmentalize this big node, small node thing the way it's like very convenient to want to do. I also worry a lot about latency. I think this is a difference from me as a practitioner to a lot of the research community. To me, like if latency is dominant in these systems, like TradFi has a structural advantage, and I think that's just a lot less salient to maybe researchers. So TLDR, we should be activist, we should blend the ice cream, but carefully, and maybe, you know, let's all talk together about it. And but I am bullish about the fact that at least we're starting the blender. Yeah.
Any comments from you guys about latency, centralization vectors that might not have been considered as much?
Yeah, I agree with what Phil just said, especially you were talking also about the enshrined proposal builder separation. I think we were blending this type of ice cream over and over again, and in the end it just turned out that maybe the recipe was not the right one. So maybe to stay with in that topic, I think you're totally right that we have to kind of, especially when it comes to latency, affecting especially the weak nodes in our network, that we have to pay a lot of attention to that and be careful when we adjust things in protocol to make sure that we also have them on the same page, and not only talking about validators but also talking about RPC providers and full nodes in general, people that just want trustless access to the chain. I'm not really, don't really have much more to add here.
Well, maybe one comment from my side. I think as we're now thinking about being a bit more direct or like more intentional again about how we want to see this pipeline evolve. I think one big question for us is, to what extent do we want to be opinionated about what type of usage we are trying to primarily optimize around? And so for example, we're now focusing on scaling the L1, which is a very different focus, something that we haven't really done the last 5 years. That is a general purpose focus, right? So basically, like, if we 10x the overall available throughput of the chain, that helps all types of applications equally. But then if you talk about like the actual block building and latency and inclusion mechanisms and maybe time to forced inclusion and last look and all these kind of properties of these systems, now all of a sudden you're talking much more specific types of applications, like types of DeFi, these kind of things. And for them, all of a sudden, these questions are like really, really important. And for some other types of activities, they don't matter at all, right? And so basically, like, how do we not only do we have limited resources within the EF, of course, to focus on these things, we also have limited availability to actually make protocol changes. So how do we balance these like general purpose improvements where we don't have to be opinionated versus specifically saying, look, we think over the next few years, these types of activities really matter a lot, and there we want to be the best chain possible, and these are the priorities to get there, right? And I think that's an internal tension that that's a tension that I think we as the ecosystem, but also specifically now we at the EF and as the core dev community are kind of working through right now. And also that where, like, I think input is very welcome, basically.
And maybe just to add, because I think we started listening way more to the community in the last few years, because it felt like the scaling the L1 thing very much came from the community, right? Because as Ansgar said, this was not really a priority for many years. People were way more focused on the merge and everything that came with validators. And now it feels very much like that the community is actually on the driver's seat here and setting the direction.
Okay, so I guess from the protocol's perspective, the EF currently has put out these like key priorities, right? Scaling the L1 blobs and improving UX, which are driving a lot of the sort of protocol changes and priorities. From your perspectives, so thinking about the more market forces driven changes, could you talk about what you guys are seeing, starting with you, Alex?
Yeah. It's always a bit difficult to talk about because I feel like I don't quite have the authority being like only like the middle link passing through the data. But maybe where I would go is that it feels like scale is a big topic. We want as much as the block in the block as we can. And I feel like there's a very clear sort of direction that we're going, and we're anticipating that we're going to handle way more blobs, and like we're building for a future where that's the case. I feel like the improved UX is sort of the least clear to me, where I'm very curious what's going to happen, and it's also very unclear what direction to build much more. Where at least from my naive as a single Ethereum user, I want things to be way, way faster, right? Like I really like using Ethereum and I want it to go way faster when I use it, and I want to think about applications where I can make 4 Ethereum transactions in a row to sort of offer some kind of experience to the user, and that's going to take only half a second. So, you know, nobody's going to like kind of this future. And yeah, I don't know, I just have like a lot of questions there, I guess, also myself, of like, where are we going there? What are the options that we have? And what is also the protocol feeling is the right direction to go there?
But just like as an operator, do you see any like market structure changes that are purely driven by things you see in the market developing that are not directly related to any like protocol changes?
Yeah, I mean, what I see, like I think the last presentation we had is a really nice example of how much value can we get into the block? And there's clearly like a market force that's saying like, yeah, let's try and discover how else we can stuff more things into the block. There's clearly very strong market forces that constantly compel us that are about how late can we push sharing the block with someone. Clearly it matters a ton when we can just get those extra few milliseconds. And now we're even exploring how we can as a relay be much more distributed in the world, where it becomes very possible for the transactions to sort of make their way to this point where the proposer is, and there we take then our relay role of selecting out like what is the best offer that we can forward to the proposer. And yeah, I'd say those are very strong market forces. Yeah.
Phil?
Yeah, so I think one interesting market force is kind of what MEV is in some ways intended to capture. It's like, what are people using the things for? And you all touched I think all three of you touched on this, like what are we building it for? One strong market force is like people want to trade on these systems. They want to issue assets and they want to trade. There's even sub-market forces there where there are people who want to do this in like a very regulated traditional way. They want to issue their assets. They want to get more liquidity, quote unquote, but they're not really flexible on how to do that. There are people who are doing that in a more, let's say, Ethereum native way as well. And then there are people who are like building other use cases for these systems. I think how you weigh these things actually determines the system design. And there's a natural gravity in the market to build for kind of the trading use case because it is like the obvious use case. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the question to me is like, how does that interplay with the other use cases? So let's say people need something that is very decentralized, very censorship resistant. And the fact that like we want it to go fast, like you're now excluding that use case from Ethereum. How do you weigh those two things against each other? I think that question is like above my pay grade, but the market definitely does pull like very heavily towards trading in my experience, very heavily towards actually lower latency, very heavily towards often centralization in various components as well. So.
Maybe something fun to add there is like, I think one of these forces that is important is like, yeah, the censorship resistance. And are we making sure that these transactions that are maybe like underserved in some ways and like one of the biggest use cases for crypto are actually being cared for? And something that's really tricky there is that, yeah, if you take, for example, literally censored transactions today, there just doesn't seem to be much of a market force there. Like a funny anecdote is that we recently started looking at filtering in blocks and enabling proposers to express a preference there and say like, hey, like for me, the blocks really do need to be filtered. We by accident were applying the filter to all blocks we were receiving for a month before we noticed that we were doing so. Why? Because there was just so few transactions that trip up the list at this point that it's like never on our mind. But that is, like as you said, the danger that we then maybe forget about them or build a whole system that just isn't even able to serve them anymore when the need arises.
Yeah, I mean, I think to that point, especially to what Phil was saying, I think to some extent there's a possibility to square the circle a little bit. I think that's just my personal opinion, but so for one, I think one pattern we can try to lean into is like a clear distinction between happy path and fallback path, and basically make it so that the system is both in the happy case very performant, but then also very robust in case the happy case does not work for individual transactions, for individual use cases, for users, maybe just in general, something happens overall that makes the entire system have to fall back to the not happy case. I think that kind of that two-lane approach, I think is something we can lean into with caution a lot. The other one is in terms of like which use cases are we trying to like optimize for. This is very much just my personal opinion. I think Ethereum has been in the past sometimes been in danger a bit of being too dogmatic and being like, look, financial use cases are just really bad. That's just people trying to get rich, and we're really actively trying to ignore their needs. I think that makes no sense to me either. I think you want Ethereum to become the widely used base layer for a lot of activity in general, so that you can then use it for whatever non-financial use cases you also have that are very important and that require these strong guarantees. But I think they're only useful if it happens on a base layer that overall plays a meaningful role. And so I think focusing in the short term on the types of use cases that actually allow us to win out that, and I understand not everyone likes that type of language, right? But like to actually like win out that competition, I think is a good thing. So I think actually like focusing a lot on these financial use cases to make sure that Ethereum as a whole matters, that then also benefits the non-financial use cases, I think is the way I would approach this.
Any responses?
I agree with you that it's possible, and I think we have our own also internal thinking and roadmap on how to do this. I think the tricky bit though is like there's like two axes. It's like how much does the use case actually need Ethereum, or could it use something else potentially? And I think that is somehow informally linked to decentralization in a way. And then there's like how much gravity or market power or money is like associated with the use case. And there are some use cases that I would say need Ethereum less, but like have a lot of market power. How do you balance that against the ones that need it more, but have like less market power, so you actually can square that circle? Like for example, BlackRock ETF, right? Very, very valuable use case. Everyone wants it. We want to win, quote unquote, that. But does it really need Ethereum the same way, like, I don't know, many other, like even like an Aave or something like that? I don't know, I'm choosing a random example, might need Ethereum more.
Yeah, I think, again, opinions differ. I personally just feel like, you know, like an abundance mindset on these topics is the right thing to do. Like the internet is both very useful for TikTok, and it is very useful for dissidents and whistleblowers, and that's not some sort of tension. That actually is synergetic, and I think the same can be true for blockchains if you're being careful about it, right? Like it's not automatic, but like I think these things can be synergetic if done right.
So just getting a bit more technical, thinking about in the short to midterm, some of the hard fork headliners, could you outline a few and then talk about specifics that might affect block building, both from a perspective of sophisticated actor, but also stakers and home operators?
Yeah, I can do so. Yeah, thinking like from one hard fork to the next, like Fusaka, and then we'll have Glamsterdam. Fusaka is already kind of nice when we think about attesting, for example. So validators not having to download all the blobs anymore because they can just download the columns they need and then do sampling, still having the same, or basically the same security guarantees that they have today. And this is already a very cool change, because for a validator, bandwidth is already some of the biggest constraints. If you talk to solo stakers, that's what solo stakers complain most about. I'm not talking about the solo stakers that are run on data centers, but really the solo stakers that try to operate it from, I don't know, their homes, their basements. And from that perspective, the next hard fork will be already a great step into the direction of making the life of solo stakers easier. Of course, it comes with scaling the blobs. So we also scale the blobs in the same time or right after the hard fork, and then L2s get more space. Validators don't need to store all the blobs anymore and just store the columns. And I would say this is kind of a nice win-win. We get there. Thinking even more into the future, like Glamsterdam, that seems to have a very much EL scaling or L1 scaling focused, especially focused on the EL side, I would say. There are proposals like ePBS, enshrined payload block separation is the new name now. Block level access lists, delayed execution, but also EAPs like Fossil, right? The currently, I think, the best inclusion list proposal that is out there. All going into the right direction of not sacrificing anything of the core values while still allowing us to scale the chain. Especially thinking of Fossil, you could think of giving the responsibility of transaction inclusion into the hands of proposers that are actually not able to build blocks that are entirely full with, I don't know, 48 blobs or something, but still giving them the responsibility of deciding what are the transactions that they want to see on chain. And this allows the protocol then to leverage this decentralized, oftentimes anonymous set of attesters, validators, to get transactions on chain that maybe sophisticated builders would not like to see on chain.
Yeah, maybe just in terms of timelines, what to expect here. So as Tony was saying, Fusaka will be hard fork later this year. That one was kind of mostly scoped and finalized before we started to focus more again on kind of the L1 side of things. So that will focus a lot on DA scaling. So what you will see over the next 9 months on mainnet, roughly 9 months, I think, will be mostly just higher throughput in general. Like as we start to scale, we have this target of 100 million gas by the end of this year. It's not, that's more like a directional target. Like it's not, maybe we'll be above or below that, just kind of like a direction we want to go. Then starting next year, so say like the Glamsterdam hard fork, that's going to be optimistically March, April, maybe a bit later. That's when you will start to really see systematic changes. So I think if you think basically like the implications for relays, the implications for all the different market participants, I think that will start to change a lot going into next year. And so basically like general yeah, I mean, we talked about the individual features. We can go into them a bit more. But yeah, that's, I think, roughly what to expect.
Have you guys thought about any of them specifically, some of the headliners like ePBS or Fossil or block level access lists and things like that, and like how they are, and also the scaling of blobs, for example, and how they would affect the relay or builders.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say like, yeah, immediately our timelines are way shorter. The block merging, it's said by this summer, maybe relay inclusion lists. I do think what's interesting to add here is that, for example, blob scaling, it seems like there's a lot of space for us. Like right now, we transport all blocks on all blocks, and then imagine that all blocks for a relay isn't the one that makes it every 12 seconds. It's the couple thousand that we get from all the builders every 12 seconds, right? And we're sending all of them, right? So it's horribly inefficient still, and there's so much space for us to scale that still. So yeah, if the protocol says like, hey, we want to increase the throughput, then definitely plenty of space on our side, and starting to like read these proposals and engage with the ones that we think yeah, make a lot of sense.
And maybe just to briefly say, so this is another example we can think about, as I said before, right, the happy path and robust path. And I think right now we're not really leveraging the fact that different entities in the system have very different, like just real on the ground capabilities. So like a solo staker in a basement, that's basically already at the limit. We want to make sure that their load doesn't get worse, right? But then also like maybe the best way they can contribute to the protocol is just with very lightweight tasks like attestations, like censorship resistance duties, these kind of things. Someone like a relay, right now we basically give them the same type of load that a basement solo staker has. In reality, like what we can do is we can basically much more lean into that they have very like high bandwidth interconnects, that basically they can be basically very, very efficient first hop seed nodes for the peer-to-peer network. And so as we really lean into the scaling, I think we will, of course, carefully, because if they ever go offline, we need to be able to fall back in a way that doesn't bring down the network, and we will always make sure of that. But like, I think just intuitionally, I think really just actually making use of the real resources that are there in the system instead of just having this very simplistic model, I think there's a lot of headroom for us.
Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the changes are very thoughtful when it comes to the block building market, which is great to see. My experience of a lot of it is people will find me at an event like this, drinking some coffee and say like, hey, do you like this? And describe some change that like utterly offends my like artistic sensibilities. And I'll say, no, this is like terrible. And this iterates a bunch and I become very bearish about the future direction. And then they propose something that's like actually not that bad after like 200 iterations. So I think it's actually nice to see. I think the process is working. I think the EF team specifically has pretty good taste in like how to affect block building versus not. So a lot of these changes that are like layering proofs, et cetera, I'm like pretty excited about and I think are pure value adds. Probably the two more interesting ones to talk about that are more substantive from at least my perspective. One is obviously inclusionless fossil. I think that's a whole interesting conversation. I'm going to try to talk a little bit about it later during my talk. I think, yeah, it's a longer conversation to have. I think from a practitioner perspective, it's not necessarily solving all of our censorship problems. So like what else do we need to do, et cetera, as a community. I think the other interesting one is kind of leaning into this like big node stuff is very, I don't know, kind of makes me a little bit afraid. I think it's useful, but from our perspective, at least as Flashbots, speaking now as Flashbots, like we do really want to decentralize this block building market. We're not sure that's actually even all the time shared by the community. Like some people might be okay with having it more centralized even in the broader space. But that is, I think, genuinely what we want to do in the long term. That requires decomposing a lot of what we have now, and that becomes like harder to do if we're like leaning on a lot of these things. So that's maybe one place I'm more afraid, just because if we fail to do this, people will be like, oh, Phil, you centralized the whole block building layer and invented this evil PBS Flashbots, evangelized it for years, and like, it's your fault. And all the people that I really care for at Flashbots that work very hard, some of whom are here, will also be personally blamed. So yeah, that is why I'm afraid. But I think it's, like you said, not an impossible thing to square.
And maybe in general, I think one interesting way of thinking about kind of Ethereum, the Ethereum lifecycle, but maybe all just like the development stages over the last, I think maybe 5-6 years, I think the way Ethereum approached things was always very conceptual first, details small somewhere at the end of the pipeline. And I think that worked really well for some types of changes. I think that gave us the merge, these kinds of just like where it's really more about the conceptual right choices. But I think we neglected more the infrastructure side of things quite a bit. So the actual, like within the conceptual constraints, pushing what's like on what's actually possible, like the actual real properties the system has for users actually using it. My feeling is now we're kind of like swinging in the other direction on Ethereum. So now I think over the next few years, the focus will be much more on these like infrastructure questions. And that will come with the downside now in the other direction, right? I would assume that by default, maybe now the more conceptual questions will be a little bit, hopefully not neglected, but like less focused on. And so I think that's something where maybe the community is more used to keeping us honest on the infrastructure side and be like, hey, look, we haven't had any throughput increases for a couple of years. Stop with this abstract stuff. Like, actually give us some concrete benefits. And that was very, very useful and very helpful and helped us course correct here. But I think going forward, it's probably more the other way around. I think we will probably need more people that make sure that we are not just overly focused on just going like, like, I don't know, like the 10 to 100, basically, like just basically like scaling what we already have, but making sure that these conceptual questions are still being answered in a good way.
How are you for time, Chris? Okay. Should we leave time for questions or, yeah? Okay. Then let's open it up.
Any questions from the audience? I know it can be daunting when the big brains talk about a protocol.
I can maybe fire off the first one while we wait. I'm very curious how you guys feel about the fallback path, as you put it before. Like, in how good of a position do you feel we are there? Is it really solid, and like at any point the optimized pipeline could fall apart and you wouldn't lose a night of sleep? Or is it more like, no, there's serious work to do if we want to make sure the fallback path maybe works today, but more interesting, keeps working a year or two from now?
I think right now, it's basically, there's just not that much of a difference between the two paths yet. And so that's why I think right now it's very improvised. Really, the only thing we have is kind of the MEV boost, like, oh, if the network looks unstable, we just all fall back to local building. That's like a very, very basic, it's like one bit of decision making, basically. That works for the purpose it needs to fill, but it's also just nothing special. I mean, as Phil was saying, right, like leaning into more relying on heavy nodes is definitely not something you'd want to do carelessly. And I think some other networks are willing to just make that trade-off much more. I think as you do that, you really need to think very hard about whatever happens if those nodes either just completely disappear tomorrow from the network, like in all places, or start doing something malicious, right? Like in some cases one is worse, in some cases the other is worse. And then that you really need like much, much more sophisticated, much more robust sad paths that still make everyone happy eventually. I don't know if that's a good answer or not.
Any questions from the audience? All right.
There's a question, I think, in the very back.
Oh, nice. Divansh.
Yeah, I've heard it said like in some places that after the merge, we were a bit like directionless, and it was kind of like a wasted opportunity to not have like full focus on something and get things done. So I guess how much would you agree with that sentiment that after the merge, there was like a period of indecision and like not the best utilization of resources?
I don't think I would quite agree with that description, but there's some truth in there. I think basically we had the roll-up-centric roadmap, and the roll-up-centric roadmap was directionally like a very good approach to things, but I think we were it took us too long to be a bit more nuanced about it. And so for the longest time, we were basically like, well, the L1 can just completely ossify, at least on the execution side, because its main purpose is really just the settlement. And settlement you can do with relatively low throughput. And I think it took us a while to realize, and that should have been quicker, I think, that you really want a very healthy, a very robust, strong L1 at the core of the L2 ecosystem, because just pragmatically, that is a much better way to scale rather than basically just having to be completely reliant on that the L2s do the things you want them to do. So I think being quicker at having a more nuanced view of the rollup-centric roadmap, I think, is something we definitely should have done. But in terms of implications for the roadmap, at least, I think in the meantime, we basically just focused on creating this path for data availability, which was still very useful. So yeah, I don't think it was completely wasted or indecision or something. I think it took us too long to reflect on the path. That makes sense. I don't know if you agree with that.
Any final questions? All right, then yeah, thanks a lot to our panelists. Thanks a lot, Kubi, for moderating, and all of you for coming on stage for this. Quick round of applause.
Thank you.
It's really nice and rare to get some more insights into the thinking of the future of the protocol. And yeah, so today's day is a bit split, that we're looking deep at a protocol layer, but we're also looking at the layer of the applications, the users, the order flow, where things actually happen, and the usage comes from. So next up, we have someone from Uniswap/Unichain showing us a bit of data of what's actually happening with the new rollup there, a bit of context, how are users behaving, and yeah, I'll invite Grace slowly up on stage. Take your time. You can connect yourself there. Hello, hello. Okay. Let's make sure you see your slides. Awesome.
There we go. Okay, and everyone can hear me.
Yeah, give it up for Grace on Unichain and context on data on Unichain. Quick round of applause.
All right. So for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Grace. I'm a data scientist at Uniswap Labs, specifically focused on our protocols team. So I got to work with the Unichain team pretty closely. And now that it's been 3 to 4 months since Unichain has launched, figured we'd do a run through on what we've seen, how we kind of understand Unichain data, and also just like kind of how we understand and describe blockchains in general. So that's kind of where I'm going to start, basically. Essentially, this is not a comprehensive list of ways in which we can describe a chain, but these are kind of like a few key aspects that we kind of use to describe Unichain, both before and after launch. So I think the tech stack, the sequencing, the innovations, those are very big topics kind of before the launch actually occurs. We write a bunch of papers, we have a bunch of theories on them. And then, kind of once the chain actually launches, it's more so about tracking like who's actually building on this chain, who is integrating, and then kind of what we see in the data and the actual usage of the chain itself. Given the fact that I am data science, today is going to be focused on the data piece of this. And specifically, the main like kind of goal and takeaway from this talk is essentially that metrics need context in order to actually describe what is going on. And so right now we're gonna look through kind of, these are the key pieces of data that we look at with regards to Unichain. So there's economic data, specifically L2 fees split usually into 3 pieces. So we're a PGA chain, which means we have priority, base, and L1 fees. And then costs as well. The costs aren't broken up in this table, but we mainly post blobs, so blob gas cost is our highest cost, but we do have a few other costs in terms of overhead and dispute costs. So then we kind of look at transactions, very high level. I like this transactions and gas chart because I think it gives you a little bit better of a picture of what's going on than just raw transaction count. But yeah, just high level data in general, raw data. Then we kind of look at, assets on chain. So L2Beat does a wonderful job kind of breaking down total value secured, where it's coming from. We can see that the externally bridged value is almost equivalent to what we've had through the canonical bridge thus far. So that's been something that's fun to watch because the assets coming from those two things are actually different. All right, cool. Now we get into, transaction success rates. And this is something that is particularly of interest to us because one of the things that we wanted to launch with Rollup Boost is the concept of revert protection. And so for a time we had revert protection turned on. I'm going to talk about this a bit later, but we had to turn it off due to integrations, issues with the integrators. All right, and then the final piece, I couldn't talk about Unichain without talking about DEX volume because of course it was built by Uniswap and we are a DEX, so this is something that is very important to us to track and understand. All right, now here is basically all these charts with circles around things that we believe to be quote unquote like incomprehensive without context. Essentially, like if you looked at this and saw any of these spikes or things on the day of which they occurred, you would not be able to get the full picture of what is going on. It's easier done in hindsight, but I'm gonna kind of walk you through how we think about these things when they occur and how we build understanding around them. So yeah, once again, metrics need context. I think this is with most things, nothing can stand alone without understanding why it's occurring. All right, so the 3 examples that I'm gonna go through today are L1 fees and transactions, DEX volume and priority fees, and then percent failed transactions we'll get into at the end. The percent failed transactions does have to do with MEV, so that will be probably more interesting to y'all. But we're gonna go through the first example first. So yeah, we saw this massive spike in transaction volume, and we noticed that, we don't also see this spike in gas usage, which is strange. That led us to look at, where is this actually coming from, or what piece of, revenue is getting paid, what gas are people paying for. And we saw that mainly this is coming from L1 fees, which, I'll kind of get into later, but there is a strong relationship between priority fees and DEX volume. And so we immediately kind of thought, okay, maybe DEX volume isn't the place to look for this. And then, we went and looked at the actual cost of these things and we just saw that we're posting a ton of data. And so, why did all of a sudden we have a ton of transactions? This, really obviously increased our L1 fees, and then that in return, L1 fees increased because we needed to post more data. All right, so essentially we looked at a few blocks, and because that's usually where to start, and saw that there was a bunch of transfers to this one particular address. And so we looked at the percentage of transfers going to this particular address and saw that, for a couple days, this starts on the 23rd, and kind of this chart is from when we first figured this out, basically, and then tracked it for a few days, but it essentially goes down after about 2 or 3 days. But we saw that 50% of transactions were going to this one address, and they were just all transfers. And so we're like, that's strange. So, we decided to check where we all congregate, which is Twitter, and found that if we search this transaction or this address that people were transferring, clearly scam, honeypot, something, probably not great. And so we kind of dropped it and said, okay, maybe this isn't real transaction volume, and we can ignore this for now. Cool. So then we're going to get into, that's example number 1. Sorry, that's pretty short. Example number 2 is DEX volume and priority fees. So, when we look at these 2 graphs next to each other, you can kind of see pretty distinctly that there has to be some relationship between those 2 things, right? Priority fees pick up at the same time DEX volume picks up. All right, so we kind of just broke it down by, the percentage of L2 fees paid by transactions that have DEX swaps in them, essentially, and saw that that's like over 60%, even more so on some dates, which is it's expected. That is what we'd hope to see, what we expect to see. But, given the fact that I work at Uniswap Labs, one of the most important things for us to understand as well is not just DEX volume in general, but DEX retail versus kind of non-retail volume. And so for purposes of just making this easier to read, it is labeled as DEX arbitrage. Now, we don't have confirmation that this actually is arbitrage, but I will explain a little bit about how we, break out DEX retail. So for those of you familiar with orderflows.art, or if you've ever seen that research by Flashbots, essentially they did a great job at labeling front-end routers. And then with that, basically taking transactions that go through those routers and calling them as retail. And so we do something similar to that. We basically took that list and expanded it a bit, as well as added in some methodology for handling the difference in smart wallets that now occurs. So that's kind of how we get this retail piece, and essentially the arbitrage piece is just everything that isn't that. And so you can see, like, this methodology is very naive. It's not super complex, but it does give us a good picture as to the percentage of priority fees contributed by this quote-unquote non-retail volume. And on base, we can see that it's at least 50%. Some days gets up to plus 60+%. But there's a strong relationship there, and obviously, like, this is also dependent on the retail volume. So there's also like a piece to do with that as well. So we kind of did this same type of analysis with Unichain. And in the beginning, it kind of made a little bit of sense, but I think what's most interesting about this graph is the piece where we turned off revert protection. And you can see that very clearly happened or turned on revert protection. That happened in the beginning of May, late April, and ended around May 11/12. And so, one of the things that we wanted to have with revert protection is just when anyone would submit a transaction, that would revert, essentially, it would get dropped. And so what we saw, actually, as I mentioned earlier, that like this kind of affected some of our integrators due to the way that they send and build transactions. This also kind of affected those that were basically doing this like non-retail DEX volume in the way that they send transactions to Unichain. All right, now to kind of get to the last piece, which is the percent of failed transactions. This is something that, when we turned off revert protection, so you can see the kind of dip where we had revert protection on, there was pretty much, the failure rate goes down to 0. And then all of a sudden we turned it off and we see the failure rate spike a ton. And the hypothesis here was that, oh, hey, they probably, searchers are back. And that's probably why we see this kind of pickup. And it's very cheap to send transactions on Unichain right now. So of course they're going to send a bunch of transactions, right? So this is my face when I saw this. And then after I looked into it, because essentially, once again, just started with looking at blocks and saw that this is one example, but like almost every block I found, there was, a set of at least 4 or 5, sometimes more transactions that were being sent to this one particular contract. And calling this one particular method. So I went and looked at like the method itself and see how many times it's called a day. And so you can see that, on some days it's called up to 800,000 times, on other days it's 600,000 times, which means that, with 1 second block times, that's around 7 transactions per block, calling this one particular method. It's coming from a bunch of different EOAs, but that is irrelevant. It's kind of more so about the actual contract that's getting called here. And I gave a talk on Wednesday, but, if we think about this in terms of the proportion of transactions that occur on Unichain, that graph that I showed you kind of a few slides back, since May, the average daily transaction count is around 1.3 million. So 600,000 is almost half of the transactions are calling this one method. Cool. So then we decided to look into, these contract calls more. And we see that, for every one successful swap done via calling this method, there's about 19 failures. And that's extremely high, right? So we're like, okay, that's interesting. What percentage of our failure rate actually comes from this one contract? And that we saw is like over 90%. And so essentially what I wanted to kind of take away from this is the fact that, you see a greater than 30% failure rate, but you remove one contract and suddenly it is sub 5%. And those are two very different pictures as to what's going on. And not to say that one is more correct than another, that is not the goal. It's just to add context around what we're seeing, why we're seeing it, and what's occurring. So yeah, thank you. I think I went through that pretty quickly. But yeah, that was all I wanted to share today. And we definitely have more to look into here as what they're actually doing. But that will come at a later date. So thanks.
Hello. Ah, great. Thanks a lot, Grace. Yeah, perfectly on time, but is there any questions from the audience? We can quickly answer 1 or 2 questions. Jonah, yes.
Yeah, 0x80D.
She knows the
Do you want me to
address by
just read
heart?
you the contract address? In English, it doesn't have a name. Oh, what does it do? Okay, so every transaction that they actually execute just does a swap and removal. And so that's kind of all we've gotten this far is like, why are they swapping? I did look into like the amount of volume that they've done. So the contract itself has grown to a balance of around 700K. They are swapping typically only pools that are incentivized, which is kind of expected. Most of the volume is done in ETH USDC. So that's where most of their swaps occur. But if we actually look at their most profitable ones, it's been WBTC to USDC. So. Yeah, good question. I have a feeling it's a spam bot. So I don't know if any of you have read the paper that Flashbots put out around 5 days ago now, talking about I think it's MEV and scaling L2s or something like that, where they talk about spam on Base. Essentially, I have a feeling that this is a similar type of spam just because most of these transactions occur towards the end of a block. There's a bunch of them, they're mainly failures. They're just doing a few swaps just to make sometimes even just cents. So yeah, I have a feeling it's kind of the same structure as what they saw on Base and found, but we just didn't have time to look into that before this. So yeah, that's all I can give you for now.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Oh, another question?
I think there's one more question in the back, yeah.
Nice.
I think the first talk of the day was by Julian, who mentioned that a lot of the front ends are, the data in the front ends is not shared for researchers to analyze and actually do a lot of interesting stuff and help improve the ecosystem. And he included, I think, Uniswap in that list. But I think you all wrote a paper based on the data, so clearly the data is collected. So I guess the question is, what would it take to make such data available for the community to help kind of troubleshoot some of these problems?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are different methodologies that we use that we can use to approximate kind of front end volume. So there are certain things that, just because at Uniswap Labs we are a company, and so we do have some private data that we cannot share, but we do ultimately want to produce, public goods for others to use and kind of understand. And actually we've started thinking about how can we approximate our front end volume, which is why we started kind of doing more so of this work of trying to figure out how we can label retail volume without, actually needing to use our own internal data. And I think our goal long-term would be to produce something, as Julian talked about, which is taking Brad's paper, or Brad and Shin and CMAC's paper, and basically productionalizing that, expanding that, and making that public towards others, because we do think it's something interesting and important for the community to have access to understanding price execution and the basically the performance of different front ends.
All right. I think we're on time for the next talk. Thanks a lot, Grace. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the audience. And next up, we have AJ from Radius to talk about L2 cross-chain MEV state locks and give some research perspectives on that. So let's plug you in. Nice.
Hello.
Right.
Yep.
Stage for AJ from Radius.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm AJ, co-founder of Radius. Today I want to talk about a research direction that we've been exploring. No more half-executed cross-chain MEV, the case for a local state lock. So as we saw at Interop Day at Zoo Berlin, interoperability between rollups is stabilizing fast. So with this progress, I think the cross-chain MEV is becoming a key revenue opportunity. So, but a cross-chain MEV comes with the core issue, which is the atomicity. To address this, we propose a new kind of a proposal commitment we call local state lock. So this is early stage research, so there is a lot to explore. So here's our core idea. New proposal commitment, local state lock to enable across atomic cross-chain MEV. I think it's kind of sounds like a string of fancy words smashed together, but I will unpack them step by step and show why this matter. So before diving into some technicals, let me explain some motivation behind this research. What we ultimately want is for Ethereum and its rollup to function as a connected economy, where ecosystem grows together, not in silos. So today, each rollup grows independently. Even if one rollup succeeds, the others don't necessarily benefit. So these still competing, they are actually still competing for users, developers, searchers, and liquidity, those kind of things. So recent advance in interoperability protocols help, but a technical interoperability alone isn't enough. We also need some kind of economic alignment, I suppose. So that means finding ways for networks to share revenue so that one chain's success contributes to the whole. So cross-rollup MEV, if made atomic and predictable, it's one such opportunity, I suppose. So if rollups can jointly capture MEV and share the resulting value, the growth in one rollup benefits the others. So this research started from that goal to create an incentive alignment economic fabric across rollups, and local state log is kind of our way to get there. So let's begin with the state lock. So the easiest analogy is probably a database write lock to prevent race condition and maintains consistency. Databases restrict access to data being modified until the write is completed. So without it, concurrent writes may overwrite each other and result in some kind of unpredictable final state. And in blockchain, sorry about that. In blockchain, state lock follows the same principle, like temporarily restrict access to specific parts of on-chain states while it's being processed. So actually, a year ago, the researcher from Flashbot proposed an application of this idea, a state lock auction for MEV. So from his research, in high contention situation, like multiple searchers trying to exploit the same opportunity of Uniswap arbitrage, transactions can fail, gas is wasted, fee spikes, and block becomes inefficient. Instead, he proposed pre-auctioning the right to access a particular state. So the winner gets the exclusive access for short time to execute their strategy. This results in fewer failed transactions, reduced gas overhead, better block efficiency, and more predictable MEV extraction, which means that, in short, the cooperation, not chaos. So another one is that local states. The global state is the full set of data stored on-chain. So every contract, every account, and every a storage slot. In contrast, local state refers to specific portion of a global state that a single transaction accesses. So like a contract addresses or storage keys, etc. So every block touches many pieces of global states, but each transaction only touches a few. So local states is what's needed to execute one transaction safely. So I think this distinction is kind of useful because we don't need to lock the entire global state, just the relevant parts. So this makes targeted coordination kind of possible. So And then this local state actually extractable today. So EIP 2930 provides access list. This is the pre-cleared sets of contract and storage keys a single transaction intends to touch. Also, I think that Tony already gave a speech about that, but proposals like a block level access list builds on this idea to summarize the access footprint of entire block, allowing validators to verify more efficiently and faster. So this means that local state log is not like just a theoretical, but it's feasible with the current infrastructure. So if you are still like the concept of local state log is kind of abstract, think of a resource log. As you can see, intent-based system, a user might issue a commitment like I log 1500 USDC until a solver executes my intent of purchasing some NFT on the other chain. This log guarantees that the funds won't be moving elsewhere during execution of solving. So it's kind of essential for ensuring the solver isn't taking execution risk without compensation. So local state logs works the same way, but shift from the user asset to the local state and from user issued to the proposer issued. So this change in actor and target makes a huge difference because proposers becomes actually the enforcers of these coordinations. So like this one, user logs capital to offer trust. A proposer logs logs access to the state to offer some kind of execution trust. So this enables MEV participants rely on proposer guarantees rather than just a speculative coordination. So I said that local state log is kind of a proposer commitment. So what does exactly a proposer do on the local state log? So during block building, the proposer commits to locking a specific state slots for a defined time window. So during that window, they ensure that only approved transactions can access the states and conflicting transactions are rejected or delayed. So this allows searchers to submit MEV bundles with confidence. So they know that if the bundle wins, it will execute atomically without any interference. So this is more powerful than just the inclusion because it enables reliable execution. So as I mentioned, the proposer commitments already exist. You can see that below. Inclusion list actually ensures that censorship resistant, while pre-confirmation improves the UX by giving some early confirmation signals, which is the commitments. And then local states, I mean, the more types of proposer commitments we introduce, the more complex proposer logic actually becomes. So that's where commit boost, a framework like commit boost help. It abstracts away commitment logic so that proposer can just plug in different type with just minimal operational burden. So right now we are building this local state log as a module inside that framework. So now let's return to our original motivation, cross-chain MEV. Most current approach are kind of a non-atomic. So a searcher might swap on rollup A and bridge that asset to a rollup B and then the swap. But if swaps on B fails, they incur some kind of a loss. So the first swap becomes a kind of a liability. And also solver-based intense model, the risk is just pushed onto the solver. So even the solver has a sufficient liquidity across chains, they still carries the execution risk. So if a transaction fails on one leg, the entire arbitrage is just collapse. So this enforces the solvers to either hedge, over-collateralize, or price in significance the slippage to protect themselves. So which means that it kind of limits the efficiency and accessibility of cross-chain MEV. So, and then another approach is that to use shared sequencer to synchronize block building across rollup by one centralized entity. But that could enable atomic execution, but in practice it was kind of hard. Share the sequences requires rollups give up some extent of sovereignty and block building autonomy. So this idea has some kind of lost momentum. So because of its technical and economic trade-off. So that's why we propose a different path, coordinated and decentralized atomicity powered by a proposed commitment like a local state lock. So here's our architecture. Works. We introduce a shared infrastructure layer called like a coordinator. It could be like a relayer in PBS or a gateway in pre-conf architecture, I suppose. So when searcher identifies a cross rollup MEV opportunity, they package transactions into a bundle and then submit to the coordinator. And then the coordinator use the each rollup's latest state to simulate this bundle and extract the relevant access list. And then it sends a state lock request to the proposer of each involved rollups. So, and then if both sequencers or proposers approve this lock, the coordinator triggers an auction. So searchers compete for the right to execute within the locked state context. Once the winner is selected, the bundle is inserted right after the locked state period on both rollups. So this ensures atomicity. So if one leg fails, nothing executed, and if both succeed, both are executed. It's actually a responsibility for the searchers to make this bundle, but the proposers make sure that this actually included and executed as they expected. So. And because the only locked state is restricted, unrelated transactions proceed normally, which means that rollup performance is not affected at all. And let's walk through one example. Say a searcher finds an arbitrage between Uniswap on Optimism and another DEX on Arbitrum. They touch state slot 1 to 3 on Optimism and 4, 5 on Arbitrum. The coordinator extracts the slots and then sends a lock request to both proposers. And if both agree, those 5 state slots are kind of locked. So during this lock, unrelated transactions actually continue, but transactions from users accessing those 5 slots are either queued or rejected. So during the lock, and then after locking, an auction is held, and searchers submit the bundles, and then the winner is selected based on the MEV profits, potential, and feasibility. And then that bundle is inserted after the lock, executed atomically, and the state is then unlocked. And then previously pending transaction is, I don't know, you can see, but are processed afterwards. But as you can see, this auction thing is kind of computationally heavy. Running full simulation to pick the optimal bundle, which is the most profitable bundle, is kind of expensive. So right now we are exploring some kind of combinatorial auction strategies. So from the traditional research with these time constraints settings, like we want to do just auctions less than 1 second because it's going to affect the user latency. So greedy approximation can achieve up to 95% of optimal revenue from the traditional research. So this is kind of the trade-off that we are studying right now. So we are building this POC. I think right now we are testing how this commit post integrate our local state lock, and then evaluating lock granularity, such as like we can lock just the contract address, or we can just lock our storage keys or something. So this is kind of early, but I think that the architecture is kind of feasible. So we'd like your input and then your collaboration, I suppose. So, yep, this is it. Cross-chain is one of the few mechanisms that could truly economically build rollups together. I believe that a local state lock introduces a new kind of proposal commitment to provide atomicity without changing protocol rules. So I think it fits PBS, leverage, commit boost, and those you can build on those tools are already available at this moment. So that's the end of my talk. Thanks for the Joe Berlin. It's my favorite kind of conference to share some early ideas. And thanks, Chris, to organize all of this. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Any questions before we head to lunch? All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll continue after the lunch break. So we're a bit late. We'll continue at 2:10 p.m. down here after lunch. So we have 35 minutes, grab some food upstairs, and then we'll be back here with some more interesting talks and panels.
Check one. Hey. Do. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Shaka. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And I don't have any feedback stuff going on.
No echo and no, you don't hear yourself?
No, I don't hear myself.
All right, we're set.
a tough spot after lunch break when people are still eating. And now more people are coming down. Just been finishing up their food. I did already, but some people were just like, in a moment. Try to fill up the ranks a bit also in the front. Can you come back? Cheers.
Eine der einfachsten Wege, das Krypto-Ökosystem auf Konferenz zu hosten. Dann komplementiertes USB-Hub anzuschließen für HBMI. Dann explode. Bisschen scary.
Some more relaxed activities. Let's do one more round upstairs and then we can start. All right. So we'll slowly get started into the second half of the day. And we have a nice spicy talk here from Jonah about Ethereum's disintermediation crisis. Yeah, it will be spicy and critical and clear about his opinion, what Ethereum should do. So pretty excited about that. And afterwards, we'll also have a panel to discuss more of these opinions in a broader audience.
Awesome.
Excited.
Well,
Plus
thank you for having me.
Jonah.
Is this too loud?
No, perfect.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Well, hi everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Jonah. I'm an investor and a researcher at a fund called Blockchain Capital. For those of you unfamiliar with Blockchain Capital, we were the first ever venture fund focused on crypto. So we were started about 12 years ago. Early investors in companies like Circle and Tether and Coinbase. We're also pretty large investors across the Ethereum stack. So we're investors in companies like WorldCoin and Eigenlayer and Aave and Risk Zero, amongst many others. My background, I was an engineer before this, so I wrote a lot of Ethereum smart contracts. So all that's to say, this comes from a place of love. I want to see Ethereum thrive. I want to see Ethereum work. So this is like a tough love type of talk, right? So I guess with all that being said, let's jump in. So Ethereum, as it stands today, I believe, is surrendering its most valuable asset. And that asset is Ethereum's network effects. Ethereum could have been the global economic hub, the hub through which all on-chain finance flows. But instead, in pursuing an L2 roadmap, Ethereum blundered and had relegated itself not as a hub, but as a passive settlement layer. So what do I mean by that? Well, L2's and L1's economics are divorced from each other. The L1's economics from the L2 are completely flat. An L2 that, say, generates $1 trillion in volume pays Ethereum just about the same as an L2 that generates $1 million in volume. While, of course, the L2 that generates $1 trillion in volume obviously makes more value from it for itself. These L2s, though built atop of Ethereum, have different incentives. Their goal is to get their own users, trap liquidity, and capture the most value for themselves while providing as little back in return to the L1. In some sense, these L2s are freeloaders. They benefit from Ethereum's security while providing little back in return. So this actually has pretty dire consequences. And what are they? Well, for a proof-of-stake network, the security of the network is fundamentally intertwined with the underlying asset's value. The value of ETH actually, in large part, determines Ethereum's security because it's a proof-of-stake system, right? That's the value that's staking to undergirth the network. So if you were to now judge Ethereum as a productive asset, well, the L2 roadmap, in large part, is putting stress on that because you're seeing increasing amounts of volumes and fees being captured by the L2 and not going to the L1. You're seeing fees dry up. So you might say, okay, fine, Ethereum's actually not a productive asset. It's actually a monetary asset. Well, the L2 roadmap also puts that into question. Why? Well, L2s do not incentivize the holding of ETH as money. Instead, they either promote stablecoins on their L2 for UX reasons, or they promote their own local token for business reasons. In effect, the ETH is not promoted as money. And importantly, the L2s don't even need to hold that much ETH because the cost to settle is not even that much. So while Ethereum's own ecosystem is quietly extracting its value, other ecosystems like Solana and Hyperliquid are thriving. So the situation, as I pointed out today, is pretty dire. But I think we can fix it. And what I'm going to present later is my argument is that the way to fix it is to focus on cutting latency. And I'm also going to argue that, and in order to fix it, you're going to have to deprioritize both blobs and pre-confirmations. So let's now jump in. So what does it mean to be the global economic hub? It is pretty obvious that in any large computer system, no single execution environment can process everything. We know that. You're going to have to scale horizontally. You're going to have many different execution environments. So yes, there will be L2s. But we also know, hopefully, that we're going to see trillions of dollars of assets flow on chain. And we're seeing $1 trillion of volume moving across all these disparate execution environments. And the critical question arises, what happens when value needs to be transferred between these execution environments, when value needs to move between these zones? That is a massive, massive, massive economic opportunity. And the question is, who is the hub in that world? So if I buy, say, something on Unichain, and now I want to post it on Hyperliquid as collateral, the optimal path for Ethereum would be to go from Unichain to Ethereum, Ethereum to Hyperliquid. If a large fund, let's say, buys $100 million of the S&P 500 on one L2 and I want to move it to another, hopefully that should flow through the L1 to the other L2. That's how it should work, but it is not how it works today. In reality, every actor is incentivized to bypass Ethereum entirely. Ethereum, in effect, is cut out of the most valuable flows, and with that, Ethereum loses the opportunity to both clip a fee and generate demand on ETH. So I think the good question is, why is Ethereum being disintermediated? Like, what is the reason? And the answer is Ethereum as it stands today, unfortunately, is kind of a bad product. And into that vacuum steps two classes of intermediaries, interop solutions and solvers. And they are handling the role that Ethereum should have played as an economic hub. So let's talk about interop layers. So many L2s and app chains decide to opt in to interop layers. So think, I guess, Optimism superchain. And in doing so, what do these L2s and apps do? They actually pay about 10 to 20% of their sequencer fees to the interop layer. That, in a lot of ways, is a damning indictment of Ethereum. Ethereum's interop is not sufficient, and instead people need to pay 1/10 to 1/5 of their revenue just for more seamless interop. So what are the L2s getting from these interop layers? They're getting shared liquidity, smoother bridging, and a unified UX within these zones. And importantly, when it comes to optimistic rollups, you get to dodge that 7-day painful window for the native bridge. I guess I do have to say that in fairness, many of these L2s are actually not paying the tax. In fact, they're being bribed by the interop layers to join the network. So many of these interop networks will pay under orders of millions of dollars in order to get an L2 to join their network. But this is not charity. They're not doing this for no reason. What they're doing is they're running a classic attract and extract network effects playbook. What you basically do is identify who are the most important nodes in a network, pay up for them, and soon you'll have these entrenched network effects and you'll be able to charge later and extract value later. The sheer size of these grants points to what these guys think the value of their networks will ultimately be. So this is arguably private capture of Ethereum's core network effects. These interop networks leverage Ethereum's brand themselves as Ethereum Aligns, while in reality they're siphoning off value away into their own private networks. Ethereum has to be the obvious choice for interop, has to be the obvious hub. Note that in the case of Base on Optimism, that deal does not last forever. At some point, they're going to have to renegotiate. And the question becomes, is the open source Ethereum good enough that a Fortune 500 company would feel comfortable using it as opposed to paying a double-digit tax? So the next intermediary, the solver complex. So solvers have also emerged as a direct response to Ethereum's failure as an economic hub. So in order to give users the experience of seamless interop, what do solvers do? Well, if I want to move from one L2 to the other, the solver debits me on the source chain and credits me on a destination chain. Notice there is no L1 involvement here. But under the hood, what is happening? These solvers act as effectively hedge fund-like entities, holding massive inventory across all these chains, taking delta risk, absorbing price volatility, and they pass back these fees to users in the form of spreads and high fees. So the fact that these intermediaries exist is a damning indictment of Ethereum again. Why do we need to do financial gymnastics? Why do we need to do hedge fund-like operations in order to support basic cross-chain activity? So what is the solution? How do we make Ethereum the hub again? And the answer is to compress both finality and block times. 12-minute finality, 12-second blocks, that is not a good look for a network that's aiming to be the global economic hub. These delays drive users away from the L1 and push them into private interop solutions. Ethereum's core UX problems are very clear. If you had to rank order them, they're probably it's too slow, it is too expensive, and interop is very convoluted. And arguably, lowering latency fixes all these three problems. Trivially, it fixes the speed problem. When it comes to the cost problem that Ethereum is too expensive today, well, if you reduce block times, that just means more blocks, more block space, more supply, and basic economics, supply and demand, cheaper fees. And finally, it will reduce the complexity associated with interop. So if you think about what is the driving factor of all this complexity, it is the fact that the current market structure promotes private actors to create their own solutions, fragmenting Ethereum's interop. If Ethereum's seamless enough, fast and cheap, and suddenly it becomes more economical to route through the base layer, that actually reins in the complexity associated with interop. And importantly, it will drive demand for ETH. As more and more interop takes place natively via the hub, via Ethereum mainnet, this gives Ethereum a chance to clip fees on some of the most valuable flows and, importantly, generates demand for the asset. On top of it, there's a perception benefit. Ethereum today is seen as slow and sluggish, and if Ethereum gets visibly faster, that perception breaks. So the mandate is pretty straightforward. Get faster and everything else follows. Fees, liquidity, security, and perception will all improve. So I now want to address the myth. There's this myth out there that somehow Ethereum cannot get faster. The argument is that it will break decentralization, there's no way of doing it. I reject that. I mean, for years we assumed that somehow there was a somehow the block sizes were constrained. We can never grow bigger. And turns out, we just did a little bit of digging, we stress tested it, we can support bigger blocks. We were able to increase the gas limit. So what I think we learned from this is a big problem that I think plagues our community. We have this tendency to assume that historical design choices are actually laws of nature. We assume that there's some physics associated with the current design choices. But this is engineering. We can get around that. We've sent men to the moon. We can make Ethereum faster without breaking it. So now the next question becomes, why aren't blobs the answer? So while lower latency, as we've already discussed, increases Ethereum's network effects by making it the hub, and while lower latency increases Ethereum's UX, blobs arguably do the opposite. In some sense, they make L2s cheaper, and they aid in L2's capture of Ethereum's network effects. And importantly, and I think this is not talked about enough, blobs run the risk of wasting the finite bandwidth and compute on the Ethereum network. The network does not have infinite resources, and until we know what it takes to lower latency on the chain, maybe it requires a fundamental consensus re-architecture. Until we know, wasting and burning room on blobs is a waste of resources. We could be giving away resources that we need for later. And another important thing is we're giving away resources for an asset that doesn't even generate that much value. There is such pure competition when it comes to DA. Ethereum is in a lot of ways selling a commodity, which is a pretty terrible business. So now the next question becomes, well, why aren't pre-confirmations the solution? Well, some argue pre-confirmations are great. They actually help, they lower latency, right? But I disagree. We don't need the illusion of confirmed inclusion. We need actual finality guarantees. Pre-confirmations lack the full economic guarantees of Ethereum. They're based solely on the stake of the person offering the pre-confirmation, not the network state. And if we're underwriting trillions of dollars pulsing through Ethereum in the future, large economic actors coming on chain, a single validator's guarantee is not sufficient economically. But worse, and again, this is another point that people don't talk enough about, pre-confirmations run the risk of repeating the same mistake we made with the L2s. What are pre-confirmations? Pre-confirmations, in effect, are just block space futures. Who are going to offer these pre-confirmations? Or where are the marketplaces going to be? There's going to be private marketplaces. In effect, what are we doing? We are giving up the sale of Ethereum's core asset, block space, to private parties. We're going to allow private parties to capture and extract rent on Ethereum's core asset, block space. And I think what's interesting is that a lot of venture funds are backing a lot of these marketplaces. Why? Well, there's the expectation that these marketplaces will be able to generate revenue, capture value. So We want to give up Ethereum's core asset to private parties. So what are the next steps? I think we need to do a two-pronged approach. First, we need to actually get aggressive about lowering latency. What that means is try to commit to cutting things in half, cutting finality times in half, cutting block times in half every 6 months until we literally cannot anymore. And to motivate you that it's kind of possible, libp2p and devp2p, the core networking libraries in Ethereum, are pretty out of date. They're like 12 years old. There's so much low-hanging fruit in there. And in parallel, I think we need to fundamentally rethink consensus. We were able to move the chain from proof of work to proof of stake, a pretty Herculean effort. We are now aware of so many new consensus designs that can lower latency. We need to be actively thinking about this, actively pushing the envelope on this, and in parallel, unite the community around a pretty large shift. So I guess hopefully what you guys taken away from this is that there's a real crisis happening in Ethereum. Its network effects are bleeding. I hope you also acknowledge that lowering latency in large part is a solution. It pulls the network effects back to Ethereum. So let's as a community gather behind an effort to lower latency so that Ethereum can once again become the global economic hub.
Thanks a lot, Jonah, for the very passionate and strongly well-articulated, opinionated speech. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, now I'm on. Yeah, this is actually a perfect transition into the next panel. So if there's any urgent questions, I'm happy to briefly take them now. Otherwise, my suggestion would be to hop straight into the panel, which will also be part of, and where you clearly articulated one opinion already. And yeah, very excited about that. Any urgent questions before we hop onto the panel? All right, then I would invite other panel participants. Dankrat, Phil is already here. Alex is here as well. Nice. Okay, now here you can hear me better. So yeah, this panel is about an interesting, controversial topic recently in Ethereum, how to decrease latency. Oh, Lynn as well, yes, thanks. How to decrease latency. Is the path there shorter block times? Is the path pre-conf, or is it both? And I'm looking forward to a very spicy and interesting conversation for this. We've been rotating the moderators for this a few times. Now it landed at Phil Dyan, which is an interesting choice. Usually he's a participant. Today he's a moderator. Let's see. And yeah, very excited for this. Handing it over to Phil.
Cool. I was just told I was moderating this like probably within the last hour. So please show me some patience in this regard, but I think we'll try to have some fun here. All right, why don't we go down the line and start with intros. I actually don't know what everyone here thinks about this question. The title of this panel is like pre-confs, lower latency, or both. I'd like to add a third way, neither. So please maybe state who you are and your position and why you think that in, I don't know, a minute or something.
Yeah, I'm Dankrat, now head of the protocol architecture team at the Ethereum Foundation. I think on this, my position is both, like everything is important. We need to get latencies down. We need to improve UX, and that pre-confirmations can do, but we also need to improve the economics and like, yeah, like make sure that the core, the essence of what Ethereum does remains as good as possible and remains close to the base layer. So we also need shorter slot times.
Hi, I'm Jonah. I guess for those of you who missed the introduction earlier, I'm a researcher and investor at a fund called Blockchain Capital. My position is that the North Star has to be lowering latency, not via pre-confirmations, as I said before, but true cutting of block times, cutting of finality times. The reason for this is I think it's the only solution that credibly will get Ethereum's network effects back.
All right, Alex from the ultrasound team, mostly known right now for being involved in the relay and also the ultrasound money, the meme, perhaps for people who still remember. My position, I'm sure will be involved at least for a fraction of the implementation that's needed for like either of the paths that are laid out here. I'm very undecided on what I think is a good idea here. It's also some of these timelines are pretty long and we tend to think pretty short. So I'd say I'm trying to have a very front row seat to actually what's going on, and I landed here. So yeah.
Okay, hi, I'm Lin. I'm from Nethermind, and I do protocol research around pre-confirmation, based rollups, and especially working with Tycho to bring pre-confirmation to based rollups. And my opinion here is that I think pre-confirmations are important, and I think pre-confirmations, because like you say increase like bandwidth and reduce latency, and there's a lot of efforts to do like the increased bandwidth part, and we have some ideas on how to do it, and like a lot of efforts on doing it, and we know how to do it in the L1 too, like because if you turn L1 into a whole rollup, then like you kind of get all the bandwidth benefits of the like rollup ecosystem. But we still haven't figured out how to reduce the latency part, and I think that's very important, because if you don't have reduced latency, are all these bandwidths even going to be used, or people are going to be interested in them? And like having shorter block times, I think it had limits, like to how far you can get to. And there's some limitations where only pre-confirmations can get you to. And one interested avenue that I'm interested in right now is whether we can enshrine the concept of pre-confirmations into the L1 itself. So you can have like the concept of pre-confirmations, but enshrined in L1, the validators like ensure that these are actually emitted, and like, yeah, that's my opinion.
Amazing, thank you. So it sounds like we have both latency, decay, and pre-confs. That's very cool. I'm curious about something you just said, Lynn. So you just said that pre-confs are faster than reducing block times. Do you want to talk more about that? And then maybe Jonah, do you want to reply to that, since these are the most extreme opinions I've heard so far?
So yeah, with reduced block times, like you're fundamentally limited by some bottlenecks, and one big one will be like, for example, the consensus, running the full consensus, aggregating all the signatures, and this will be a fundamental limitation as long as you are just reducing block times. And if you look at like other protocols like Solana, like they are already doing pre-confirmations. Like they are decoupling the proposer rotation from the block production. So like they have like 400 millisecond blocks, but then like one proposer have like four blocks in a row. And then each of the blocks, they also have shreds, what they call. So they have like enshrined concept of pre-confirmations in the L1 itself. And I think this is like the only way you can get under like, yeah, I don't know, like 2 seconds or something.
Ask you a question back. Let's pretend that you wake up tomorrow and there's pre-confirmations, or you wake up tomorrow and now block times are 6 seconds. What do you think will have a larger impact on the price of ETH?
So yeah, 6 seconds, because I don't think 6 seconds is like.
I'm asking you, I'm not like the price of ETH tomorrow, 6 second block times, or do you have better pre-confirmations?
Yeah, so.
Are they credible?
They're the current design.
So yeah, if it's completely like off protocol pre-confirmations, then I would actually prefer 6 second block times.
So then okay, so now let's try to say, will it be double as good, triple as good? Like, how much better do you think it'll be for the price of ETH?
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure, because but as a user, like I would say that, like I don't really get the hype around like 100 millisecond or like 50 millisecond pre-confirmations. I think that's too much. But like 2 seconds or 1 second, I think that's like UX-wise where it really makes a difference. And 6 seconds, I'm not sure like if it's.
So what if we wake up tomorrow and it's 3 seconds? Do you think that would have a massive impact on the price of ETH?
Yeah, I mean, like faster L1 is always good. Like if
so
you can get
stand to reason if the core thing Ethereum is selling is a secure hub, that doing the action that makes the price better and increases the security of the network, and also would create more network effects long term, is a more important solution.
Maybe let me pop this one also to the other panelists. So I'll start with Dankrad, or I see you're also nodding, Alex. Do you have a front run here? Ultrasound team coming in with the front run. Hell yeah.
Yeah, because I'm interested to explore a little bit more your position, because I think I lean a little bit more that I would feel the pre-confirmations are actually really, really interesting, and I'm still like imagining more in my head this vision of there is just constant, very fast transactions happening, and everybody wants to do it on Ethereum. And yeah, from this reasoning, I would say that, yeah, actually, I think the price will be impacted more by now we have so many more transactions happening so much faster, and they're not quite settled yet, but I feel like many people wouldn't care, but I'm really interested how you would respond to that.
Well, I guess who do pre-confirmations going to? So I think that if you think about who's the marginal or demand in pre-confirmations, it seems like there's probably two. There's like the L2s, right? And then there's also giving them to, I guess, solvers for cross-chain stuff, right? Like those are the two places where you think there'll be demand in pre-confirmations, or are there other places?
Yeah, I have to stick with the don't know here. I'm not exploring enough.
If it's
those two for sure.
If it's the L2s already give pre-confirmations. So it doesn't seem like it's, now the L2 is giving you a pre-confirmation on their pre-conf, like it seems like not such a big improvement. If the answer is solvers, well, if you believe trillions of dollars come on chain, if someone's make $100 million transfer.
I think there's another answer, which is the DeFi L1, right? For example, which is neither solvers nor L2s.
So you think that if we made pre-confirmations, you would see a return of DeFi to the L1?
I'm not making a prediction. I do personally believe, but I'm a moderator here, so I'm trying to keep it out of it, that DeFi on the L1 is important. But wait, let me kick it to Dankrad at this point. Like, what do you think from the EF perspective? Pre-confs, 3-second slots, what's more valuable? Do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, it's a super interesting question in the sense that, I mean, I disagree with several points that Lynn brought up. The first thing is like, there's a fundamental difference between, I would say, enshrined pre-confirmations and someone else doing pre-confirmation. So we have to distinguish between these two. And I think like enshrined pre-confirmation would actually also bring value to Ethereum, whereas like non-enshrined ones is going to be a more complicated question. The second thing I disagree with is you said like there's a fundamental limit to shorter slot times, and I don't think that's true. I think that's like too much thinking in like sort of like the protocol design we had like 10 years ago, but like actually now we know that that's not really true anymore, and we can like design very different protocols. Like yes, sure, it's going to be very, very hard work to get there, but there's no clear like intrinsic limit to how short slot times can be in the protocol.
Round trip latency of the world, but like that is, if you get there, we're crushing it.
That is not even necessarily true, right? Like, I mean, like this still assumes that you have to confirm a previous block and to confirm the next, but that's not necessarily true. So yeah, like I would be very careful with making this kind of claim.
So you think like in the L1 block time, you can get to like 500 millisecond or under 1 second?
Definitely not in the designs that we currently have, but like I think like there's no inherent like, I don't know, like physical limit or anything like that here that, yeah, that says we can't go like much below that. Yeah.
So then it stands to reason that if we want to really make Ethereum better and the right long-term solution, if there's really a theoretical way to get to sub half second, isn't that the best use of our energy as opposed to kind of doing 5% improvements on something that doesn't even give the full economic weight of the chain?
So I'm still not convinced that like having 500 millisecond block times is actually possible while rotating the proposers and avoiding full consensus, but probably missing some of the design spaces here.
I think this is something we can actually explore as a community, right? I think you're postulating that these protocols may exist, Dankrad. I'm actually personally more on Lynn's side here. I think there are physical limits, specifically in like the relativity of conflict resolution, but that's just my 2 cents. I think one of the interesting comments you made earlier, Jonah, was like, hey, there's no physical limits, we can engineer around it, but at least in my engineering degree, the whole thing was kind of about being constrained by physics, no? So how do you actually do that?
My point was that we assume where the laws of physics stand is just like incorrect. Like I don't think anyone here, I mean, unless there's someone in the room that would argue me on this one, that 12 seconds is the limit of what we could do. But we now are orchestrating pre-confirmations like, oh, the current protocol stuck at 12 seconds, so we need to do these other weird things in order to get around it, all assuming that 12 seconds is the end of the road. My argument is that we typically assume that the current design choice of Ethereum is the end of the road. My argument is the road is far longer than we think. So, and I think, by the way, as I said before, what happened with the gas limit is a great evidence of this. We just assumed, oh, the gas limit is X. Turns out it was way greater than X. And we just did not stress test it enough. Like I think you would have probably said years ago, well, you can't do like have infinite transactions being settled to Ethereum. Turns out you can via Validium. Maybe you don't get the data availability guarantee, but you can actually literally put infinite transactions into an O of 1 proof. Like there are incredible techniques out there that we can begin lowering block times, and we just assume 12 seconds is the end of the road, throw up our hands and go with the easier solution of pre-confirmations, because there's not the will, the political will in this community in order to actually push engineering. Instead, we want to like do interesting microeconomic game theory games.
And yeah, going back to background, like I think your first point was that like having this enshrining, having this off protocol as it's done right now, it's completely different. And I completely do agree, but at the same time, like, okay, we can wait until like we have shorter block time, so a lot of these use cases. But I think that's like a really wrong way of thinking about it. Like, let's wait until L1 improves, so we unlock these use cases. I think that's like I think there's a lot of things that you can experiment in like off-protocol ways, and I think the ideal case is that we experiment things in the like off-protocol ways. You do like L2 based pre-confirmation, for example, and it's all a concept of like decoupling the proposer like rotation, and you have one proposer have monopoly and pre-confirmation. We expose this design space, and we can kind of like apply that back to the O1, whatever learning we have, as long as it's like kind of isolated, and we can keep it detached from the O1. I think it's a really good experimentation ground, I would say.
Yeah, maybe to add to Steelman a little bit, the pre-conf position, that it's definitely not coming, at least I feel like from my perspective, it's not coming from the L1 just can't speed up anymore. It's just that, I don't know, the best I can do is maybe build another client that tries to do it faster, but I don't think that'll speed up the process. It might slow it down.
Right, but I mean, I think like, so I think the problem here is like you're talking about L2 pre-confirmations, and we have those, right? Like these have existed for years, and they have perfect UX and so on, and now we're introducing something new. Oh, now we want based, and then you build a complex system to do this for based. But for me, the big question is how do we get it for L1? And I don't see that coming quickly, like in the next 1 or 2 years, at least from what I see at the moment. So I think actually it's likely that we will have shorter slot times before we have good L1 pre-confirmations.
And to layer onto that, I think there is a problem with pursuing both in parallel. I mean, we have 100 incredibly bright people in the room right now, and if you had to say how many panels over the last couple of days had to do with pre-confirmations versus how much had to do with making consensus faster, there's like 0 about consensus and all about pre-confirmations. Every single conference you go to is pre-confirmations. There is very little like mind space like shared on this issue. So I do think there's trade-offs here, unfortunately. I think the problem is a political one. And to Dankrad's point, like the L2s give you a pre-confirmation already. The UI is kind of there already. So we're basically making a 5% improvement. We know there's a better improvement out there. It'll give you a bigger gain.
So yeah, I think like yeah, for L2 pre-confirmations and yes, like right now, like if you have a centralized sequencer, you already get pre-confirmations, and like that's enough. I mean, I see that point. But like the interesting thing about a base rollup trying to get pre-confirmations, it operates in an inherently like adversarial like environment. Like the proposers are like try to extract things, while so the users want good UX, but the proposer want to extract like revenue. And how do you incentivize, or how do you even have pre-confirmations in such a system? And that's like, you don't do that kind of exploration if you're just a centralized L2. Well, if you're based base rollup pre-confirmations, you kind of have to think about all those things that you have to think about in the L1 too. So like a lot of the learning that we are having like in the base rollup pre-confirmation space, I would argue that it's very like applicable to whatever we have in L1 in the future. And that's what makes it so interesting from a research perspective.
So do you think the based rollups will be used? Do you think it will attract apps?
Okay, so I think it's like very, very theoretically super interesting, that's for sure, like base rollups. And I think it's super novel, and the bull case of base rollups is that it's the only shared sequencing layer that has any potential, I would say. Like nobody's gonna opt into another rollups like ecosystem, but like the base layer is something that people can opt into. It can be a shared layer for everything, shared blobs, shared aggregate, like proof aggregation, and shared like by having shared sequencing, you can have like good composability. And I think L1 is the only potential.
I guess I'm not asking a theoretical question. I'm saying practically, like we ship based rollups, are people going to use them? Like, it could be very interesting. There's a lot of very interesting problems out there, but like, will it be used?
Yeah, so I think, so if there's 100 base rollups, being a base roll-up makes sense. Like you can share everything.
But isn't
can
that
we
argument
get there?
like saying, well, if there's a new Uber, like, there's a new Uber competitor that charges, that actually gives drivers 90% of the revenue. If they had a lot of drivers, then they'll get more drivers, of course. The problem is that there's already private interop solutions with network effects. They're saying, well, if base rollups work, we already have 100 of them, then getting the 101st one works. Like, it's not a great argument, right? Like, we already have enshrined interop networks that are private, that have good economics, that are going to win the marginal L2, and have huge bags to pay for them. As I said before, there's multi-million-dollar deals in order to get these L2s. So it doesn't stand to reason for me that if we ship base rollups, we're going to get that many interesting apps. It might be a cool research project, but it's not particularly practical. So indexing and spinning engineering wheels around a problem that's interesting in theory, but will not attract marginal users, feels like, again, a burning of resources.
Well, I guess one question I have for the panel to maybe pop the meta stack, and then you can reply to that also, is like, is that actually the goal? Like, are we encoding the goal here that like maximizing ETH price is all that matters, and like research, we can discount kind of finding the actual optimum solution because it may not achieve like the best price in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm curious, I'm not prescribing, I feel like this assumption is kind of encoded.
I think like at the very least there should be like, I don't know if ETH price is the right metric, but I think there is something like if nobody's using your protocol, then it's also kind of just useless to build it, right? Even if it's like super elegant and whatever. So I think there's something like, and for example, if Ethereum, the chain is completely like replaced by its pre-confirmation layer, then also it's like, well, why are we building it? So I think like there's something where like you have to at least like target that like important stuff happens on whatever you're building. Otherwise, like, what are you even building for?
Can I add to that? Sorry. Like, let's pretend the goal, and I actually agree with this, is to build a nation-state resistant economic hub, a credibly neutral platform for the world's economy to come, such that anybody around the world can come and use it permissionlessly, right? Let's say if that's the goal. Well, the security of that hub, because we're in a proof-of-stake system, is intertwined with the ETH price. If the ETH price falls in half, the security falls in half, right? So the strength of that, fine, maybe not perfectly in half, but the security of the platform that you're using is fundamentally intertwined with the price. On top of that, there's tremendous reflexivity in the market, right? The benefit of having a hub is network effects. If the current design choices are shedding network effects and shedding users, then you're actually diminishing the hub. So in many ways, the ETH price is incredibly important to getting that actual end goal. It is an input. And on top of that, as Dankrad said, like, what's the point of building a product for nobody to use, right? Like, the other goal is, if we're building this hub, we want to make it a useful hub for people to actually use, not a theoretical hub that no one's using. Like, we actually want to solve real problems. The goal of ETH is to actually affect the real world, not to like be fun to think about.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I'm asking this for a personal reason because we talk a lot about like winning and beating the market, and there's a lot of pressure from Solana and from people who are kind of invested into big bags and speak very loudly about things, but like, I think there is a valid perspective, like you said, the niche economic system, like Linux versus Microsoft in like the 90s.
Linux is well used. It's so well used. Almost everything has Linux inside of it. So the Linux designers are like, let's make such interesting features that people can think about and not use. Increasingly less.
No one's saying. I don't think that's true. If you look at like the whole space of things, right?
Do you think base is?
I mean, you bring up Linux, but I mean, there was like. I remember the discussions when Linus Torvalds got involved and was like, well, we need to be sure that YouTube plays smoothly, right? Like he was very aware of like, you need to like have good UX and win the users as well to like be able to like impact the world.
Yes, but he wouldn't like, let's say, take a closed source blob to accomplish that, right? Like if that was like, yes, it is important for YouTube to play smoothly, but what compromises, I guess, is the protocol willing to make for YouTube to play smoothly on ETH is kind of my meta question.
But again, this is like there's a baked-in assumption here that you can't achieve these outcomes. You can't lower latency without breaking the core promises of Ethereum. Like what you seem to be suggesting is that going lower than 12 seconds somehow it's impossible to do without staying valuable.
I'm not
in
saying
Ethereum.
anything. I never said the words 12 seconds. I think there's like a straw man here that like we can't do better than today, blah, blah, blah. But there are physical limits as you approach zero. I'm going to talk about that in my talk next. So if you're curious, stay tuned.
For sure. Okay, but we don't know what those limits are yet.
We have actually pretty good ideas in some, like we don't know, yes, 6 versus 12, fine. I acknowledge that there's optimization to be done, but we know like 50 milliseconds versus 12 seconds versus, let's say, the Bitcoin extremist position of like 10 minutes, right? Like, it's not like we're totally blind. We have like kind of 10 plus years of data on these systems.
And we have modern systems that are running pretty damn fast and faster than Ethereum. It just feels like there's a lot of room for improvement.
Right, actually, but they make different trade-offs,
do you
right?
agree
Some
we
of
can
those
get to 6
systems do
seconds?
go down, for example.
Do you agree we can go to 6 seconds?
I don't know. I think probably we can go to 6 seconds. I think there are meaningful centralization trade-offs you have to make to get there. Are they worth it? It's up to the community, not me. Is my kind of perspective. Curious what the rest of the panelists think. Maybe Dankrad, let's start with you.
I think we're currently quite far from the Pareto space, so I think like I think there's more than 6 seconds we can do. And I think like below 6 seconds, I think maybe 4 seconds is kind of the limit I envisage for the current protocols. I do think there are things we can do, but like it does definitely need a much more major upgrade to the protocol. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a short comment on it. I do feel like we can go both directions and that choices are being made. And for example, I think of now for the relay, right? There's a time where we're trying to figure out what the block is going to be that's offered to the proposer. I feel like there's quite a bit of time there where there's really nothing happening. It's just people bidding against each other to figure out who's going to win. But it's not like there's a lot happening on a better block being constructed. And that is time you could squeeze. That is time where you could be doing more with the protocol to be producing more blocks or bigger blocks or whatever that is. But then we have to figure out which direction we want to go.
Lynn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely like we can get much lower than what we have right now. But from what I hear, it's like theoretically it's very simple. Like spec-wise, it's just like reducing the time. But like I hear that CL devs, they have a lot of considerations on making these kind of stuff and like a lot of testing, and someone has to actually champion this and really hoping it happens. But yeah, still I think it's gonna take a while to actually meaningfully lower the block times. And
Maybe that would be very interesting. If we can hear like rough estimates for getting to 6 seconds, how big of a project is that? Because if it's a very long project, then I feel like all these other ideas that people are coming up with are getting more and more relevant.
Maybe even before asking that question, we can ask, I mean, we moved from proof of work to proof of stake, which was an absolutely massive transition. In fact, there was people that sunk millions upon millions of dollars into mining infrastructure that were completely cut out, right? This was both politically hard, it was technically hard, and we did it. So maybe I'm curious what that experience was like and what it took to actually get the community behind it and how long it actually took.
Yes, I mean, that definitely took a very long time, and I can't speak for the whole thing because I wasn't really like present even for the earliest days. But yeah, like I think it was a big project. I think the reality is that the Ethereum development has to become more efficient, in my opinion, to even like stay competitive in some ways. And we have to be better at getting things like this done. I think getting to 6 seconds is much smaller than this. It is definitely possible. I'm not the engineer on this. I have had some pushback from the engineers on this, but I would say from my current vantage point, it's a project that like is definitely like a several months big engineering effort, but it's not anything like the merge.
Want to check in. How are we doing on time? Okay, do we want any audience questions? This has been a spicy panel. Thank you all. So, any questions from the audience? Yes.
Yeah, so we have heterogeneous L2s. Vitalik speaks about risk V as a VM and now 6 seconds time to finality for blocks. Was Gav right all along?
Was Gav right?
Yeah, Like that sounds like Polkadot, like dangerously close with all the features.
I'm not understanding the question. I'm sorry.
No, I just
like. Are you saying like other blockchains had the idea of being faster? And
yeah,
that's a
like
bad idea?
it is not that idea, but it is like, what's your take on general like some sort of a cubification of blockchains which start to look like similar with all the features, including this.
The premise there is having similar features is bad, right? Like, why is being similarly fast a bad feature?
Well, the subtext is like why Ethereum is not the first one to come up with those ideas, taking account all the momentum and.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually a large problem. I mean, I think for years Ethereum defined itself relative to Bitcoin, right? So Ethereum was Bitcoin but had smart contracts. So it was a world economic computer, right? That was the idea, right? We're not just a layer for digital gold, we can actually do contracts, right? And I think what you've seen in parallel, people started defining themselves relative to Ethereum and saying, well, we're going to have smart contracts, but be faster. And now it feels like Ethereum is very much caught between a rock and a hard place, where Bitcoin's clearly dominating on being digital gold, and you have other proof of stake networks, and I guess not necessarily proof of stake, but other networks dominating on being fast, right? So Ethereum's kind of caught between two worlds. I think, though, what is pretty clear about Ethereum is that the way it's judged is by usage, right? Whether that's because it increases its monetary premium or whether it's because it increases the productivity of the asset. And I think speed, importantly, is one of those things that make it more useful, right? So it feels like when you're caught between a rock and a hard place, this feels like the right direction to move, even if your feature's similar to other chains, right? Like being faster is the thing that gets you more usage.
And I would even say that like having similar features is a good thing, or like it means that we're all heading in the right direction. If everyone's like arriving at the same place, then it's good. Like for example, like, and I think Ethereum can learn a lot from other projects. Like for digital sampling, we have Celestia, who's like going ahead in like crazy bandwidth, and like for the latency, I think Solana, I think there are a lot of interesting things that we can learn from them, and I think that's a good thing. Like.
Yeah, and maybe finally, the path we take to get there really matters. Like, it is good to adopt some of these early Bitcoin principles, and then that maybe makes you a lot slower to get to the speed part, but that could be, at least in my opinion, exactly the right way to get there, because you're showing that both are really important to you.
Dankrad, you want to close it out?
This is another question, I think.
Okay, one more question. Quick. Last one.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting. There's one thing, like when you talk about economic hub, to me it kind of like is close to think about attracting new money. So like probably from traditional companies. And what I hear a lot from traditional companies that I talk to, from friends from the past, I mean, when they think about bringing some money somewhere to a bank or to place money somewhere, they want a counterparty that they can sue if something goes wrong. And if they don't have a counterparty, they want security. And to be honest, quite a couple of times I've heard them like being unsure about this whole builder situation. So like I was a bit surprised to not hear, like when you talk about the risks for the economic hub Ethereum, that you mentioned like the centralization tendencies among the builders, because for people that I know, for them it's a problem because they don't have someone to sue, but on the other hand, then they want at least basically the certainty that it's safe for them.
So I guess, I mean, it seems like the evidence out there is BlackRock tokenized a $500 million fund on chain, Apollo just tokenized a fund, KKR just tokenized a fund, you have hundreds of billions of dollars of stablecoin sitting on chain. If you look at RWAs, I mean, it's just up into the right traction. The evidence is to the contrary, that there's actually increasing demand for putting assets on chain, right? So well, my argument is that is happening. It seems like financial actors are going to put assets on chain. I want Ethereum to be part of those flows. And for that to happen, it needs to compete on UX and compete on security. And right now, its security is being degraded as the price bleeds. And that's a function of less usage. And its UX is not competing on features. Look at Solana. We always thought that Solana was not going to be able to attract RWAs. Turns out they just want to deal with BlackRock put some RWAs on Solana. You have Apollo just made integration with Drift and put assets on Solana. Suddenly other chains are actually attracting marginal demand from institutions, right? So the situation is pretty dire. And I think as a result, we definitely need to be competing on UX and on speed and on security.
All right, I think that is all the time we have today. Maybe Dankrad, you haven't said anything in a while, and I would like to give the EF one closing thought on all this, and then we'll wrap up.
Well, I mean, I think it's been an interesting panel, but yeah, like I think what is clear is that I think most people at least agree that like we need to work hard on like improving, and I think like the good thing is like this is now gaining traction, and I believe like within the next 1 or 2 years we are gonna see a good reduction in the slot times.
That'd be sick.
All right, that was an intense panel. Let us give an extra special thank you for all of our panelists for duking it out and solving latency on Ethereum.
Woo! And big thanks to Phil for jumping in as a great moderator here.
Yeah, Phil, you did a great job. Thanks.
All right. So. Hello. All right, after a super spicy and fun panel, we'll move into different topics. We'll move into someone from Off-Chain Labs, Arbitrum, Akaki, who will remote dial in, and he'll talk about time boost and about ordering of transactions and rollups. What are the latest ideas there? Yeah, looking forward to his talk, and we'll just, oops. We'll just prepare so he can be dialed in. Yes, we can see you, Akaki. Can you see and hear us? Hello? You're still
Yes,
a bit...
I can see you. I'm trying to share the presentation. So do you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Maybe you can still make it full screen.
Yes. Is it full screen now?
Yes.
So hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I've been listening all day today, and it's been so far amazing event. And thanks for giving me a chance to dial in remotely. So today I will talk about time boost and ahead of time auctions, and this is kind of related to execution tickets. But I will also talk why it is different and why we shouldn't have worries about decentralization or centralization effects of time boost. So first, let me give you motivation why we think that time boost is a good idea or why we propose it. So in first come, first serve ordering policy, we know that arbitrage searchers spend resources on improving their latency because that's the only thing they can improve on, and all the resources go out of protocol, out of applications. So from protocol perspective, they are lost. And it would be nice to internalize some of that. Another concern is too many reverted transactions. And one of the reasons for this is probabilistic backgrounds that searchers are conducting, which results into checking the state probabilistically from time to time. And most of them are failures and end up only checking the state. And last, and not least, of course, some source of revenue for the chain would be nice. Now, let me first describe what is time boost. So it's still very similar to first come, first serve transaction ordering policy that Arbitrum had before time boost, except for one player that has 200 millisecond time advantage over all other players. And this advantage lasts only 1 minute. And this advantage is technically achieved by delaying all transactions of all other users by 200 milliseconds. So you can imagine that there are now these two first come, first serve queues, one coming from all the other users of the chain, and the second one coming from the time boosted party. And these two first come, first serve queues merge. Okay, and in particular, time boost does not give sequencing rights, so there is no concerns about centralization because sequencer is already centralized, but time boosted party doesn't get any sequencing rights and doesn't add to centralization. What it adds to is so the time boost introduces delay. So that's the downside of it. And only one party during 1 minute has a time advantage and hopefully extracts some arbitrage value and spends some of it in the auction. So now let me describe what is the auction. So it takes place every minute, and 15 seconds before the next minute starts, the winner of the auction is determined. The winner is the highest bidder, and the auction is seal bid second price auction. So the last highest bidder is the winner, and it pays the price of the second highest bid. Or if there is no second highest bid or second highest bid is too low, then there is a reserve price, which is 1,000th of ETH. Yeah, right now it's close to $2.5, so it's quite low. And in the beginning, when we introduced it, it was like $1.5, so it was even lower. So there are some preliminary numbers already we can look at, but we so far are not looking into or haven't looked into exactly what these time boosted parties are doing, but we can see the auction results. You can look at this dashboard done by Entropy Advisors. We can see that in about 2 months is $1.6 million worth Ether is the revenue. That's how much they paid as a second price. And $1.86 million worth Ether is deposited in the auction contract. So there is some extra $260,000 ETH deposited that sits there, and it to some parties who have deposited, their bids are, for example, upper bounded by these deposits. So we have 3 regular winners, 2 of them winning like 90% of the time, and 4 regular bidders. So 4th one is regularly bidding, but not winning so far too many rounds, less than 1%, let's say. Next, I will talk about 2 research works that we did to understand effects of time boost or how to use time boost advantage efficiently. So first is the paper that is co-authored with Ed Felten from Off-Chain Labs, co-founder and chief scientist, Robin Frisch from ETH Zurich at the moment of writing this paper, Maria Silva and Benjamin Lifshitz from Matter Labs. So we looked into automated market makers that are deployed on Arbitrum and looked into the potential arbitrage value that can be extracted with this time edge. We assume that there is an external venue, so the outside market, and arbitrages are between this IMM pool and this outside market. Assumption we made is that price is found on the external venue. Today I listened that Julian Ma does not always agree with this assumption, but at least for very liquid pairs, this is definitely the case. So it's safe to assume. But actually, it would be nice that the price is found on the chain. And we assume all the classical assumptions in the financial literature about the price movement in the outside market. We simulated Binance price in July 2024 and looked at the most traded or liquid pairs of Ether, USDT, and ARB, and there's also Bitcoin, and observed that, numerically observed that waiting for the whole duration of time advantage, so 200 milliseconds, is the optimal strategy for the arbitrager. So it's something that has been proved in the theoretical setting. We saw that holds almost for all the pairs in the numerical simulation. So now some numbers. So first, the set of numbers correspond to first come, first serve setting, where arbitrage is price difference right away. And on a minute, the mean profit on this pool of wrapped Ether and USDC, it makes on average $5. If it uses equal intervals, so that would be somewhat equivalent to priority gas auction setting where there are block times and at the end of the block, arbitrageurs compete, then the profit would be on average almost $8. But if there is 200 millisecond time advantage like time boost, so here the time interval is also equal to 200 milliseconds to have this apples to apples comparison, then average profit is $12 or almost $13. So we looked at many different pools. So this would be the real values if we plug in their real liquidity. As you can see, if the liquidity fees are 0.3%, then arbitrage value is very low. But of course, there is a trade-off that liquidity providers don't want to have such high LP fees because they also distract then noise traders. But if it's 0.05% liquidity fees, then gains are quite large. And actually here, one interesting case is Bitcoin Ether pool, which is the largest, but the arbitrage value is not very large because they are not very volatile against each other. And another question we looked in is how to give back the applications that create MEV. And one of the ways on the protocol level we can do this, and I think this is one of the most interesting things about time boost and this type of research, is that if we let the applications know about time boosted transactions, they may have specific fee structure for these transactions. So one of the ways can be that they can completely ignore such transaction, so they can drop them. And some people argue that that might be the outcome, but we think that there are some other interesting things pools can do. And we looked into one particular fee structure where the pool sets the fee that is equal to 100% of the profit, so virtual profit, assuming that the price where the arbitrageur moves pool price is the real price. But then arbitrageur can play this game by not moving the price to the real true price, but move it somewhere in the middle. And this way the pools regains value that is 25% of profit, so available value, and half of that goes to arbitrageur, and 1/4 of it still stays unrealized and is up for grabs for maybe other arbitrageurs. So that's how pools can regain some of the value. So for more details, please check out the paper that is already available online since last year. In the other work, we looked at the backrunning opportunities at Felpen, and one clear thing is they are different from centralized exchange, the centralized exchange arbitrage, because they come at random times on the chain. And since they come on the chain, the arbitrageurs randomly try their transactions because gas fees are quite low. So we try to compare time boost, first come, first serve, and PGA regimes. And yeah, so we had some assumptions. I don't have time to go through all of them and the model, but you can check this blog post. But I wanted to go to initial insights that we obtained, is that so Alice, which is the time boosted party, may not have a probabilistic strategy herself, so only react to opportunities that she observes on the chain, and that happens if gas fees are large enough. And if gas fees are small enough, then time boosted party can also have a probabilistic strategy. And another insight is that we looked into first come, first serve model, and if there are many players, then most of the value, or all of the values, if we take n goes to infinity, is spent on the gas fees. So there will be a lot of reverted transactions, and all the value will go to gas fees, and that is equivalent to so-called split. That is a discussion right now. And to compare these two settings, first come, first serve on the example distribution that we obtained by estimating backrunning opportunities, first come, first serve has 6 times higher rate of reverted transaction than there would be in case of time boost. But if we are lucky and or gas fees are large enough, then time boost actually has 0 span. And so explanation for this is that time boosted player takes away the high value opportunities from the non-time boosted parties. And we can also extend our model to priority gas options, but that is left for future research. So I think my 15 minutes are up. Thank you. If you have any questions now or in the future, please reach out to me. I'm available on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Telegram also by my name. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Akaki. Any questions from the audience? All right, then you can always reach Akaki online on X or on Telegram. And yeah, we'll head to our, thanks a lot for dialing in, Akaki. Appreciate it. All right, so next up we'll have Phil again back on stage, talking about, once again, he's our prime guest today. He'll talk about something that was recently brought up, builder decentralization. And yeah, so Flashbots has one approach to that with BuilderNet, but it's definitely a fine line to walk there to really make it happen, especially when there's like efficiency pressure towards a centralized party. Could probably be more efficient to do that. So very excited to welcome Phil for his presentation. I'm still amazed how Phil can work on this like really small screen machine there. I love it. Nice. Nice. Yes, you have roughly 30. Nice. Yes, you can have this one.
All right, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I was told by Ansgar earlier that we wanted to be less dogmatic, which is a little bit ironic because I've prepared a sermon for you all. It was too late to change it, so hopefully we can have some fun here. So today I am going to argue that one of the things the protocol actually needs to do all of these things that we were talking about and unlock its value is to do what I mimetically call uncrucify builder decentralization. So this is a talk about a great many things, but including builder decentralization. Now I had a colleague who I won't dox give me this piece of advice right before the talk because I asked for some advice. They said that we shouldn't be too arrogant by being perceived as saying like, yeah, we can't reduce blocks below 12 seconds and things like that. So I want to do some framing with you. That is not what we are saying at all. This is not a prescription on the types of problems the community or the market should address or the trade-offs it should explore. It's merely an exploration of physics and partially my religion, personally in hopefully a way you will find fun and in ways that I think imply fun conclusions about block building itself. So like any good religious sermon, I'm going to start with 10 commandments. I believe the first time I presented these was actually last year at Zuberlin. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my vague recollection of it. And I'm going to blaze through them pretty quickly because I think everyone in here has some level of context about MEV. But if we disagree on these 10 commandments, we may disagree on our conclusions, and that may just be okay because I think it's okay to have different interpretations of the world, right? So the first commandment of MEV is that MEV is a measure, not a prescription. So I think we were talking about this earlier, that there's this kind of meme around financialized use cases. I think this meme is particularly true for the MEV community. People perceive MEV as this kind of space that's intended to create middlemen, to extract value from users, to make the protocol worse, less efficient, erode the L1 guarantees. All of these things are kind of memes that I've seen about MEV. And like any good kind of non-opinionated concept, these are certainly things that happen in the MEV ecosystem, but there are also many other kind of things that happen in the MEV ecosystem. And for me, what MEV is a formula that helps us communicate actually what we were talking about earlier as kind of essential to exploring some of these trade-offs, which is the physics of value transfer and specifically conflict resolution, which I think are actually the bottlenecks for these systems. So the way I think about MEV, this is my first commandment, is that MEV is a thermodynamic financial energy. So before MEV was maximal extractable value, it was mega electron volts, quantifying units of energy. And I think we can think of MEV on the chain the same way. It is value that exists to drive the chain to an outcome of achieving finality, of achieving a single order across a conflicting set of world transactions. And the product that it's actually selling to all these financial institutions is not a fast UX, is not a slightly better way to do a centralized thing. It's a conflict resolution layer and a credible commitment layer that they can all trust to do the right thing. That's why we're seeing kind of the RWAs up and to the right on Ethereum, despite its very hostile kind of UX and even validator properties for these things, because unlocking this cooperation across difference is actually the product we're building here, and MEV is the energy that fuels this. So how do you actually build that? How do you use energy to build this and make it work? Well, we can take inspiration from kind of physics itself and the design of an engine. An engine takes fuel, which stores potential energy in a chemical configuration, and it causes a chemical reaction that turns this fuel into some form of useful work. Not with perfect efficiency, often with efficiency as low as 20 to 40%, but the key concept is taking this storage of energy that is not actualized, that is not doing work for us, and releasing a reaction such that this energy arrives at a lower entropy state, and we can capture some of this reaction to do some work that we find useful as humans. Now, what does an engine need to do this? Well, it needs the combustion inside the engine to be two things. Number one is efficient, and number two is contained within the cycle of the engine itself, so you can actually harness this work to achieve the outcomes you want, which again is this conflict resolution of the world's conflicting preferences and the financial system. This is a kind of basic one, but it's for anyone who's kind of hopped on the REV meme. It's worth noting transaction forms, yes, are a form of MEV. Shout out Bitcoiners too. But they do not by themselves define an engine. So how is this actual conflict resolution expressed into the transaction fee? Well, it can be through these very complex meta mechanisms that come with meta strategies that are actually encoding completely different economic properties. So that's what we tried to study in Flashboys 2.0, is actually understand, yes, the physics of how these transaction fees are actually percolating into conflict resolution on the Ethereum blockchain pre-Flashbots. So in this context, honest BFT is dead because it is this financial energy that ultimately defines the real physics and the real output of your engine, and therefore, if you want to think about value, the real value of it as well. So all protocols or engines need combustion efficiency. So we need to take this energy and efficiently reach kind of the final states. That's where a lot of past proposals that we've seen have fallen short. So a few people have mentioned the kind of spam issues that various L2s face. There are also various latency externalities. We just saw a presentation about that. These are all kind of aspects that affect how efficiently you can achieve this conflict resolution from this potential energy. And it's very, very, very important to be MEV aware and to think about how efficiently are you actually executing and using these user intents and transactions. Hardly anyone is doing this now, so despite the fact that we have actually fairly rigorous mathematical formulas for what MEV is, they're not really in the conversation or the discussion of how we build a lot of these systems. Even here at MEV Day, we've barely scratched the surface in a few talks of like, where is this actually coming from and how is it affected by the way people transact, by the way we change fee mechanisms and blockchain structures and consensus protocols. So let's start actually doing more science here. Engineering, science, and physics, we need all three of these things. In my opinion, this is my personal opinion, geographic decentralization is actually the fuel for Ethereum. It's what makes this network valuable against things like Bitcoin and against things like Solana. It is why the whole of Ethereum is greater than the sum of its parts, and it's how we not just provide the venue where TradFi can tokenize its existing products, And we don't just provide the retail liquidity for their rent extraction, but this is how we actually show TradFi how markets can be done and can be better, and how we make existing market structures obsolete. We use this energy to actually achieve efficient user outcomes rather than efficient outcomes for entrenched parties. We're already doing this, so I want to give the community some credit, right? If you go to someone in TradFi and you say, hey, take your NASDAQ, your NYSE, and run it on a bunch of servers that are completely hostile, that are always trying to maximally reorder you, censor you, and insert their own transactions to extract from you as much as possible to serve their own interests rather than yours. We lean into this principal-agent conflict rather than regulating it. They would think you are crazy and that you could never trade on such a system. But if you already look at the dashboards and the raw data and the raw numbers, it is already a more attractive place to trade volume for volume than TradFi is. It is already beating TradFi today on some axes, and I think that's something we need to lean into rather than losing. We should be very proud of that. So some trillion-dollar questions is, how do we actually contain this MEV within the protocol? How do we harness this work? That's where privacy is actually the key. So kind of philosophically, a lot of this energy comes from the private information, the private intents, the private signatures, and the private signals that users are kind of operating on in the network. That's where the value comes from. That's how it is extracted. So in order to harness this better within our engine, we need to build our engine very thoughtfully around the privacy that this fuel actually requires to combust properly. This comes in MEV time privacy tools like TEEs in the block building stack. It comes in better order flow auctions like MEV share, MEV blocker, comes in richer user tools, and in many, many other places. But we need to explore this privacy kind of efficiency frontier more. An engine without useful output is wasteful, right? So what is the actual useful output of running this block building process? Well, the useful output is aligned user outcomes under economic conflict. So in a world where some people win and some people lose, and they're very incentivized to drive the state of the world to their specific outcome, a credible outcome is more valuable than actually anything because it is the hardest thing to achieve. And this is what Ethereum needs to do. To achieve credible outcomes, we need to have a credible process for compromise. So how does this actually look like? This is my diagram of the MEV engine. So there's latent MEV in fuel. This gets combusted by search, by exploring these possibilities of how this fuel can propagate into useful work. That usable work is in the block creation, the advancing of the blockchain, and the credible state that reconciles all these various conflicts that are represented by the system. That's then distributed out to various parties, to user outcomes. Users want the best price for what they're getting. They want the lowest fees. Yes, they also want good UX. That should be in that box. To searcher outcomes, who want to profit off of the arbitrage and the risks they're taking, and to validator outcomes, who want to be compensated for rewarding and securing the chain. So the distribution problem is not leaning into any one of these boxes, but rather, how do you efficiently move value through the pipeline to all three of those things? Okay, this is a spicy take. Catch me outside if you disagree, but sandwiching is also not always bad for user outcomes in this context. What matters is not an abstract technical property of the transaction order. It's not how you represent your fee. It's the PGA people play on top. It's not your game. It's the meta strategy that people use to PvP each other within your game, right? So what we need to do is flip the scripts on these PvPs so that users actually benefit. Simple example, if a user demands $1 million of refund for their transaction, and someone needs to sandwich them to get this, well, clearly it's great for the user, right? So we need to be giving the user the tools to leverage their information, to demand the best outcome for them, and not so much worry about technical semantics that offend us. Let's avoid defeatism. I'm not saying we can't do things. I'm not saying we can't get down to 6 seconds or 2 seconds or whatever else you want to think about. But I think we need to be very thoughtful about how we actually keep this conflict resolution credible, decentralized, and valuable in all the ways it has been today. So to start, these are my 10 commandments. MEV is a measure of financial energy. Transaction forms are a type of that. We need to combust it efficiently. We need to reconcile this useful output with the best user outcomes, with useful validator outcomes that do keep this chain secure and keep this engine running. That is the prompt for us as crypto researchers and crypto developers. Sandwiching to that respect is not always bad, neither is front running. We should kill these kind of technical memes that focus on transaction ordering and instead think about power structure and economics. those are much more interesting. So now I'm going to talk about what to actually do now that we have these commandments established. And if you don't agree with me, you probably won't agree with what to do, so you can just see this as entertainment value. I wrote this post I think probably 2 years ago at this point. It is my #1 piece of recommended reading if you care about what I personally think about this market. It talks about my thoughts that geographic decentralization, and specifically economic geographic decentralization, as I define it, is the most important property of what we're building. It is where the value comes from. This is you, a consensus researcher sitting at MEV Day, and if you can manage to make this pivot in how the community thinks, well, maybe you can win a Nobel Prize in economics, right? So why geographic diversity? Why is this the right way? Well, the first time I wanted to do this, I asked GPT, but it was down. So that's kind of why it's the right way. That was 2 years ago. Luckily, GPT has gotten a lot better. So here's its recent answer. It talks about how decentralization is not necessarily a binary property or even a measurable one. It's a spectrum across all of these things like validator diversity, stake distribution, governance, the actual topology of the computers on the network, and jurisdictional independence in the actors within the system, right? And it also talks about why these things are super important to MEV. I cut that part out, but you can ask GPT if you're interested. So what do we actually do here? How do we get this geographical decentralization? Well, I claim we need to uncrucify something that's been crucified in ETH. This is probably the spiciest part of my talk. Sorry if this is religiously offensive to you. I actually asked GPT to clean it up more, first by making it less Christian coded, then by making it non-binary. It refused to do that about 6 times because it told me I was violating its content policy. I don't know why a non-binary uncrucifixion violates any kind of content policy. Seems fine to me. It eventually gave me one because I kept typing please, which is the best prompt engineering hack. Just type please until it does the thing, right? Then it generated a nude image for me that I couldn't use, and I asked it to fix that, and we ended up with something that I actually like. So AI is not going to kill us all yet, but we do need to uncrucify these 2 things in my view. This is kind of the key takeaway of what I want to work with people in this room on in my talk. So the first thing I think we need to uncrucify is what I call builder, or if you want to call it big node in the rainbow staking model, decentralization. So this is the idea that we need to leverage and lean into these existing centralized computation properties to get their benefits. Nodes already have fast networks, so let's use it. We can have big computation nodes, so let's deploy those to get useful things. I think an important thing to really dust off the shelf is how do we then take those things and make them more distributed and decentralized in nature? Because if not, those will become future power centers in our protocol that we'll be grappling with at this exact conference probably in 5 or 6 years. For me, this is in somewhat religious, uncrucified opposition to the endgame post by Vitalik, which basically says we're going to have big nodes, let's kind of constrain them, and maybe that's still good enough. I don't think that's good enough. I think we should decentralize those things as well, and we should demand a roadmap for decentralizing those activities, including from Flashbots, by the way. The second thing I think we need to uncrucify is vibes decentralization. So I think there's a lot of insecurity in the Ethereum community from being yelled at on Twitter, from like refreshing CoinMarketCap too much over the past like 10 years, from various other sources of psychological trauma, to an extent where people have forgotten why we started this thing, right? So Ethereum is not where it is today because it's optimizing for metrics or TPS or latency or anything like that. It is where it is today because it actually is building meaningful decentralization, because you all have the power to decide these things, not just me, not just the EF or the people that were sitting there, and because that is fractally true across every aspect of this protocol. The companies that we complain about are a part of this decentralization. The community members companies then complain about are also part of this decentralization, and it is a great thing, and we should be proud of it rather than being insecure that we can't put it on a dashboard for a VC. That shit does not matter. So I would uncrucify going for decentralization in terms of vibes. Decentralization is not a dirty word because we can't make a graph for it. We need to remember why we're actually here. So I think those are my 2 prescriptions for you all. Uncrucify these things. Why? Well, I think why is because this is a very important time to do it. If you look at where Ethereum nodes are, especially in the big node use cases for the blockchain today, it's primarily US and Europe.
Not only that, but I'm reading blog posts from A16Z talking about onshoring more crypto because it's utilitarian optimum, because the big money can come in with comfort, right? And where does that actually end for the protocol? Like, does anyone really think that ends in censorship resistance? Do they think it ends in any of the people in this room mattering to anything? Because personally, I don't. I'm very, very bearish on that vision. So I think we actually do need to get away from this status quo, and the pressures have in fact mounted into geocentralizing the network towards existing financial flows, towards existing asset use cases, and towards existing TradFi regulatory moats that are actually very dangerous for the protocol, right? So we can napkin draw inclusion lists all we want, but when the regulation comes, it's not going to be quite so simple, right? We also say we care about neutrality, but what does that really mean? How can we be neutral? How can we even pretend to be neutral if our graph looks like this? It's very hard to do, right? Why do we care? There's also a value thesis for this. So whether it's a fast or a slow system we need to build to achieve these goals in the optimum case, these goals unlock value that cannot be unlocked by TradFi because it comes from this cooperation across differences, across regulatory environments, across people who won't cooperate infrastructure, trade with each other, or trust each other's infrastructure to process their sensitive data. Blockchains allow these parties to collaborate, and that unlocks far more value, in my opinion, which I can now say as a speaker and not a moderator, than 6 or 3 second slot times. And we need to preserve this. That doesn't mean we shouldn't also have 3 second slot times. It means we need to actually do both and not just say, yeah, you know, whatever, send it, compete, or we're doomed. Also, a fun stated objective of the Ethereum protocol is to survive a thermonuclear war. This is one of the things Vitalik said early on that I thought was very interesting and actually salient. If people here meaningfully trust Solana to be as robust in a thermonuclear war than Ethereum today, maybe talk to me after. I'd be curious to mine your brain on why that is. But personally, I don't, and I think the reason is because we've preserved this, because we've taken a lot of these compromises, even when there's market pressure, even when there are waves of competitors, EOSs, the Polkadots, the Solanas, whatever kind of VC-backed thing is pumping now. So we do need to remember these things. That doesn't mean, again, to shut things down, to shut down innovation. It means to have our principles and still preserve those in the face of pressure. It's very important. Fairness, right? We say we care about that. And what is fair in a geo-centralized system? What is fair in a system where most of the tokenized assets are tokenized by BlackRock? There's very little that seems fair in that to me for the future of humanity. And I will stop working on crypto if that is the future of Ethereum, just because I don't consider it fair or just. Right, okay. We are building infrastructure. We're building infrastructure, and that's important to remember. Infrastructure that allows people to cooperate, infrastructure that's hard to build, that comes with trade-offs. Sometimes it's congested, sometimes it has traffic, sometimes it needs renovations that are harder to do than if the infrastructure were not so critical. Let's respect ourselves in that. Okay, here I was going to talk about the bear market, but this joke is kind of stale because it's kind of a bull market now. But you can think of the bear market as being either scary or cuddly. That was kind of the point here. And the bear market actually kind of often gives us cuddly opportunities to do things right. So what I think we need to do, 3 steps: understand what this property actually is that's allowing this cooperation, so we're not just shooting blind and saying like, oh, 500 milliseconds seems tough. See if there are useful metrics that are subsets of this that don't define the entire problem, because like I said, that's difficult, but at least allow us to study subsets of this, perhaps the MEV formula, and come up with a principled and more consistent way of evaluating new protocols. So if someone suggests MCP, if someone says let's lower the slot to 3 seconds, if someone says let's triple blobs, whatever new protocol, let's do this dApp chain that does this kind of sequencing, let's do this latency auction on top of an L2. How do we actually evaluate these things against each other from a geo-centralization point of view? This is kind of one thing I'm going to suggest, maybe a very high-level approach, but I think everyone really needs to think about and work on this. My personal belief is that the only decentralization we should really care about is decentralization of power. Architectural decentralization of the big nodes will arise if that power is shared. And so it should be a goal of us as technical developers and researchers to make sure we serve and protect this decentralization of power, or at least don't erode its possibilities to exist.
My last axiom is that you can't have this decentralization of power if you're building for a particular geography. It's fundamentally contradictory. In a particular geography, there are centralization vectors of power. So you need to build global systems to actually have this work. So this is my proposed, I guess, physics of geocentralization, to use some trolling, which is kind of do your game theory and model a game, for example, some blockchain with a player set P, and then two different networks, network N and a network N prime. N models real network latencies, let's say between various kind of points on the globe in the internet today. And N prime assumes that all of your players are essentially co-located in the same data center. And then consider, in this case, an arbitrary. You can do it over kind of the min or max value. There's different ways to study this curve. But you can look at kind of how varying N prime over N changes your profit for various kind of choices of the player P. And by doing that, you can see basically how much better is the best off player if everything kind of moves towards co-location. I believe this is the biggest threat to crypto today. I believe in a co-located world, latency dominates markets. I believe in a world where latency dominates markets. TradFi has a structural and capital edge over crypto that no one in this room, including myself, can overcome. And I think it's really important that we do not build systems that accelerate this moat that TradFi is already relying on to take over what we're building now. I call this the geocentralization coefficient. We should study it. Maybe there will be a Nobel Prize or something. I don't know. Let's use a practical example, right? So we were talking about, oh, there's no physical reason why you can't reduce block times. Maybe Dankrad hypothesized this is only true for the current class of protocols. Well, I haven't seen this magical new class, so I'm going to do this same picture once I see it, I promise. But let's look at the current class of protocols and think about a world on the left where we have 10 millisecond block times and one where we have 5 millisecond block times, with validators kind of distributed in such a network topology. And let's assume all but one validator are co-located in the same data center. Not an unrealistic thing. Many validators are in AWS East. Many other ones are in Hetzner, for example, on Solana. I think 40% or 30%. It's a high number. So this is a pretty realistic topology. But then we have one validator who wants to participate that's a little bit farther out. They're 20 milliseconds away. Not that far on the internet, just across Europe, right, from Hetzner. So let's look at the left, right? So look at the profit in these various, the ratio of profit in the various network topologies. So on the left side, right, this is kind of very bad. So I always forget which one was N prime. Okay, N prime is epsilon. So this is a very, very high ratio on the left side, because if everyone here has basically zero latency, then this player can participate. But if everyone here has some latency, then basically this player will like be guaranteed to make no money. So if you take like the min over this ratio is going to be very low. I might have flipped that long plane ride. You get the idea, basically. If you have 10 millisecond block times, your 20 millisecond validator can't participate, and your profit is going to be much higher in the co-located network. If, on the other hand, you have a 5-minute block time, well, this 20 millisecond delay, it probably makes at most an arbitrary difference in how much profit that this validator makes. So this ratio is actually probably fairly close to 1. Which is kind of the optimal ratio, right? If this ratio is 1, you have no pressure to co-locate within your system. Why does this matter? Well, if there is pressure to co-locate, people will iteratively move to do this. This is kind of research we're doing at Flashbots in kind of several different models and simulations, but that's kind of the core idea of the intuition of the physics there. Right, so in this world, in this network topology, it's probably a lot more bearish for geo-decentralization and for achieving this credible compromise, these credible commitments, than to have a 5-minute block time. The Bitcoiners are actually right. They noticed this way back in like 2008 and 2009. Satoshi even wrote a lot about this, right? Again, I'm not saying we should pick extremes. I left Bitcoin because I thought they were a little bit too extremist and dogmatic, but we should understand this trade-off surface in a much, much more rigorous and scientific way than we have been. This also applies to crypto technology. So here is an interesting argument for why we prefer to use TEEs over something like MPC in decentralizing block building because of its geocentralization properties. So consider a two-party computation where two parties just want to jointly compute on some private data. You can instantiate this in SGX by having each party kind of swap X and Y in each other's inputs encrypted to each other's SGXs, potentially on a blockchain if you want a reliable broadcast channel, and then each SGX can kind of evaluate the output of this function. You can also do this in an online 2PC protocol using a variety of techniques where Alice and Bob, or whoever the two nodes are here, will go back and forth trading some cryptographically kind of intermediate outputs to eventually arrive at kind of the same function result. So let's say that each can receive like some $20 reward for completing the computation, right? So in this SGX world, all you're doing is basically swapping inputs. This has kind of minimal overhead to the rest of the network, right? So Alice and Bob can do this computation very efficiently, kind of no matter where they are located relative to each other. Let's say they have 1 second latency, then this computation will take about a second, right? Now think about MPC. Because MPC is a round-based interactive protocol, they need to communicate back and forth several times. So the effects of this latency of an internet deployment of these protocols basically compounds their desire to co-locate. This protocol gets exponentially better as the two nodes get closer and closer together. This protocol gets linearly better as the two nodes get closer and closer together. For decentralization, this is the kind of incentive structure you want, not this, actually. And that's very important. So I am arguing here that TEE, I guess it's the new SGX, protocols can actually be more geo-decentralized than pure crypto because of the physics of literally communicating information and how we use that to encrypt information and then leverage its value into these engines and these global compromises. Don't lose hope. Let's avoid defeatism. We need to study these things. They're not barriers. They're actually the key to unlocking the value of what we're building, the important properties of beating TradFi. Okay, I'm going to say one last thing, and then I will wrap. I don't know when I actually started, so hopefully I'm still good. But we're doing many things at Flashbots to help these goals, so let me shill some of them to you today in case you want to jam on any of them. A garden of infinite TEE applications. We believe TEEs are very geo-decentralized trade-off points despite their low security. So we're trying to, I mean, not low security, but their complicated security model. So we're trying to find use cases for that are more decentralized than existing order flows on Ethereum. So we can push the block building market away from things like Binance, away from things like, you know, classic DEX flows and into the edges of the internet, build this more robust geo-decentralized network. We run high-performance TEs in production for every single product we do, basically. So this is something we're very actively pushing. We also want these TEs to eventually be open with open manufacturing. This is a longer-term research question. If we really do believe hardware is needed to achieve good geo-decentralization trade-off points, well, we need good hardware. And I think the crypto community is positioned to pay for that and to build it. We need new security models, so we still don't understand how to build these things fully securely with TEs or otherwise. We need to think more about geo-decentralization. My definition is very rudimentary. There's many ways to study it. There's a lot of work we can do. So I think we need to do that. A big one I want to call out that we're working very hard on at Flashbots, and you'll probably hear a lot in the next maybe 6 months or so, is anonymous broadcast and privacy. This is for properties the community wants, such as censorship resistance and inclusion guarantees. I personally believe it's not enough to have inclusion lists and forced inclusion. I think we need to make everything from the IP layer of the protocol to building a block completely private end to end. I think that is the goal that we're working on, and we have several projects working in that direction. And it will provide a much stronger form of guarantee than forcing certain actors to take actions. We also do need to think about market structure and economics because it matters to beating TradFi. Putting $1 trillion on the chain doesn't matter if BlackRock has 90% of the validators and you have to go lobby them to run your protocol. That's a pretty sad world, and if we end up there, well, I'll be sad. We collaborate with everyone, yes, even if you've been an anon talking shit about us for the last like 3 years, yes, we will collaborate with you, we love you. It's all MEV, blah, blah, blah. So let's uncrucify big node and builder decentralization. Let's not be insecure about decentralizing our systems and the fact that it's hard to put that into a dashboard that we can tweet at Anatoly. And let us keep building the most decentralized platform to reach consensus on the most sensitive and contentious things in the world, starting with financial transactions and going from there. So I put some upside down crosses there to make it a little bit less religious and a little more sacrilegious. But we need to rise above TradFi gaslighting and defeatism. It is possible to escape these traps and to build geo-decentralized systems. We've already done it to a large extent. Let's keep shipping it. All right, that's all I have. Questions about any of that? I'm going to put
Thanks
this
a lot,
up
Phil.
because
There seems like it's a good amount of questions. I'll start with a quick one and then I'll pass to the other ones. So it seemed like in the beginning you said there's a clear trade-off between latency and geo-decentralization, correct? But like
Yeah.
with TEs, it's possible to potentially mitigate that?
Well, it depends. So like, it's kind of these pictures, right? So if you have two people computing an output, you can mitigate it to a greater extent than if you have, let's say, the network of people that are together needing to decide and doing communication, or if you have, let's say, a committee doing highly interactive communication. I think there are different limits in different contexts. We need to like study the curve. Even for the 2PC case, Ts are not perfect because as you get closer, you're still going to be able to compute it faster. It's just not exponentially faster with every millisecond you shave, unlike with, for example, the MPC case or with FHE or like a number of other protocols.
Yeah, it seems like the shared state across a lot of actors and consensus finding in general is like a problem that opposes that a bit, but yeah.
It is both the opportunity of MEV, yes, it's why these things are valuable, because if we can credibly find this shared state, it is very valuable economically, but it is also the challenge, yeah.
Cool. All right, I'll pass it for a few questions. You had one here?
Yeah, thank you for the mic. Yeah, I'm Matej. We actually maybe been faming the space like based on the paper from 2017 on the space Ts. And my question would be like, this model is actually the good slide that I would like ask about the new security model in the Ts. Like what if actually would they put these in non-terrestrial environment like outside of the planet?
Yeah, we've also been thinking much along these lines. I think bullish on space TEEs. So let me talk about BuilderNet decentralization, because ostensibly I was supposed to talk about that and I didn't. I see 3 steps for BuilderNet specifically. There's like replication of nodes, so having more people do the same building process in a fault-tolerant way. There's then distributing that computation. So if you look at one block being built, maybe there are multiple actors involved in doing that single computation. And then there's decentralizing it, which is like many power structures involved in the thing. I think to get to even distributed BuilderNet properly, we need to leave the cloud, right? Which is hard to do with TEEs because they don't consider physical attackers. Intel does not consider them in the security model. So we need to do things like, for example, Ts in space, other hardware security metrics that are credible. I think that's the stopgap to fully open TEs that will like get us out of the cloud sooner. That'll let us like decentralize a lot more of these big nodes. Yeah.
I mean, we present in the Bangkok on the flashbots that actually that either you put it in the space or in the deep down in the ocean. So.
Yeah. I mean, you can do the Ocean Gate sub. You can do a volcano. We've talked about volcanoes. We had like a fun idea where we would like get Red Bull to sponsor a show where like to break the system, you need to go in the lava of a volcano, then you need to dive under the Atlantic Ocean, and you know, there's like a series of kind of steps. Yeah.
Very, very cool talk. So many questions and ideas, but I wanted to ask, do you guys at Flashbots have like an idea or vision of like what an end game for a protocol like Ethereum might look like? Like if we really like maximize these properties, like is there some magic mechanism we find to incentivize nodes to be like equidistant on the surface of the earth, or like basically like what's in this vision, what's the end game?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's hard for me to like answer a full end game because I think probably these things will always need to evolve to like some extent. Like I don't believe in the ossification thesis or the Bitcoin approach of like minimizing protocol changes for that reason, like personally. So it's hard to say like pure end game, but maybe the ideal, I think for me, is like kind of encoded in the name of the project. Like what is Ether? It is the pervasive like universe force that is everywhere. And so what is the end game? Like the protocol disappears, it's everywhere. It's like not even relevant where it is.
That is the ideal, the like platonic ideal of Ethereum. That's like an opinionated, like better way to do things for the world. I believe if it ends up all in a US data center, like that very name, like the vision is like fundamentally betrayed. And we lose a lot of value. It's like both.
Can you comment, so in order to break these latency advantages that come to being close to like some data center or something, can it also be done by multiple concurrent proposer protocols, or is there a reason why you see that that's not possible?
No, it can't, because I have like, we can get into a deeper discussion later, but my personal answer is like hard no. Because like think about how MEV is extracted, right? You want to statistically bias an ordering towards an ordering that you like and like away from one you don't, right? There are still ways to do this in MCP, controlling certain nodes, controlling key nodes, optimizing network infrastructure within MCP, spamming nodes, reselling data out of various nodes. Like there's like a wide attack surface to like actually manipulate and bias like the final output ordering, which gets worse as you like actually geo-distribute it. So the more latency that nodes have within like a single MCP kind of consensus round, the less they're able to actually like deterministically arrive at like the real thing, and the more manipulable your final order becomes against, for example, latency actors. Like when you game out latency actors in MCP, it's quite gnarly. You can catch me offline if you want to do that, because we're not going to do it back and forth on the mic here, but this is my personal analysis of it. Take it or leave it.
Seems like a fun back and forth discussion
Yeah.
to continue after. All right. Thanks a lot, Phil. Give it up for Phil.
Thank you so much.
And next up, we'll continue straight on the Flashbots path with Robert, who will talk about MEV, the limits of scaling, and spam bots. We'll bring him up remotely. There he is.
Excellent. Sounds good. Can you see my slides?
Yes,
I think
we
so.
can see.
Okay, so this is a piece of work that we just put out on our writings website. There's a lot of content, so I'm going to have to rush through this a little bit fast. But I encourage you to go and read the posts, engage with its arguments, read all of the data, because there's a lot here. We're not going to be able to get through all of it. And what we do, I'm going to have to rush a little bit to get through. So I'm Robert Miller. We're talking today about MEV, spam, high throughput chains, and its effect on scaling. So why are we talking about this at all? It's because the industry has invested a ton in the last couple of years, quite successfully, in scaling throughput of blockchains. So this is growthepie.com. You can see here over time how a lot of these scaling investments have paid off, most notably with Base, which today is processing something like an Ethereum mainnet block every single second, but across many, many different rollups as well. This has led to an effect on fees that everybody could guess. So the median transaction cost on one of these rollups is about 1/10 to 1/20 of a cent these days. But MEV has entered the chat, it's entered the picture. And what we found is that MEV is causing spectacularly wasteful, incredibly wasteful usage of this newly highly scaled block space. And it's actually limiting our ability to scale. So on Solana, spam bots trying to blindly capture MEV are consuming 40% of block space, CUs in the Solana case, but they pay only 7% of the fees. And we found across multiple top rollups on Ethereum that spam bots are consuming more than 50% of gas. They're paying less than 10% of fees. So this talk is going to examine behavior, talk about why spam bots are spamming the chain, why that's the dominant strategy, look at some novel data that we derived, and then talk about how to fix this problem and get back to unleashing the potential of scaling in full. So to understand this, we're going to start by looking at a single spam transaction that was successful. This is an example on Base. You can look at my article to get the actual transaction link and everything like that. At face value, it's not that notable. This bot paid 2 cents in a transaction fee to make about 12 cents in an ARB. It uses about 1 million gas. Not that much to see here. You might expect it to be very efficient because it's an ARB bot. But if you go to the smart contract behind this bot, you look at any of its transactions, it looks kind of like this. Again, doesn't really seem like there's anything notable here. there's no tokens transferred. The call data is not interesting. There's no events, no state changes, nothing really to see. The only indication that you have that something interesting is going on here is that this transaction uses 2.6 million gas. What's going on? Why is it using so much gas? If you look under the hood at the traces of this ARB, you can see that it's actually, or this transaction, revealed the plot a little bit. You can see that this transaction is actually calling many different DEX price functions. So slot 0 is Uniswap v3, get reserves is Uniswap v2. And it does this dozens of times. I think it's something like 70 to 80 different times it calls a DEX price function many, many different times. And if we look at the logic a little bit more, it's fairly simple. It's a transaction to the chain that is querying the prices of DEX pools. If a profitable ARB exists between these DEX pools, it executes it like the first transaction that we looked at. But if it doesn't, it does nothing, it terminates. It just uses a ton of gas to call these DEX pool prices and try to find an ARB. If it doesn't find anything, it just terminates, and it looks like the second transaction that we looked at. This is 2.6 million gas being used simply to read the latest state of the chain, all these DEX prices. And so for the purpose of this talk, that's what I mean when I say spam, and we're going to look at a bunch of data. We're classifying it as a transaction that looks like this one, which is making at least 4 DEX price calls with 0 token transfers. If something had a token transfer, we figure it's probably useful to someone. So spam here is getting a ton of DEX prices on chain, not making any token transfers. And that's kind of the logic of these spam bots in general. We're looking at a specific one, but you can generalize this across EVM chains and even to Solana as well. So this is a specific instance of a spam bot. We looked at 2 transactions. Why is this behavior, or sort of what's the impact of this behavior first before we talk about why this is the dominant behavior. So for this bot, it makes on average 350 failed tries of finding ARBs, 350 failed transactions before it gets this single ARB. And that means for every single ARB that it finds, that 12-cent ARB that we looked at, it's spending about 130 million gas, approximately 4 full Ethereum blocks worth of gas that's essentially only getting DEX state and trying to calculate for ARBs just to find this single ARB. It's unreal how inefficient these are. That's a 650x efficiency gap. Because in theory, you could be performing the same economic outcome of this single ARB for about 200,000 gas. So this is super, super wasteful. And that's only looking at the gas that is being consumed. That's not looking at the impact on the hardware requirements, how much it costs for full nodes, state usage. As an example, we have some data on DA usage a little bit later too. So this is extremely wasteful. We looked at one bot, but this is sort of a systematic behavior across many different types of bots too. So why is this the case? What are the root causes of this? And the root cause that I want you to take away is that the only profitable way to search in this context is to read the latest state inside of a block by writing a transaction in that same block. So on the right here, I have a fake block where at the top in index 2, the second trade in the block is a real user's trade that creates an ARB. And at the bottom, you have a bunch of these blindly back-running spam bots that are doing on-chain searching. And the transaction in index 11 is the transaction that captures this ARB that is created by the second transaction in a block. But if this bot did not write a transaction within that same block, if they waited to the next block to try to read the state, then one of their competitors would have already captured it by writing a transaction within that block too. And they're forced to do this on chain for a few reasons, and they're able to for a few reasons that I'll list out for you. So the first is that transactions are expressive, which means that you can actually encode your entire ARB logic on chain. This is kind of the purpose of smart contracts, this expressivity that allows you to encode your logic in a smart contract, dynamically change transaction execution. The second is that there's private mempools. So on Base or Solana, in theory, users' transactions go directly to the sequencer or the leader. They're executed, and searchers don't have visibility into them. And so the only way to kind of get the latest state, know what users' transactions are doing, is to do your searching on chain. Third thing is that many failures can be subsidized by a single ARB because fees are so cheap, because we have kind of scaled this block space. And lastly, there's a really inefficient way of auctioning off block space. The only way for searchers to increase their probability of winning this auction, of capturing MEV, is to send more transactions that use more gas at more places within the block. Because that's the only way to increase your odds in this sort of probabilistic game that you're blindly paying. And that just incentivizes people to use more and more gas, and they're competing on using more gas instead of competing on paying a better price. And the net effect of all of this is the spam that you see on chain, where searchers are forced to do on-chain searching and consume huge amounts of gas in order to compete to extract MEV. So what's the effect across the industry? Can we look at data, see how bad of a problem this is? We investigated top rollups on the OP stack. The OP stack really just because data was available there in a way that it wasn't for other rollups, but it exists. Spam exists on those other rollups too. And here's what we found. So across the 4 top OP stack rollups, Unichain, Optimism, Base, and World, in the last couple months, spam reached above 40 to 50% of the gas across those chains. It's just consumed by these bots that are reading DEX prices on chain, trying to find ARBs and not doing anything in the majority of their transactions. So the majority of their block space is actually being used and wasted by this on-chain searching activity. And it's consuming far more in gas than it is paying in fees. So on Base, these bots in the last 3 months consumed about 43.5% of gas. They're only paying approximately 10% of fees. This is even worse for Optimism, Unichain, or World, sort of relatively, where the ratio is a little bit higher, getting up to about 10x of a delta between fees paid and gas consumed. You know, this disproportionate usage of gas relative to fees being paid is a hallmark of an inefficient market. We looked and investigated specifically how much DA is being used by spam bots. So how does L2 on-chain searching affect L1 DA usage, and found that in this about 1 million block range in February, spam bots were using 56% of Base's gas. That led to about 26% of its DA being consumed by spam bots too. I think that's really interesting because it means that a lot of L1 blob space actually is being wasted by spam bots. And since Base uses more blobs than anyone else, I think that spam bots are consuming more L1 DA than the next top rollup consumes blobs altogether. So there's actually a way to scale L1 blobs as well by eliminating spam on L2. One really interesting thing is that in the worst case, spam is actually neutralizing throughput increases altogether. So we created this metric that we call effective throughput, looks at how much gas is being processed on a chain, and then subtracts how much spam was processed in total throughput as well. We call that effective throughput. So in November, Base had 15 million gas per second in total throughput. About 12 of that was spam. By the time we get to February 2025, Base had increased their total throughput by 11 to 26 million gas per second. But when you subtracted spam, we stayed at 12 effective throughput overall. And so that 11 million gas per second increase effectively all went to spam. And there was no increase in effective throughput. All of that extra additional throughput that Base was processing went to spam. This changed after this period. We think because there was less meme coin trading after the Libra token scandal, and this correlates with on-chain data from Telegram bots. One really interesting thing from this is that spam's constant demand for block space is raising fees overall. So in 1559, when block utilization is below the 50% target that 1559 imposes, then the base fee lowers. But spam provides this super constant baseline demand for block space, something like 50% on these top rollups, which is pushing block utilization closer to the target and preventing the base fee from lowering as much as it should. And that means that the overall base fee on these chains is higher than it should be, even if it is lowering over time with increases in block throughput. And we think that it's not something like 20 to 50% lower. We think that it is something like 90% lower instead, because users are relatively price insensitive. And so if we're lowering fees from 1 cent to 9/10 of a cent, it's not going to induce that much more organic trading or organic usage at kind of the applications that exist today. And so you would see fees fall quite precipitously until there are new use cases that develop that do need ultra low fees that can fill the gap that is being left by spam bots today. So it's not only raising fees, but we think that it is actually pricing out some types of applications that require ultra low fees, like agentic micropayments, as an example, or on-chain social networks. So how do you address spam? How do we unleash scaling? How do we break through these limits that are imposing? We had the 4 root causes before of expressivity, private mempools, cheap fees, lack of efficient auction. We take it as a given that general purpose smart contracts platforms want expressive transactions, smart contracts. They want cheap fees. So we can't address these. They're kind of goals. You need to keep those. But we can address the negative externalities of private mempools and the lack of an efficient auction. And the way that we think you can do that is by addressing each of these in components. So looking at private mempools, the problem is that searchers don't have visibility into what transactions are being executed. How can you address that? Simply making a public mempool naively doesn't work because it introduces PGAs, Flashboys 2.0 style, as well as front running. So the solution that we think makes sense is to give programmable privacy where searchers have access to the data they need to search, but are programmatically restricted from front running. And then with that visibility, instead of forcing searchers to consume more gas to win in the auction, you allow them to bid for precise orderings explicitly in an auction, and that shifts competition from consuming more gas to competing on paying a higher price. The net effect of this is that chains would get an efficient auction that maximized revenue and then unlocked new apps because you would see the base fee fall. And you do this without front running if you have programmable privacy as well. We've been experimenting with TEEs to provide programmable privacy, basically to give searchers visibility into pending blocks to backrun them without the ability to sandwich. And that's been live on L1 for several months. You can go to our forum. It's a blog post called Searching in TDX. Kind of looks like this. So we want to adapt this to the L2 context to do the same thing and allow searchers to search on private transactions for L2s without introducing front running. So just to reiterate from the conclusions here, because I am 40 seconds over in my talk, increasing block space capacity has led to more throughput, but the effects on fees have been limited because of on-chain MEV. We could have much lower fees than we do today. And in the worst case, spam has actually neutralized the effects of scaling altogether, like we saw in base in that 3-month period of time. It's a surprisingly large problem. Over 50% of gas being used across several of the top rollups that exist today, and it's pricing out some potential use cases that require ultra low fees. By having an MEV auction, we think this is a strategic imperative, actually, to have an MEV auction because it creates the most economically efficient, lowest cost block space possible. It increases revenue. And we think TEEs are central to providing efficient auctions while preventing front running. So if you're interested in that, please reach out. We're actively developing this for rollups, and please read the article to see a little bit more data and the contents I introduced here pretty quickly at more length. So thank you for watching. Really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Robert. Any urgent questions? Otherwise, I'd suggest we move on quickly since we're a bit tight on time. Thanks a lot, and I'll give the stage here to Marcus from Propeller Heads. I'll slowly bring him up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thanks. use that. All right, we'll get here a bit more of an apps and liquidity perspective again. Super excited. Thanks, Marcus, for putting this up so quickly. And yeah, always love your talks. Stage to Marcus from Propellerheads.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I wanted to touch on a new topic today, specifically the changes that we see in liquidity. This is something that I've just recently looked at a little bit. I usually spend my time thinking about DEX design and MEV capture and prevention. But a part that's changing quite quickly is where the liquidity comes from and how it is being used. And I think there's not enough time in this talk to talk about all the changes that come in DEX design, but I wanted to talk about what is happening on the liquidity side, which does affect all of the exchanges that we use. And I think there's a few lessons in here and food for thought for future designs, and I just wanted to share some observations. So why do you even have to care about liquidity? I think just to state the obvious, and most markets, if you arrive and you just want to sell something, a token you have, a property you have, anything, the default in a market is that there is no buyers, right? You come, and at that moment, at that minute or second or even hour or day, there's no one else who happens to want to buy exactly what you want to sell. This is the norm. We don't perceive it as such because we go to markets and they look like this. There's lots of buyers, there's lots of sellers. It seems like everyone wants to have what we want to sell, so why do you need liquidity if there's people who are wanting to buy all the time? It turns out that these are not actually other people like you. Most of what you see in here is another professional party, a market maker. So you're not trading as what you might naively imagine in an exchange against other people like you. You're usually trading against the market maker. It's their job to take your trade whenever you arrive. Now, market makers don't usually function just by themselves, like they need to have assets to sell, and where they're gonna get that from, right, that's liquidity. So liquidity is assets that are available to be sold at any moment in time, and they're usually provided to a professional party who positions them on the market. And those we call market makers, they're there to take your trade and position the available liquidity at certain prices on the buy and sell side. So far, so good. Now, the real interesting question is, where does this liquidity come from? And it's interesting, I think, because it's changing a lot in the recent years and specifically also in the recent months. Liquidity traditionally comes from institutional LPs that make deals with market makers, or they fund LP funds where they deposit capital, usually in US dollars, and then the market makers use that capital to provide trades, as we just said, on different assets. Sometimes the market makers also have their own cash that they subsidize this with, and depending on the market maker, the distribution might be different. What's always the same, though, and most of the time the same, is that whoever provides capital expects high returns in the capital that they provided, which is usually US dollars or some other fiat currency. Which means that there is a limited amount of capital, only the professional providers that the market work to, and they have very specific requirements. They need to make profit in US dollars. And these requirements restrict the market makers. We're not going to go into too much detail, but there is a strong restriction on what they can do because of that. Now, if we go to AMMs, it's a significant step from the traditional model. We now not only have the professional capital that the market makers talk to, but anybody else, right? The dominant property being permissionlessly, you can deposit capital from any source, meaning anybody in the room, anyone in the world can now go and provide something to this market. This is a huge jump from that small set of professional capital that was available before. Now, a perhaps as crucial or more crucial jump is that whoever deposits capital might not do so in just one currency. They might deposit capital in any currency that they care about and for any pair that they care about. And their returns don't necessarily have to be denominated or returned into US dollars. If I am an ETH holder Holding ETH is not a liability to me. Holding ETH is an opportunity to me. I am happy holding ETH, and anything that I get on top, any return I get on my ETH, I'm happy with. If it's not denominated in US dollars, I don't really care because I'm long ETH. And this is what we see a lot in decentralized markets. We have holders of assets that are already long the asset, are the major depositors of those assets in the pool, because they can provide those assets at much lower cost of capital than any USD-denominated provider could ever do. They would have to hedge exposure to these assets. If I'm long ETH, I don't have to hedge anything. These costs don't have to be passed on to the trader, so I can provide smaller spreads. This is a huge jump, because now we access preferences that before were not accessible, and these preferences make the market tighter. Now we can go even further. We just said most of these are pairs of 2 tokens. Now you can push this further and have automated makers or on-chain makers that have vaults that are denominated in many currencies. So the maker can swap between any number of currencies, and you as a depositor are happy to be exposed to any balance or imbalance of those set of assets. These portfolios can be arbitrarily large, or their consistency, the tokens can even change over time. These are just configurations, but this expands the capital efficiency for the maker even further, if you're happy with that kind of exposure. Now, we can go a step even further, considerable steps further, that we're not only taking capital that is deposited into a vault, like the hyperliquid maker vault, but we can also access capital that sits in your wallet. If a capital that's in your wallet that you're currently not using, you theoretically can give an approval to a maker to use that capital whenever they need to, while you don't need it, and they basically turn your wallet into a market maker. This is already happening. Barter, with the, now I forgot the name, with their new protocol, they have implemented this. You can give approvals through your wallet, and they will use your funds to make with those funds against other traders on, for example, CowSwap. This significantly expands the capital, of course, because now anybody who has idle capital and doesn't want to lock it up anywhere can also become a maker, whereas before you had to actually send it to a vault, which makes it much harder to realistically provide capital that you might want to use for something else. And you can also extend to have a portfolio that you want. There's actually no limit depending on how it's implemented. In Barter's case, because they have an off-chain service, there's absolutely no limit in what preferences you supply with your capital. You might say, I will only make markets in USDC and ETH. That's what I'm happy doing. And somebody else might be saying, I will make markets in 100 meme coins. I don't care. As long as you make markets at a rate that is above market price, I'm happy to do so, and I'm happy to take all the risk. I can also define who I want to trade as. For example, Barter, you have the option to copy trade Wintermute. They will query Wintermute prices and then supply your liquidity at Wintermute prices. So you can piggyback on any pricing curve and any pricing logic that might be out there. You can piggyback on a UniV free pool, you can piggyback on an RFQ provider, whatever you want, and use your idle capital. Now, this is already a significant expansion from just depositing in vaults retail capital, but you can go even further. One example is Euler Swap. You can also, a simple example is a lending protocol, do just-in-time leverage. I don't necessarily need to have all the capital to make a trade. I can take a margin, meaning I deposit some collateral, and leverage my capital up to have, in effect, more capital to provide for a trade. Now, this is exactly what Euler Swap is doing. If you deposit into the lending protocol, they will just-in-time lever you up in order to supply liquidity into trades. Now, in this case, on Euler Swap's case, you still have expected returns in a certain portfolio, for example, in a 2-token portfolio. But again, you might be able to extend this further. So it's not just all the idle capital in every wallet, on every user's account. It is also leveraging as much as you're comfortable any of that capital that you have in your wallet. So what does that tell us about where we can go in terms of liquidity? I think already saw we can go much, much further than the traditional model has gone. One, because we are moving from professional capital to user capital, any tokens that anybody has. We're moving from having to tie them up into a vault, which significantly limits what users are willing to do, to just in time take your idle capital, to even just in time taking your active capital. So you can go further. If I have a lending position or if I have an LP position somewhere, I can also provide that LP position to barter or someone else, and they can just in time liquidate that, facilitate a trade, and come back later to reinstate my position. Like I could have maybe even have an NFT, or I could have a concentrated liquidity position, and they will take that, if I allow them, and supply it as liquidity into the market. So even if I have my capital deployed actively in some other form of strategy, it can be used just in time as liquidity in the market. And the next, what we already mentioned, we don't need to have USD denominated capital, which produces high costs for hedging, but we can tap into the preferences of a heterogeneous market. There might not be a single professional party that is willing to provide capital in a certain shitcoin because there's no other markets where they could hedge that exposure. But the holders of that shitcoin, they certainly are happy to get additional returns because they're already exposed to that volatility. And you can make use of that by accessing the network of liquidity that exists out there. And finally, of course, we can move from spot to leverage as degen as we want to be. And that really means we're moving away from the intermediated market-making model where we have professional intermediaries to a network trading model where everybody can become a maker exactly to the extent that they want to be, exactly in the exposure preferences that they define. And you as a trader, as a taker who wants to sell something, can take the full advantage of the entire global heterogeneous preferences that exist in the retail users like you. And that means we're going full circle. You arrive at the market, you actually constantly have an available liquidity from other traders like you, and the market collapses into you and other traders being the main makers. I think that was it for now. Any questions? Happy to dive into it.
Thanks a lot, Marcus. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Is this kind of structure something that's unique to crypto? Like I could imagine a traditional market maker, market making like USD, S&P 500, borrowing the S&P 500 stocks from like existing investors. Is this something uniquely enabled by crypto, or could this be done in TradFi as well?
No, it's not unique to crypto. Like margin trading exists before crypto, and it's very much a paradigm that's been in use. But what is new is that you can do it, right? And anybody can do it. And that it is composable, and you don't need to have contracts, off-chain contracts.
Any further questions from the audience? All right. Thanks a lot, Marcus.
Thank you.
Next up, Katja from Bebop. All right, so we get more into the order flow and liquidity topics. So Katja will talk about quality of flow from a DEX perspective and the PvP games there. Excited about that. Let's connect you. Awesome. All right. Let's go.
Hello. So I think I'm going to be on the other side of the argument with Marcus here. Yeah, I'm going to talk about some toxic flow and kind of in the context of an old economic paper about peaches and lemons, and basically show that toxic flow reduces welfare of non-toxic flow of normal users, normal takers. And so I have some thoughts about how we manage this on our protocol level and Bebop, and perhaps some of it goes kind of a little bit in contrast with the kind of ethos, maybe a blockchain of censorship resistance and so on and so on forth. And I'm going to talk through that at the end. So the peaches and lemons in DeFi PvP arena, we spoke and heard a lot about MEV being good, about MEV being bad. My argument is that definitely MEV and any toxic flow is bad. So I'm going to talk about general kind of the definitions of toxic and soft flow, types of toxic flow, and especially the types of toxic flow that I want to talk about today. And then the peaches and lemons kind of paper slash, so when Timid gets orbed, why do I care? And kind of then what's the solution? What's the solution to toxic flow or promoting soft flow? So the broad brush classification of flow usually looks like this. It's like dumb versus informed, or soft versus toxic. I really don't like the dumb versus informed classification. You can have like very strong view on positional directional trades that you have. You might be very well informed, but your flow might be very soft at the same time, right? You might be entering a long-term position. So I would kind of think about the flow in these terms. So by soft flow, I mean kind of PV term or peaches, and by toxic, I mean PvP flow or lemons in the words of Akalrov. And so generally the definition, they kind of ChatGPT sort of level definition of toxic flow is that it refers to trading activity that is adverse to the counterparty providing liquidity. And so from that respect, to be fair, I would argue that most AMMs, any flow in AMMs is toxic flow, because most AMMs, liquidity providers don't get returns basically at the end of impermanent loss and LVR and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to touch the MEV part of it. I'm going to talk about the non-MEV type toxic flow and give you some examples of that. So I run an RFQ, on-chain RFQ protocol, where the liquidity with the other side of the trade is always a professional market maker who usually would do DEX arbitrage and that kind of stuff. And they will provide a fixed rate with a guaranteed fill on the other side, which basically you can't achieve in an order book. You can't achieve that in an AMM, of course. And so basically they take that price risk by standing behind that price. And so there are a few examples here that can happen, well, apart from the different atomic orb, that happen kind of like outside of the blockchain space as well. And it's an orb against the same liquidity provider. It's an orb, it's kind of cross-venue orb, and I'll show you kind of how it happens with sitting on the so-called sitting on quotes, as well as slicing. And so some examples of that, I will demonstrate kind of what happens. In fact, this kind of my thinking around toxic flow has been inspired by a single person who has been maybe a month ago or so, literally went to every single public aggregator API available. It was like LeFi, it was KyberSwap, it was Paraswap, it was Relay, I think. Basically, it was like pretty much every single one of them, and they came to our makers, this kind of through Bebop, but through kind of other RFQ platforms as well. And it was kind of like really created a lot of annoyance and kind of like useless work for all of us, because like literally, it was obvious, it was immediately obvious how it created problems really for the rest of the execution in the space. Just generally kind of for those who are not aware, the RFQ systems work in a very straightforward way. User asks for a quote, a RFQ platform gets quotes from one or multiple makers at the same time. And the important thing is that the quote arrives with call data at a guaranteed price, and it would fill at in a guaranteed way as well. And why is that? Is because basically you're not taking the liquidity out of the pool. You're basically taking liquidity out of a market maker or multiple market maker wallets. So they take the price risk, right? But users get something really nice, which is certainty of execution and certainty of the price of the execution. So this is an example kind of how the routing works. So fairly small clips of about like 200K in kind of major altcoins would usually be routed to multiple market makers at the same time, and that kind of creates quite nice efficiency in terms of price-wise. So I'm going to talk through a few examples of the ARB that kind of people try to do sometimes. And it's really annoying. It really is like an absolutely zero-sum game, you know, from the maker to kind of like some unknown in the, in the wild. Please don't do this at home. It's really annoying to deal with this. We kind of learned how to deal with this, but basically, you get two quotes. One of them expires earlier, the other one expires later. One of them is, lower price, the other one's higher price. You buy on, with one quote, sell with the other, and profit. Great. Like it literally created like zero value. It created absolutely just transfer of value of P&L kind of from one entity to another. Multi-venue atomic ARB happens kind of in a similar way, but you look at different venues. You might be arbing against sex, you might be arbing against something else, but the key thing here is like you take a maker quote, it's a guaranteed quote, you sit on it for like 40 seconds, 60 seconds, something like that, the market moves, you're like, okay, if the market moved in my direction, I'm gonna do this. Again, completely, toxic, kind of in a dumb way toxic as well, and annoying activity. Another activity is called slicing. So, like basically, if you code as a maker, you'd have like a book, basically, you spread a side, obviously, on top of the book, and it gets wider as you go down the size. I think every single, I work with every single solver out there in the market. They take liquidity from us, and I think like every single solver did it at least once, because like that's kind of like an obvious thing to do. But of course, you come in, you place a 100K trades instead of one transaction, like for a mil, for example. It exceeds the cost of hedging for the maker. The P&L is negative. You kind of provided the value to the user, but you shouldn't. Because basically, if you did that against an order book, if you did that against the AMM, kind of programmatically, of course, you won't be able to execute 10 times at the same price. Whereas in this case, because the quote is fixed, in theory you can do it, but you shouldn't. So these are the examples. Why do I care? Why should I care? What kind of happens, and what does it have to do with peaches and lemons? So, quick reminder for those of you who don't know, it's a classic paper from 1970s that basically the context was the used car market, and the problem was that the sellers know the quality of their cars, and the buyers don't, right? And so the buyers kind of go like, well, the car might be good, the car might be bad, so I'm gonna kind of price it somewhere in the middle, right? Like it's the price that the market would establish would be below what a good car would cost, and would be above what a bad car would cost, right? And so in this way, basically, he showed in that very famous paper that as a result of that market structure, the sellers of peaches, the sellers of good cars, get completely priced out of the market, and what he gets left with is lemons, right? And so this is, and so the market degrades, and so this is exactly kind of what happens in this situation. We see this kind of happen immediately as some sort of ARB like that comes in, right? Market makers would widen the quotes, or they would reduce the quote expiry to something very short that basically degrades UX by quite a bit, especially in Ethereum. So basically, and like everyone suffers. And by everyone suffers, I mean like a few things happen, right? Pricing for large block sizes, and especially less liquid tokens, degrades dramatically on chain, because like that's where that pricing and that execution quality really shines. Users who require guaranteed pricing or guaranteed fill can't get this anymore, because maybe someone left, maybe the pricing's not good anymore, just because they widened to the point where they can't be orbed. And in general, new makers don't enter the market because to be fair, like if you look at the market maker landscape in DeFi, it's quite different from what we see in CeFi, and it's because it's hard, and it's because there is a lot of risk like that, right? You trade on Binance, and then you trade on Ethereum with a block type where the price updates once every 12 seconds, right? And you get wrecked in various ways like this. And so those kind of things are reasons that a bunch of people are just the GSRs, the jumps, those kind of guys, they're not really on chain as much as perhaps like the MEV native teams, for example. So that's basically why you would care. The pricing that these guys provide, and I mentioned that, is actually pretty good. We usually benchmark the pricing against Binance, and really, so this is like I think a Pepe USDC example, right? And so the spread is just a bit wider, like by a couple of basis points, right? And so after 10 basis points Binance fee, you actually can get a better guaranteed execution on chain today. But yeah, kind of like Orb and sort of Lemons really kind of jeopardize that quite a bit. So what do we do? And this is kind of like a philosophical thing, but also something that we do in practice. I do fundamentally believe that equal access means or requires both equal rights but also equal responsibilities. Censorship or segregation based on proven behavior is not something that should not be a norm, right? So by proven behavior, I mean if you are clearly coming into a market or coming to interact with someone and you're provenly kind of it's proven by your behavior that you're adversarial. I see nothing wrong on the on your counterparty level to say, hey, you know what, I don't want to deal with you. And so from that respect, like, I think like we, talking about the censorship resistance and decentralization on all those things on the broad macro geopolitical level is fantastic and amazing because, because like that's when we start censoring, people based on the nation states that they live in, based on the age and, like whatever other things, right? But, if you're not nice to me, I think it's normal to not expect me to be nice back to you. And I think that's something that, it's just kind of something that needs to be acknowledged. So, on our end, like practical mitigation steps to those kind of things, like what we do on our end, we kind of work with our partners across the ecosystem as well to promote more of that, right? Is segregate known and unknown sources of flow. If I know where my flow comes from, if I whether it's because I have a Telegram chat with them, whether it's because I can score their wallet in a particular way based on their behavior, where there's some ZK thing that tells me that they're a real person, whatever that might be. I will segregate the level of service and differentiate the level of service to those different parties, because this way the kind of like good actors will not have to be exposed to degrade, to the market of lemons. Generally, on that, we see that some protocols don't really like to do that because actually toxic activity, orb activity, bot activity, hackers activity, creates metrics, boosts metrics. So I get that, but I personally don't really, share those drivers. Another thing that we do is identifying toxic flow heuristics and restrict access. So again, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's pretty, it's just like one of the ways to segregate known flow from unknown flow, in my view. High fees. So another thing that was actually quite interesting, high fees prevent ARB. So we saw a lot of ARB on the aggregator free APIs that don't charge fees, but we've never seen it on wallet routers, for example. And that's because, wallets kind of charge from 25 basis points to 100 basis points. So basically, there is no arbitrage opportunity. So if you really want to protect your protocol from arb activity, charge high fees. So that's kind of another thing. And there was my one last point. Oh yeah, I think just like stop designing systems that rely on arb to function. A lot of systems, basically it's like, oh great, like, for example, we're talking about, Marcus was talking about makers, right? Like anyone can become a maker. A maker needs to have an opinion on the price, not just the liquidity available, right? And this is, we had this bunch of conversations about this, right? And so, creating a pool or some sort of like place that has liquidity, but that does not have independently an opinion on the price, that relies on arb to come and create the price inside that place, I think it's just inherently wrong, and it's gonna create more pressure, and it's gonna bring more lemons into the market, and ultimately reduce the welfare of the users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katja. All right, we're a bit late in time, so unless there's any urgent questions, we'd quickly. Okay, let's make it super quick, but we.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, do you think that some of these things are potentially market maker skill issues? Like, for example, if you quote like multiple small orders, you should probably increase the price on every subsequent order. Or I also liked your idea about equal responsibilities, like maybe if you request a quote, you also need to guarantee that you're going to execute the quote or something like that.
I think a lot of the when I'm kind of like listening to like MEV narrative and that kind of stuff, or have PvP in an order book, PvP in like in the MEV pool, like that kind of stuff, in the mem pool, that kind of stuff. I would put that into a skill issue. But if you're a maker who issues quotes, kind of expecting them to not be, basically the choices here are, and we looked at them, it's a very good point, right? We're like, okay, maybe a maker would only issue one quote of a size of a direction per block, but that means that literally, they will issue one quote, and the next quote they're going to issue is in 12 seconds time. So I think it's the kind of like it's on the platform level, kind of for us. It's on us to design. It's on makers to decide how they do it. Some makers are like that. Like I have a maker who wouldn't issue more than one quote to the same taker address in the same direction within one block, but that creates a lot of issues, because if someone legitimately asks for the second quote, I have to reroute. Basically, it creates like latency, creates inefficiencies in the system overall. So kind of from the conclusion I came to is that I'd rather segregate the flow and have soft flow place and toxic flow place, and toxic flow is just not something I deal with. However, I can create the best product and the best execution for the soft flow place, because that's actually the one that I care about.
Right, thank you, Katja. Quick round of applause, and then we go to Kay from Succinct. Can we dial him in? I guess he's waiting already. So now we have an exciting topic of, there were some recent advancements in real-time proving, and so far it hasn't been connected much to MEV. So Kay from Succinct will talk about implications for MEV of real-time proving coming to blockchains. And do we have him here? Okay, wait. He's dialed in, but I guess he took a break. One moment.
Hey,
hey, Kay.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can just share your slides, and we can hear you. We can hear you loud and well.
Okay, that's good. Let's see.
Just dropped out. Let me message him. Back in. All right, we can hear and see you. No, I dropped out.
Sorry, I think I'm just having some trouble sharing my slides. Okay.
No, it's working. It's coming up.
Great. All right, awesome. Yeah, so once again, can you confirm that you see my slides and that I'm able to move forward? Okay, great. Awesome. Yes, thank you so much for having me speak today on sort of these very related topics of real-time proving as it fits into the Ethereum roadmap and its relationship to block building and MEV. My name is Kshitij. I work at Succinct, where sort of our main focus is on developing a zero-knowledge virtual machine called SP1 and an associated decentralized prover network for proof generation. So, yeah, so just to set the stage here, real-time proving or real-time ZK proving has sort of emerged in the last couple of months as sort of this technology, as this sort of this technological breakthrough that can potentially be used in massively scaling of Ethereum. And so, just to give you some context on what real-time proving is, basically the ability to ZK prove ideally what we would like it to be an arbitrary Ethereum block in less than a single slot time, which currently is 12 seconds. And in the future, it might be shorter, but currently it's 12 seconds. And earlier this year, about a month or so ago, we announced that Succinct had sort of achieved near real-time proving on sort of these 93% of blocks are randomly sampled over a long time range on a cluster of about 160 GPUs, sort of consumer-grade GPUs, and here you can kind of see this. You can kind of see this trace, this proving trace, as the real-time proving is actually proceeding. So these little lines here correspond to individual sort of pieces of the workload. At the top, you can see kind of the serial part of the computation that tells the GPUs how to split up the workload, and then you can see the work kind of being pipelined into these GPUs over time. And what I kind of want to sort of highlight here is that this was sort of engineering, performance engineering on the proof system, performance engineering on the GPU side that kind of opens up this sort of unprecedented scaling opportunity for Ethereum that's sort of we're all pretty excited by and has been discussed as part of the Ethereum roadmap going forward. So I want to contextualize this in the context of Ethereum today and sort of where we sit. Ethereum today is basically, or rather, the block building component of Ethereum today is kind of this PBS, builder separation world, in which block builders are going to bid in an auction. Typically, it's something like the MEV boost auction to submit blocks to the proposer of every slot who is selected sort of from the Ethereum validators. And these proposers then enter a committee with the validators. And the key idea here is that the validators are then going to re-execute the transactions in the block and vote on those, and then vote on the contents of the block. So if a supermajority of the validators in the committee agrees that the block should be included, then it is included after the vote. And so this is kind of the structure, right? Like you have builders submit the blocks, proposers propose the blocks to the validators, and then the validators vote after this re-execution step. And the key limitation here is that, of course, the system is bottlenecked by the amount of time it takes to re-execute the block's contents. So you have to step through all the transactions, re-execute them. And as a result of this, we cannot pack too many transactions in this 12-second slot window. And sort of the key unlock of real-time proving is that the flow for block builders might look essentially the same. So the block builders send their block contents to the proposer, but now, as we'll shortly see, the block also comes with a ZK proof. And now in the committee, instead of re-executing the block's contents, the validators can simply verify the ZK proof, and verification of the proof typically takes milliseconds, and it can be done on very, very cheap consumer hardware, like maybe even Raspberry Pis. As long as the hardware can remain on all the time, it can basically be done on stuff like Raspberry Pis. And so because this verification step takes order of time, like milliseconds, or much smaller than what it would take to actually re-execute the block's contents, this enable sort of, in principle, potentially limitless scaling, as long as you can keep parallelizing the blocks proving. And the gas limit can be, in theory, can be 1,000x or more, but in practice, there are plans to make the gas limit 100x within the next couple of years, in the next couple of hard forks. So before I dive in to how this sort of relates to the block building and MEV side of things, I just want to go through some sort of basic numbers that have to do with the provers as they stand today, and where we can forecast them going in the future. So the first thing you should note about these provers is, as I mentioned, the prover that we ran to achieve real-time proving was sort of this bare metal cluster of GPUs that we basically think could cost somewhere on the order of a few $100,000 in capital expenses, with a potential path to getting that number down to about $100,000. I think on average, I think it's maybe reasonable. The operating expenses of sort of running this prover typically, mostly have to do with the variable electricity costs, but may also have, there might be some other operational components, like if you're sort of improving the proof system, or if you're sort of using some of the sort of proof system advancements or research into the hardware to improve your prover over time. So in theory, we have sort of empirical benchmarks that show that a single GPU, so a single node, could actually construct a ZK proof of an average Ethereum block in sort of, call it 3 minutes or so. And this number, there's this great ETH proofs initiative, which is similar to the L2 beat of ZK, which tries to benchmark all the GPU implementations of the different ZK VM teams. And yeah, so on an average, you can sort of imagine that with today's proving technology, you can get sort of a 3 minute proving time on a single node. And therefore, straightforwardly, if you had perfect parallelization, that is, if you had GPUs that could just pipeline this 3 minute work sort of perfectly over all the GPUs, then roughly 16 GPUs should be able to prove in real time. But in practice, this is sort of not exactly the story as it stands today, and probably will not be the story for quite some time, because in practice there is a serial computation, which is kind of sort of this executor. You might have seen, in ZK Proofland, there's kind of this execution step, and then there's the actual proof generation step. And the executor step is kind of the serial computation that cannot be pipelined into the GPUs. That does pose a bottleneck to proving time. And there's also this later sort of recursion step, which takes the work done by all these GPUs and sort of aggregates this work and compresses into a single proof. So because of these serial steps and the aggregation step, in practice, it's likely that this number will not resemble the exact pipeline parallelized version of the number for quite some time. So so now that we have these basics, one sort of immediate question that has come up in Ethereum land is, we sort of need an architecture for making use of this technology in the short run. So there's as I'll highlight, there's kind of a very long run version of this, which we can think about. But I think because we have this breakthrough, it's sort of a question: how do we make use of this in the short run? And I would argue there are basically 4 questions that we should try to answer. And they're pretty basic questions that I think should highlight the need for like an architecture that best makes use of this technology. So I'd say the 4 questions are, who provides the proof? So who is responsible for actually providing the ZK proof? How do they provide the proof? So how does the protocol actually receive its proofs? That how are the proofs going to be verified and integrated into Ethereum itself? And then finally, how does all of this, if we actually find an architecture that does all these things, how does this ultimately affect the block building process? How does this affect potentially the economics of MEV and participation in the MEV auction? So I think as a prompting proposal, one that I really like is this delayed execution with ZKVM's proposal by Julian and Kev. And so this was posted just about a month ago. And what this proposal basically tries to do is it tries to answer on the slide, it tries to answer this question. So it tries to answer this question of who provides the proofs in an attempt to set the incentives for proving in a way that they are benign and sort of don't sort of mess up the incentives of the system. So concretely, what this proposal asks for is it requires the block builder of a particular slot, so call it slot N, to force include a proof of that slot in slot N+1. And this makes use of this proposal, the standing proposal that's out there, which is this delayed execution proposal to solve several problems. I'll highlight a couple of problems that it tries to solve. So the first problem is obviously you have this incentive, you have this basic incentive in ZK proving, which is it is possible to make a block that looks like a benign Ethereum block, but that is very, very difficult or very, very costly to ZK prove because of the way that the ZK VMs actually work. So in theory, you could make a block that has a single very, very big transaction. If that is the case, then this, by definition, if there's a single transaction that's very, very large, this cannot be pipelined into multiple GPUs, and so you lose the parallelization that you get from the multi-GPU proving architecture. And so what this proposal tries to do is it tries to assign the proving. It basically tries to assign the proving responsibility to the party that actually generated the block's contents itself, which is the block builder. And as a result of this, this kind of aligns the incentives between the provers and the proposers. I will highlight that there are other ways to get the block, sort of the proving to align with the proposer. There's there's proposals to sort of cap the maximum gas in a single transaction to solve the problem that I just mentioned. So that way you sort of have more, you sort of natively support more ZK prover parallelization in Ethereum. But this proposal in particular tries to align the incentives between the provers and the proposers by assigning the responsibility of proving to the block builders. And in this world, so if you have this world, what would ZK proving, where would ZK proving actually sort of end up in the slot? So here's sort of my understanding and sort of a diagram of how this might look like. So in the few seconds leading up to the block proposal, you would basically have the MEV auction, and this would maybe be happening this would be happening exactly as it does today, like MEV boost or something like that. And then in the first 2 seconds of the block, what you would have is you would sort of have the proposer propose the block to all the validators, and instead of having any re-execution steps, you would just have sort of static checks. You would just have static checks on the block header. So instead of actually going through the transaction execution ever in the block, you would just have sort of so you just check you would just check the header and maybe some other signatures and things like that. And then you would have this period that would be reserved for ZK proving, which would start, call it from 2 seconds, end up into say 9 seconds, or with some delta before the block ends, and then this period would sort of be reserved for ZK, and then finally, right before sort of the block finishes, or as the next block or as the next slot is being proposed, the builder would be responsible for force including that the proof that they generated in the next slot, at which point it would be verified by the validators in the next slot. And one thing that I would sort of like to point out about this architecture, which I'll highlight throughout the talk, is that this architecture is pretty nice because it sort of decouples the MEV component for the block builder from the ZK proving component. So this sort of same slot proving sort of idea, what happens is that the block contents are actually fixed. They're fixed at time 0 before the ZK proving even begins, and then the ZK proving will happen, and then and then you'll just force include the ZK proving. And what this kind of so there's a couple of kind of things that we can kind of note about this architecture. The first thing is, because the MEV auction itself is decoupled from the prover or whoever's doing the ZK proving, one thing we would like to avoid in Ethereum is we would like to avoid any benefits to so-called proof racing or accelerated proving hardware or any of this kind of stuff. So if you have a really fast ASIC, this is like we would like to avoid the builder prover to have benefits from this kind of thing. And one thing that I like about this architecture, at least on first glance, is it kind of decouples the MEV auction from the proof generation. So as long as you can generate a proof of the block within the time window that's given for ZK proving, whether that's like 7 seconds or whatever, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, whatever it will be in the future, you kind of have no additional benefits to racing on these proofs. The second thing that I will note is the way that we've set up these incentives. The block builder, is actually going to be on the hook for the proof that's going to be included. And there's several sort of consequences in the proposal that there might be reorgs or things like that if the proof is not included. But most importantly, what they have to do is they have to price, in some sense, they have to price they don't have to price really the latency of the proof in this context, but they do have to price the reliability. So they have to, wherever they're getting their proofs from, they could get them from local proving, as I'll explain in a second, they can get it from these decentralized prover networks. But they do have to price the reliability of these proofs. And specifically, they have to price the reliability of the proofs in a context that some blocks may be harder to prove than others. So there might be, transactions in certain blocks. There might be, opcodes, cryptographic opcodes, hashing, these kinds of things in blocks that make them harder to prove than others. And therefore, there might be some, they might be willing to pay some, reliability premium, or even more importantly, they might be willing to go through lengths to ensure that their proof generation is reliable. So now that we've answered, so suppose we anchor on this proposal for answering, who provides the proofs, which is, so suppose we say the builder is responsible for providing the proofs, at least in the short run. This kind of leaves us with there's basically two options for how proofs are going to be sourced. And I'll say sort of a long run option and maybe something, more in the short run that will actually allow us to make use of this technology. So I think kind of in the long run, there's this idea that proving is going to be, energy efficient enough so that essentially anyone should be able to run a prover, and that we're going to actually enshrine these, heavy prover nodes inside the Ethereum protocol to do this proof generation. And what I would argue is this world where, and what this would concretely entail, this would entail getting that, this would basically entail getting the capital expenditures down from, call it, several $100,000 and all in, today it basically takes like specialized ZK VM teams or ZK proving teams or ZK hardware teams, getting that number down from several $100,000, so maybe even several $1 million to call it $100,000. But more importantly, it requires taking the energy expenditure costs, or so the energy expenditure from call it right now like 100 kilowatts to something that looks much closer to 10 kilowatts, and even 10 kilowatts is like pushing it. Like people that have like a Tesla a battery pack, or like a Tesla charger pack in their homes, might have like a 10 they might have 10 kilowatt power in their house. So we could require all of this in the short run in the Ethereum protocol so that anyone can provide a proof. But I would argue the much more reasonable path for Ethereum to actually make use of this technology in the short run, call it the next several years, is actually to rely on specialized third parties or source its proofs from actors that actually specialize in proof generation at some level. And I'll give several reasons for this, but the first reason that I think should be obvious is, at least in the proposal that we laid out, the builder is actually responsible for generating the proof. So one thing that they certainly want to do is they want to minimize their proving costs, but they want to minimize these proving costs, with reliability factored in, and they sort of want to minimize, call it like the risk-adjusted proving costs of generating a ZK proof in this time horizon. And so there was this really great post by Dankrad, which kind of makes this point much better than I am right now, and basically says that real-time proving is like it's kind of this like engineering breakthrough, technological breakthrough, and we should use its superpowers in the next couple of years, as opposed to sort of waiting the full long run until the costs and the energy expenditure and the proving becomes so proliferated that it can be literally enshrined as heavy nodes in the Ethereum protocol. So what I want to spend some time thinking about or arguing is, how could this actually look like in the run as we have, as the state of the world exists today? We have real-time proving. We have prover teams that specialize in these clusters, and more importantly, these clusters can in principle be run by reasonably specialized actors, but in all likelihood, probably not even as not as specialized as say the block building market, which has concentrated to a few actors today. So I'll give like a brief summary of an architecture that could potentially serve as this conduit for builders, proposers, and provers to talk to each other and source proofs for Ethereum. So what one sort of idea is to sort of build like what we're calling a prover network, or a marketplace, sort of this two-sided marketplace for proof generation. So on one side of the marketplace, you have proof requesters. This would be the actors, related to the Ethereum protocol. On the other side, you would have the proof generators. Maybe it would be the hardware teams, maybe ZKVM teams would be basically the ZK provers on the other side. And the core idea here would be to use like market incentives and free markets to source proofs at the lowest cost for the Ethereum protocol. And this is kind of distinct from what I think people have also called, like distributed proving, which tries to split up a single workload. Call it, take like a single block, a single Ethereum block, and split it across many different provers themselves. So yeah, and that's sort of more a reliability or trying to pipeline the block amongst many different people among the world. This is sort of distinct and just trying to say, suppose that there are n parties, where n is sort of reasonably large, but maybe not in the thousands of people, but maybe call it on the order of tens or hundreds, who could in principle generate proofs. You want to source these proofs from these people, and then use sort of incentives to source those proofs at the lowest prices. So given this setup, here is sort of maybe a first cut on how this would actually integrate, how this could actually integrate into the Ethereum block building process today, and in light of the delayed execution proposal that I mentioned earlier. So one very, very simple construction is basically you would kind of take inspiration from MEV Boost as it exists today, which is basically like builders and validators run MEV Boost software, and that software allows you to plug into this auction that you're kind of this out of protocol auction that allows you to run to source the block's contents and then get the validators paid. So very similarly, we could sort of think about building this ZK Boost relay. I think a few people have already been sort of working on initial versions of this. I think Kev from protocol side has been working on this as well. And basically, what this would do is it would kind of act as a wrapper around prover networks, around the ZKVM teams. So concretely, what it would be is like the builders would run kind of the ZK Boost endpoint. So that would have like a method for them to fetch proofs from their favorite sources. They're incentivized to fetch proofs from the most efficient, the most cost-effective sources. And so suppose they source it from some prover network. Maybe they do local proving. It's sort of up to them. And then on the other side, the validators would have sort of an endpoint that just allows them to get the proofs and verify them. And maybe it's just maybe the endpoint completely abstracts out the process for them, and it's just verifying the proof. And I think one thing to note here is this kind of architecture is kind of reasonable in the short run, because proving just has this one of n trust assumption, right? So as long as this n of the n for the people that could theoretically generate a proof for you is reasonably large. You just need one party to generate the proof for every block, and once that block has been generated, it can, in principle, be propagated once that proof has been generated, it can be propagated to basically all the validators. And I think what this argument, what this architecture kind of does is it implements, just like we implemented proposer-builder separation in Ethereum. This will implement, proposer-prover separation. So instead of having the proposer, have to do all sorts of proving-related things, we're kind of outsourcing the proof to these specialized third parties, and then we're further sort of even outsourcing it to from the builders to actors that in the short run will specialize in ZK proving. And the builders are the builders are incentivized to do this because they're looking for proofs for the cheapest costs, and they're looking to sort of make and they're looking to get their proofs sort of reliably. Although in principle they could run these provers by themselves as well. So yes, and so the other thing that this allows you to do is it allows you to, on the other side of the marketplace, it allows you to have a variety of proving services. So you might have a cloud prover, you might have someone developing an ASIC, someone's actually maybe running a home prover or a prover in their office. But the idea is the builder kind of does not care where this proof comes from. The builder is just trying to get a single proof that satisfies their block, that verifies against their block, and therefore this sort of outsourcing idea, might be pretty useful. So so I'll just write it out. So I think in summary, what I'll say is that real-time proving is sort of this very, very exciting opportunity for Ethereum, for scaling Ethereum, for dramatically increasing the transaction throughput of Ethereum, and we would like to use this superpower in the short run. And the properties of ZK proofs make it kind of very amenable to doing this because you only need one. Basically, it's a one-event trust assumption. The prover teams and a lot of the hardware teams are sort of rapidly accelerating and improving the proving technology, improving the pipelining, improving the proof systems. And maybe there's an opportunity to use this superpower in the short run with this combination of this kind of relay type system along with prover networks. And the key idea is that because of these proposals like delayed execution that sort of decouple the MEV auction from the ZK proving component itself, it affects the block builders only in the sense that they have to price sort of the reliability and the proving costs, but they don't actually have to think about proof things like proof racing or things like even what's going on in the accelerated hardware side. It's mostly abstracted out from them, and the hope is that this aligns the incentives between the builders, the validators, and the provers, and presents an opportunity for Ethereum to scale in the short run without having to wait for proving to become so commoditized that in the long run that you'll be able to run it. Anyone should be able to run it in an energy efficient fashion. So these are just some thoughts. We're sort of curious to learn more about folks in the Ethereum community and how they best like to use ZK proving or real-time proving in the short run. We've also written kind of this more long-form research post on the Ethereum forum, and that mostly contains these ideas and some additional architectural pieces. But I'm happy to take any questions or any comments if you have any. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kay. Yeah, it's a really interesting direction to explore more. We're a bit late in timing already, so we won't have much time for questions, but really, really appreciate you dialing in for that. And yeah,
Yes.
quick round of applause for Kay. And now we'll switch to our closing panel already, and then we'll do the solving index panel after, since Kubi has to leave. So I'll ask Kubi, Tomasz, Dankrat on stage. And Phil as well, our recurring panelist today in all kinds of roles. Yeah, so the intention for this panel is to recap a bit. We have a stronger MEV perspective here than at the opening panel. And Tomasz jumped in again as a short notice moderator, but he's doing a great job in that. And this time he was even a bit more prepared and he has some questions already. So very
Sent some
excited.
questions, but late, yeah.
No, great job. You're amazing, especially at the opening. And you'll do it again.
But I think that much of what everyone will be saying will be based on what you've all learned over the last 2 weeks. I think the last 2 weeks were somehow pretty substantial, so important for Ethereum community. There was Berlin Interop, Berlin Blockchain Week, there was DAppCon. There was lots of side events, the publications from Flashbots, somehow connecting with the protocol restructuring. And obviously everyone was involved. And then we have MEV Days, Berlin, everything that's here. So if you would summarize that, what changed in the last 2 weeks? What you've learned in the last 2 weeks? How do you think it shapes the future of Ethereum? Your thinking, is it just a natural continuation, some big shift? Obviously, I don't know, I guess there's no introductions anymore because you were here all day and all week, but so maybe let's just start straight with this feel.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited that I think the protocol is getting to at least what seems to me to be a pretty reasoned understanding of where it fits into the world. As I covered earlier, I'm still always worried about different things. So many centralization vectors and kind of regulatory maybe things in the US that I do fear still. But overall, I think we're pretty well equipped to have the right trade-off space for the protocol more than ever. It feels like the EIPs, the scheduling, the prioritization is very, I don't know, symphonic, I guess. It's harmonious, maybe is a better word, with all the things people are doing.
So I haven't been here for 2 weeks. So might have not caught everything. I would say overall it's a continuation or more a validation of what I've seen on Twitter from afar and just being on the ground, sort of, more validation of that. So in a sense, more pragmatic actions, more urgency, I would say, and more clarity. On a high level, and it's I guess the stuff that everyone's talking about scaling and UX and blobs and all of that stuff. So I think no grand new things. I think ZK VMs seem a lot closer than they used to. So I think that's basically one more revelation. But in general, it's a continuation and more crispness overall, which I like.
Yeah, I would say this as well. It's a good, clearly a big shift has happened sort of over the last year, and I think it's you can see how the energy is taking shape in the community. So that's great. I don't think there were really major sort of complete changes of things, but I think a lot of confirmation of what we've seen, and yeah.
I'm worried that I asked for feedback for myself publicly and I couldn't say anything bad. Let's focus on some of the work of all of you in relation to the goals for Ethereum and how I think how it's relevant. So Dankert, you mentioned in the latest panel that when you started thinking about scaling, when you started observing it more, like it made you think more of all those contexts of privacy and security. And how do you think about it now? Like what are the challenges in scaling? What will be the most relevant? What will be the most relevant aspects to look on this value side of Ethereum? And how do you think we addressed it? Did it help to look at this faraway scaling roadmap to also make you more aware of the challenges?
For sure, yes. I mean, I think I like to think. I think like I liked what Phil actually said earlier in his talk, where he was getting into like, okay, what is actually the core of Ethereum? And I think like in many ways I see it quite similar. That is like this kind of like resolving of contention, I think. And I think, yeah, we actually need to get even closer to this core and think more about it and like make sure that our scaling roadmap aligns with this. And like, I guess like this was a bit lost in the previous iteration of the scaling roadmap. We didn't really think enough about it. And yeah, so I think like, I think we learned some things, and yeah, I'm looking forward to like keep iterating on it.
Kobe, with Gattaca, with the designs that you're building, like base rollups, reconfirmations, solutions, and MEV solutions, when we understand very broadly interop and UX, all of this matters. And what do you think will be the biggest change from the work that you're executing into the UX for users? Also, like, can it be understood as scaling improvements or latency changes? Will it enable some scaling improvements?
So I would say UX mainly focused on users themselves. So I think, I forgot who said this, I think it was Jonah today. But like, you don't want to pre-conf like $1 billion transfer. And I don't think anyone needs a pre-conf for that. But it's absolutely fine to pre-conf like a $10 swap or something. So I think with pre-confirmations, the big unlock is that you can, at like a certain layer that is not as quick as, you know, a rollup or a Solana directly, improve the UX vastly. And then combining it with something like shorter slot times, it doesn't have to be a black or white situation, and you can sort of target different use cases by doing both. So that's one big part of the based rollup sort of movement. But the second part is the interoperability, and specifically the L1 being the underlying base layer for interoperability. And this is actually another point that Jonah was making, that we shouldn't use these almost like Band-Aid or like third-party services to like fix the core infrastructure issues. With based rollups, you have the L1 being the source and being the sequencer and being the shared sequencer. And like, I think that's quite a powerful unlock where, so together with the scaling efforts, you make the L1 more attractive, but there's still reasons why certain entities might have like a private execution environment or an environment where they have a bit more control, but you want to make sure that that is interoperable through the L1 and with the L1, and that's like a massive unlock, which I'm quite bullish about.
And Phil, maybe coming back to this, MEV is the limit of scaling. How do you think the work of everyone will be shaped by these findings?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I mean, if I put my like most esoteric long-term scientist hat on, I think part of like what Ethereum needs to achieve this vision that I kind of trolled of just like disappearing and being everywhere is to kind of form this like more fundamental science of value transfer and like why things work the way they do. That's like what's required to be credible. I think MEV and spam and latency are all part of that. It's about like how do you actually compress and achieve this kind of conflict resolution that we all agree is valuable, but like onto the like technical plane, which is not exactly mirroring reality. So I think in some ways you can view the spam problem as like a poor compression algorithm of like the actual financial conflict resolution you want to do onto like the substrate, which is this low fee layer 2. So I think what's kind of required is like a new science of this. It's not easy, but it's like part of the like very, very long-term road of like Ethereum actually unlocking a lot more value.
And staying with you and thinking of your, like, a lot of effort on decentralization, also geographic decentralization, and thinking how this is, like, we put at risk with various proposals that we have. So we could see people claiming that pre-confirmation is caused the decentralization risk. We could see people saying that Flashbot sometimes in the past was taking trade-offs on decentralization versus solutions to MEV. We see the roadmap from Ethereum Foundation being questioned as maybe centralizing because it's scaling too fast. The same for L2s, giving some space to L2s to grow gives the risks of giving more space to centralized players in the sequencing. If you could all define how this decentralization risks are being addressed, how real they are, and whether it's somehow less safe than it was in the past. Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are real if you look at who's staking and like the financial flows in the protocol today. There are some, I see real centralization risks there. I don't think like all hope is lost or anything. I also think there's like, I don't know, a lot of low-hanging fruit. Like in some way, the entire economy of the chain is designed to like induce some form of centralization in like the staking. Maybe we need to be thoughtful about like what is the right line for that. Sometimes centralization is also useful, like logical centralization, consistent interfaces. I would even argue sometimes like a monopolist in sequencing is useful to be able to resolve some conflicts more efficiently. That's a more open question, I think. So I don't know. I think it's not always like a pure like centralization is like a bad word. Sometimes the trade-off is worth it, but we should be intentional about it. And I value people who like do things like call flashbots out. I think many of them are right, and at the very least we need to have an answer for those things and like why we're doing it. I think that's an important way of how ETH stays open and decentralized.
So from my perspective, I think I agree with the notion of centralization doesn't always have to be a bad thing, and like sometimes it's necessary and sometimes can't be avoided. And the question is like, how do you constrain centralization enough, or how do we ensure that the core properties of what we are all trying to achieve get maintained, versus just saying anything that's centralized is bad. And I think there's a general consensus that if we want to scale, there need to be bigger nodes, while at the same time making sure that like there is like a sad path, you know, or a fallback path, and that the big nodes are constrained enough. So I think overall directionally it's correct, but often the devil is in the detail. And like with things like Fossil, like that's a great attempt constraining builders when it comes to public mempool transactions. I know state sensitive, but then again, you know, what about private transactions? What about like contentious transactions? And so I think overall directionally it's correct, but you know, threading the needle like is the difficult part. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I really like the word properties of decentralization. I think that's what we care about, and like we have to be very intentional about these, and probably like only want to at most make very small trade-off in that space. But like in terms of like, for example, size of nodes, we can be actually quite flexible as long as like we have the tech to like constrain them.
And when you were talking about the last weeks, Kubi, you mentioned the KVM progress faster than expected. There was AI Day here. People were talking about the future of coordination, AI, how the money changes. All of this may have, like the progress in technology may have surprised you maybe and caused you to all revise your previous strategical planning. So how the AI changes blockchain coordination, MEV solutions, centralization aspects is a question for all of you, but maybe starting with Kubi.
So in regards to AI, I don't think anything has changed from my perspective. I think as most teams, probably just using them as tools to like be more efficient and run the organization better. I think the thing that we will be thinking about a lot more is ZKVMs improving because it's relevant both for base rollups, but very likely it's looking like it's going to be a reality for the L1 as well. And then obviously as a block builder, what does it mean and how does it affect the market structure? But there's no deep sort of realization at this point. It's more like, okay, this is a lot more urgent than we thought this will be 5 years out. And so we need to think about it and consider it more deeply, in the short term.
Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually very hopeful for AI. I think in some ways it's more decentralized than crypto has been. I have a spicy take for the panel, maybe. Curious what y'all think about this. I think Satoshi did an amazing job on like technical decentralization, but the economic decentralization part that like a lot of cryptocurrencies inherit is not perfect. Like Bitcoin is not very well distributed, nor does it necessarily intend to be. Even the infrastructure, it's like distributed enough to be robust, but it's not distributed as like a principle or an ideology. It's more of like libertarian, maybe in ownership based in ideology. And I think there is like some form of tension there. So I don't know. I think AI inherently there's like kind of global demand for these things. Maybe we can somehow use that to like force function a correction to like Satoshi's bad economics, and I'm gonna get flamed on Twitter for this, but it's fine.
Dankjewel.
Well, okay, it's complicated, but I would not agree on AI because actually I think like the way I see it, at least at the moment, there's like unfortunately like extreme centralizing forces in the way that it is run. But on the other side, like I think with crypto, I do agree more, and I think like there's an interesting conflict here as well, like on the side like where like the big blockers were right in the sense that like you can get more people to participate if you just have like more capacity, which is I think also an important reason for scaling. I think yes, I think like also from the crypto side, the centralizing forces of AI will be pretty interesting in many ways, because I think like the reality is like, what if 99% of your users are using your product through centralized chatbots? Yeah, then the question is like, how decentralized can you really remain?
And one question maybe about the structure of Ethereum and the governance, because I'm being invited to podcasts and I keep saying that Ethereum Foundation is just one of the institutions that are shaping the future of Ethereum, that are coordinating. And now Flashbots and the space of Commit Boost, PBS, MEV, but also like internal structure of foundation, of whether it's centralized, decentralized. Like all of those participants may have their own views on like how centralized is the structure of Ethereum nowadays, how the governance of Ethereum works, and what is true, what is not true, how much is it a struggle to operate around the foundation, how much of the other institutions have the influence over the future of Ethereum, and how would you describe this governance model now? Who is driving Ethereum? What is the problem to solve? Bill?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think the foundation is mostly okay. I don't think there's a single answer to who governs Ethereum. Like in my experience, there is a lot of permissionless innovation. Yeah, I don't know. I think the foundation could always like maybe be a little bit more inclusive or open to things sometimes, is my personal read. But I think there is actually a broadly distributed power base. The research is pretty open. I'm like
very, very bullish on ETH research and a lot of the other sub-communities and event-based communities. It does feel like there's a pretty diffuse power structure. So I don't actually have many core complaints on that axis. You could always point out that like there are centralization pockets, but I think that's true in any system, really.
Would Ethereum survive without foundation?
Probably.
Kubi?
So I would tend to agree overall. I would say overall the governance process, or just if you think about the EIP and hard fork process, that always involves people, and it involves people talking to each other and credibility. And there's certain venues where these conversations happen. So I think I very much agree with the fact that the organization itself is very open and a lot more proactive actually in engaging outside parties. But that being said, the credibility of who creates a proposal and like the track record of that person, and like that happens in a circle, right? And that's also a function of those people having the most knowledge often and having spent the most time thinking about that. So I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does originate mostly from the EF still, a lot.
Will the protocol survive without foundation?
Probably. I think people will step up. But yeah, no big complaints from my side though. So.
Dankert?
I mean, what does survive mean, right? Like it's a bit of a big question. Is like being 99% less relevant, is that survival? I mean, you have to define that, then probably yes, but I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's a complicated trade-off, right? Like when you, I think actually like some strong influence by the foundation is not bad, because the whole protocol was built inherently so that it is impossible to completely control. Like the whole point was that you can run your own node and you can verify, and like there's like, even if like we were to publish like some contentious upgrade, like it would, like the community would be able to refuse it. And I think like that is really the foundation. And I think like having some opinionated governance is not bad.
You mentioned hard forks. Maybe for all of you, where do you think the biggest challenge for potential future hard forks would be? Like, is it possible hard forks, like the forks, the split, the disagreement, do you think it's still possible or absolutely not possible? And what would lead to maybe like massive failure, the back? Is it the acceleration? Is it MEV? Is it stable coins? Freedom to choose. Dankert?
I do think like the disagreements are possible. I think like since it is likely to be such a value destroying event, it is more that it keeps control on the system rather than that it is very likely that will practically be used.
Gumi?
Yeah, don't think I have a strong opinion on this. It's definitely possible. Is it realistic that it will happen? Questionable. And what would be the motivation?
I'll make a prediction, even though I have low confidence, but just for fun. I think a lot of interesting conversations I've been having are around actually the idea of censorship resistance, especially when applied to like the ultimate conclusion of like what truly having that as a core value means in terms of like what you're building and who it can serve in kind of the real world, especially when it comes to things like unstoppable AIs and like various kinds of new DAO and new financial structures that are maybe not always like well-intentioned to the average person, at least. So I think the limits of that are very interesting, and in polling like the community just one-on-one, I think people are actually very split around like maybe thinking that
yes, we really do want to like absolutely maximize this, and it's like an ethical thing, and like we will accept any downside. And some people actually not being comfortable with like the downsides they would have to accept. So I think that given the recent geopolitical stuff in the U.S., that could be one vector of fork escalation.
That's great. I was looking for some warnings to make everyone think that big risks are there. And we should always think of them. Maybe the question that I ask always in the panels here, we have some group of amazing people here that learned a lot, that contributed a lot. If you were to guide them, what would you tell them to work on for the next year? Bill?
Apps that are inherently need geo-decentralization, so things that serve people that are outside of New York, outside of like very developed kind of financial areas, or like need to be located there for some reason and benefit kind of that.
Nice. Kubi?
So I don't know if this will make money, but I would work on censorship resistance or economic censorship resistance and censorship resistance for private transactions.
Great, okay. Censorship resistance, decentralization, geographically, privacy. It comes back, we cannot escape it, it's great. Dankrat?
I don't know if I have any specific suggestion. I feel like in a little bit, I feel like the Ethereum community has to like regain its confidence in like building the most exciting and the biggest things. So I would like just think about like just stop. I think like after like a long time, you start thinking more and more in the existing like structures and what is being and what are your constraints. And like at some point, maybe you have to break back out of that and just be like, okay, if I could just do whatever, like what would I do? And maybe in the last 10 years, things have changed so much that now some of the things that you thought were impossible are not possible.
I kind of want to turn it back on the foundation side and say like, there were a lot of really cool visions in the early days. There was like the DAO, right? There were like the Ubers that drove themselves and stuff, and like all of these like, why aren't we going back to that now that we have the technology? Like, where's the DAO 2.0? And it's like a massive community-wide thing that's like way too irrational, or the I don't know, self-owning AIs or something like that.
It's interesting because I was recording a podcast yesterday where I was talking about it. The second part of the year for the foundation, after we looked at the protocol, should be talking about this big, cool, exciting things that should attract now the next generations of thinkers and builders. And we should revise exactly those ideas from the beginning. We'll have now DAOs, we have DAOs with AI. We have the autonomous machines, they're actually happening. Well, and also with more adoption, maybe we'll be able to play bigger games. So thanks, Dankrat, for the suggestion. I think this concludes the time. Am I right? Yes, thank you so much. You're amazing.
All right, thanks so much. This was not actually the final closing, since we have some agenda points from before we still have to catch up on. So now we have Nadim with a new perspective on solvers on-chain and off-chain, and then for 10-15 minutes, and then we have the final solver and dApps and liquidity panel.
All right, then let's start. I wanted to have this as a interactive session or with a largely interactive part. I think due to the time, I will just see how far I get, and then either we catch up later on it, or maybe it's not interesting, and then there won't be any catch up. But so just to basically tell you where I'm coming from with this. So I'm very much looking from a solver perspective here, and at Sprinter we are running solvers, but we are also trying to build solver infrastructure. And one of the things that at least is important to me is trying to kind of flatten the alpha. So I would like to distribute alpha rather than have it with, even if it would mean that our solver could earn more, I would rather see a landscape where the alpha is as distributed as possible. And just a few things that what I believe. I mean, I believe a few things. That first thing is that free markets need to be curated or maintained. I don't believe in free markets that just exist on their own. I also think that there will always be intermediaries, and we need them actually. And yeah, so this is a little bit the direction that I'm coming from. And with that, I would like to basically connect solvers. Oh, there's another thing that I believe. I believe and I hope that there will always be events and transactions that are happening on off-chain, and that always need to be brought on-chain with a certain level of uncertainty. So, for me, what I want to touch here is is there any way how we can use intent or solver architecture to embed transactions that are happening off-chain? And the easiest thing to think about is really transactions that happen on a centralized exchange. And then I want to talk about why, from a cross-chain solver perspective, performing a transaction on a centralized exchange on behalf of a user is very similar to solving a cross-chain intent. Yeah, I will talk a bit about the risks that come with it, and yeah, I wanted it to be an interactive session, but I mean, let's see how far we get. So the thing is, centralized exchanges, they have deep liquidity, they have tight spreads, and what we see a lot of times is that market makers use their good integration with centralized exchanges to dominate the solving market on CowSwap or Uniswap. On the other hand, we have DeFi, where we have transparency, we have composability, but the problem is sometimes with the liquidity. I mean, Marcus was talking about it. We are lacking, and we try to find solutions for that. And in a way, I mean, if you look at intent or solver protocols, they are trying to kind of bridge these two worlds. If you want CowSwap in a way with this dominance from liquidity from market makers, in a way, it's some kind of centralized exchange API that is somehow allowing people to tap into this liquidity. Yeah, and then if you compare off-chain transactions or cross-chain transactions, the funny thing is, both of them, I mean, and I will go into a bit more detail, then maybe it becomes more clear. Both of them require a solver to front the liquidity. So to make the transaction interesting to a user, which means usually instant, the solver has to front the liquidity. So that's basically assume you would be acting as a broker for a user, and let's forget about which context this is happening, whether there is a protocol that governs this or not, but you are acting on behalf of a user that wants to perform a transaction on a centralized exchange. And in both cases, if you compare it to a cross-chain, I mean, the solver needs to deliver the assets to the user before finality. And of course, finality with the centralized exchange, it's more about whether the exchange in the worst case goes bankrupt, or whether there are some problems with withdrawals. I don't know. Huobi, maybe stopping the withdrawals. And I mean, both and both have settlement and counterparty risks. These are basically the risks that are like inherent in both transactions. And both benefit from very similar things. So if you want to make sure that the solver is not misbehaving, you can use collateralization, you can use slashing. It helps if you have some submission of proof. You need that for the messaging of the transaction. Ideally, you have some cross-validation. And in the end, of course, you want fast and user-friendly settlement. So this is kind of like how it looks from a solver perspective. And let's just imagine, like, here's like a very simple flow. It's not the smartest flow, probably there are smarter ideas, but I just wanted to give you an idea of how this could look like. So you have a user. The user wants to submit a trade on a centralized exchange. So basically, the user somehow has to, and this is also up for debate, how you do it in the most aesthetic way, has to lock the amount, the sell amount, submit the trade intent. The intent will be broadcasted to the solvers somehow. The solvers are querying the order book. They come back with a quote, whether they and propose a fill. Then there will be a winning solver. The winning solver will execute the trade, and this is where like there might be some like ideas where we can like make this more transparent. The solver has to submit a proof, and how this could look like, it could be that the solver basically acts on a centralized exchange account that is open to the public, where validators can actually see what is happening trade-wise, but they can also see the order book at the time of when the trade is happening. So they have the full control over the actions of the solver. So they would basically notice if the solver is quoting a wrong price. So you have the order book, the solver is quoting a price that is too high. You could see this because it's just basically contradicting the order book at the time. So, and this happens in the request for cross-validation, where you have a set of validators that are basically checking and making sure that the trade is conform. And then the validation results are sent to the protocol. And then two things can happen. Either the validation is successful, then the release amount will be sent to the user, and the sell amount will be sent from the protocol to the solver, maybe with some reward, and the solver can basically then do his rebalancing or her rebalancing on the centralized exchange. Okay, if this thing fails, then there will be penalty or slashing. The sell amount will be refunded to the user, and the solver that misbehaved or made a mistake, that basically will be slashed or will have some penalty. And this is this is more or less also how like a cross-chain swap looks. I mean, of course, there are some like details that are different, but if you look at a cross-chain swap, it's very similar in a way. So like what I wanted to explore now is, does it even make sense to think about something like this? I mean, because I have been talking with people about this before, and I got a lot of like mixed reactions where people are just telling me, okay, this is complete bullshit, it doesn't make any sense. But I think there is something to it, and I think it's possible to use what we've learned with on-chain transactions and embedding them into like an intent structure that could be applied for like these off-chain transactions. And this is just a very simple example. I mean, the broker example is really the kind of like the unit use case. But if you manage to get this unit use case, you can build a lot of things. You could kind of like create a centralized exchange funnel that solvers can tap into to basically use the off-chain liquidity in a more public and decentralized way, rather than someone like Wintermute or some closed entity like having their own business running in the back. But you could make this in a much more like open way, and other solvers could also tap into this. Yeah, so this is basically what I wanted to talk about. I think the challenges are how are you dealing with, on the solver side, with delays and withdrawal risks? How do you incentivize the solvers to front the liquidity in a safe way? Interesting is also how do you perform the cross-validation? Like what information are you using? Will you be able to come up with a logic that allows you to safely kind of like prevent fraud? Also, like, of course, what kind of collateral insurance or slashing mechanism do you use? And in the end, of course, as always, is the user experience. So with that, I want to like open up the discussion with these kind of like questions. First of all, like how could we do this with all the tech that we have now, like including T's, including everything that we've learned with cross-chain swaps, cross-chain transfers. Where are the real risks and like what new protocol patterns could emerge from this? Because as I said, this is just like the base unit of how like such an embedded transaction could look like. And with it, you can open up, of course, for much more structures.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for the thought impulse. Is there any questions or comments right now in the audience? Otherwise, my suggestion would be we could also just take that into the upcoming panel with all the people who are like in the field and.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Thanks a lot. All right, then I invite our exciting liquidity, solvers, apps, decentralization panel as our final panel for today. Yeah. So Danning, Marcus, Nadim. I think Tom Sao is also here from a Wintermute perspective. Shaka, the mics. Yes.
He's retired.
Nice.
Hello.
All right.
All right. Thanks for staying with us. I promise it's going to be short and sweet. And unfortunately, Jonah has a meeting now, so cannot participate. But otherwise, he could have bring some spice. But still, thanks to his contribution to the question list. And I guess I'll welcome the panelists. And if anyone, everyone can introduce themselves maybe from Nadim first, in case anyone just walked in the room. And also maybe I want to add a question to the intro is, what do you define as a solver today? As of like, there's a lot of new coming changes with like interops and like user ops, like AA. And then the second question is, do you identify as a solver? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm Nadim. I'm part of the Sprinter team. I've worked in financial engineering for almost 20 years, yeah, I am part of a solver team. And for me, a solver is kind of like a representation of an on-chain intermediary. And usually for me, they can do three things. They can be relayers. They can be relayers that have like a routing optimization. And then there can be solvers that additionally take a risk position in an asset.
Do you identify as a solver? Like
yes, yes.
Hi, I'm Katya. I run an on-chain RFQ protocol. I do agree with your definition of what solvers are, but I don't think I identify as a solver.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Marcus, founder of Propellerheads. Hope to bring some of the Jonah spice back that he's not here. We used to be solvers, and we were just doing that for a while to understand the market better and what the most important issues are, and we're focusing on those now. And they summarize roughly at making the whole trade supply chain trustless, whereas today it's very much trusted. The first product that we built is a Rust library, completely open, that lets you have low latency simulations and execution over any liquidity that's available. And the goal is really to make users as close as possible to the protocol, so there's nothing in between them. They can really directly have all the logic. And yeah, we don't identify as a solver anymore. We did do that in the past, and we have an integration test that is a solver, but we're not at it anymore.
So would you say you're now building solver infra, like to empower the solvers?
Yeah, that's the point.
Is the idea that you want to introduce more solver, or like as in basically more people can leverage the tool and like participate in the game?
Yeah, the idea is to have a much lower barrier to entry. There's a lot of people who have capacity to be a solver or something like that, like a searcher or a market maker, but they don't have the capital, they don't have the engineering power to do all these integrations. And I think if we bring them, then we'll have much more stability.
Gotcha. I will follow up on that later, but let's go to Tom.
Yeah, I'm Tom. I used to do like DeFi trading at Wintermute. I guess I trade a bit like myself now, help a few teams out. Yeah.
Do you identify as a retired solver?
I generally think that the term solver is like an overcomplex. Like there's a lot of ETH has a lot of terms that I think are perhaps more complicated than they should be, or more confusing than they should be. I think like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's like basically some form of trading.
Okay. So I want to basically set the context with respect to the title of the panel, which includes liquidity, apps, and DEX in general. So just to set context, like what are I mean, all of you guys are kind of involved in the DEX trading scene and overall, basically like intense kind of scene. So what are the new changes you have seen across like DEX infra in the last year or so, and why do you think that matters?
I think one big change that we're seeing is that DEXs, or let's say protocols that use on-chain components, are starting to learn to incorporate information, additional information, into their swaps. Some of these makes the DEX less composable, but regardless, an example might be that you do a Oracle call after the user committed to the transaction to check that your price is not stale. Right? This is one of the key issues with DEXs, the price is stale. Turns out there's a couple of solutions. One rather straightforward one is that you just check some sort of Oracle after the user committed to their trade.
Interesting. Anyone else?
Yeah, for me, a few things. I mean, one of them within the, let's say, intense world, cross-chain, I think is much more prevalent, much more common. It's branded as chain abstraction, but I think it's far from it. So I'm still quite confidently calling it cross-chain, but definitely lots of activity there. Quite a lot of it fairly centralized as well in terms of how the cross-chain messaging works. So kind of that's one angle. Another one I think is the use of credit or lending and borrowing markets within AMM. So I guess Fluid and now Euler Swap are two good examples of that. That definitely increases capital efficiency, but also creates certain, like concentration risk, concentration liquidity risks on basically utilization and LP rewards that seem to be negative in quite some situations. Yeah, and then another one is, and that comes with, I think the chains, like the faster chains, for example, so that are coming up, like Mega Ether Monad. We're definitely seeing more of the kind of basically centrally immutable designs that are not possible really on ETH, but are possible on a much faster, much cheaper chain like Monad or Mega ETH.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm curious, like by talking to the customer or potential like basically partners, do you see actually there's a lot of real demand of like solving a cross-chain in terms of like like cross-chain bridging or cross-chain swap, and how does that scale compared to like ETH layer 1 volume, etc.?
There's business in it. I mean, I think Sprinter, you guys do that. I mean, cross-chain solving is generally like a like inventory management, kind of like it's a cross-chain transfer type problem, right? And so I guess the margins are like not so. You can talk about this perhaps.
Yeah, I mean the cross-chain margins are like thin. Like you really have to do a lot of volume with cross-chain swaps to really earn revenue. And it's really about then like smart rebalancing, like having like a logic when you are getting your repayment, or do you wait to have like a batch repayment? And so it's really like you have to tweak the small things to get something out of the cross-chain transfers. Yeah.
Gotcha. Is it like most of the time now, these solvers who are doing cross-chain bridging or swapping, the market makers who are holding balance across chain, or is it like?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know actually if that's the case. I think quite a lot of protocols do that. Like actually, like I don't know, I feel like that because you're talking at low margin, I don't know if market makers actually that, you know, like if it's like the best activity for a market maker to do that. But I definitely know that like a lot of cross-chain protocols do, like basically for a lot of cross-chain protocols, the biggest solver on the protocol is their own solver that like at cost or you know, with like very low margin, would do that. Like dbridge do that, across do that, and so on and so forth. So I actually think that, yeah, like cross-chain kind of like, you know, USDC into USDC, kind of like ETH into ETH kind of activity is not as lucrative for a maker, just because of the ROI.
I see. I'm actually like curious, as a retired market maker, do you think that's interesting flow for, like, is there any incentive for any team to be the solver for cross-chain bridging?
I think generally it's like pretty capital inefficient. Like maybe there's some incentive flow to kind of
Incentive, as in like the protocol probably having potentially some kind of deal.
No. Incentive flow being like just people who happen to want to bridge, but then like, you know, probably let's say there's a big price move and there's like a lack of inventory on one chain, then someone,
Gotcha.
if you have some like requirement to fill, let's say, like,
I see.
let's say you're forced to fill, then you'll be like selling your inventory really cheap.
I see. So like,
because other people come to up, right?
Incentive as in like there is some arbitrage that can be taken somewhere else and across different prices.
I guess, I mean, like you probably get a outsized amount of kind of, I guess, toxic bridging, you could say, like, so you didn't really
makes sense. Yeah.
If you had like a forced requirement, right?
Yeah. Do you have anything to add earlier?
Yeah, on the DEX design, I think there's another interesting thing that you see people experimenting with is like toxic flow self-revelation. So you design it such that the toxic flow reveals itself through its behavior. For example, you delay the trading. Like, toxic flow almost never wants to trade in a delayed manner, but users are fine to do that. So if you have like a speed bump or something, you can effectively filter, or you filter for anybody who's trying to push the pool by too much. And I've seen DEXs now experiment with this, where they dynamically increase the fee. So the DEX becomes responsive to the type of trading that happens on it.
So actually, speaking of that question, I feel like one thing I see as, you know, working at Flashbots, where we have like a OFA product where we talk to different, you know, customer potentially to help them protect their users' flow from Sandwich as a private order flow. I do see that private order flow has been increasingly a trend, you know, across the stack, where you see wallets are talking to OFA talking to block builder, auctioning it off, like MEV blocker, basically, you know, will have all these, you know, front-end flow from CalSwap, and I believe that might have been changed or changing because now solver can submit their flow themselves. I'm curious, like, if this private order flow trend is happening among like the solver infra, like the DEX routing layer as well, that you guys see.
Yeah, yes, I mean, for sure. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of like if you see these Twitter posts about a solver saying I am top 3 solver on volume, this is mainly for getting order flow, because like, and we also do this. I mean, everyone is doing it. You have to kind of capture private order flow because there's much less competition. And in that sense, it's much easier to fulfill this order flow.
Okay, interesting. When you say private order flow for a solver, that means maybe a front end that exclusively using that router?
Yes, I mean you have a wallet maybe, or someone who wants to offer like a white labeled RFQ. Then kind of in the back end there might be a solver, and then like solver reputation helps you.
Got it. Interesting. I guess that potentially can increase the profit margin for solver business.
Yes, I mean I think most of the solvers, like I mean I've talked about profitable solvers, and I think most of the solvers need to do this to like be profitable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean just from solving at CowSwap, I think it's like 3 or 4 solvers I think that are profitable.
Yeah. Okay. So we kind of now touched the profit topic, which is a interesting topic for solvers, right? Like, so, okay, I'll do like a survey. Do you guys think solver makes money today?
Define money.
Okay. Do they make profit?
I think solvers can make profit because solvers can be very small teams, but I think I've seen solver teams from 1 person to like maybe 20 or more.
Mm-hmm.
And so a solver can make profit if it's like a very lean team, for sure. But yeah, it literally definitely depends on your expense as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the solvers that are not profitable just on their solving protocol activities. If you take in all the other activities, I think there are much more solvers that are profitable. But if you just take the pure protocol activities, it's not the case. I mean, this was part of my presentation. I think, if you look at CowSwap, for example, the winning solver takes 15 times of what I believe the costs for running a solver are. So it's really of course, it's also debatable. I had some heated discussions about this, whether this is a good or bad. I mean, me personally, of course, I'm a bit opinionated because I am a solver. But I mean, I believe in systems in which the participants are rather service providers than competitors.
Yeah. So I'm gonna maybe drill a little bit on what Marcus was saying earlier. Like, you guys basically open sourced a solving algorithm in Rust, and isn't that basically pushing the solver's profit even thinner if by introduce more competition? Like the whole basically idea that your team is pushing forward.
Right, it's always a balance, right? We haven't open sourced a solver, off-chain solver algorithm yet, but all of the infra that you need to power such an algorithm. Although we do have a grant with the EF now to also do an open source solver. Whether that's going to be designed to be something that's competitive is a different question. But yeah, you always have to balance whether you lower the barrier to entry, it will increase competition, it will narrow the profit margins. But if you don't do it, then there will be increasing modes and you will have centralization on the trading side, which you really don't want because users have today no choice but to go through solvers. And if it centralizes there, then you have the same monopoly pricing that you end up with in TradFi, or you're going down a similar path. I see it more as not a single solver that we talk to is proud of or enjoys doing these integrations. There's also no innovation in it. You just have to do it. Since there's nothing public, everyone has to do exactly the same work. It's hugely inefficient. There's literally hundreds of teams or close to 100 teams doing exactly the same thing. And solvers do enjoy building new products, writing better algorithms, and we've seen it with many of the most innovative solvers. They design new ways of providing liquidity into the market, like barter. They build features and apps on top of their solvers. I think this is ultimately what generates more value for the ecosystem and what is more rewarding for the engineering teams, because I can say from our perspective, it is not fun to repeatedly do integrations and not be able to do the actual exciting things you have in your mind.
Right. I feel like the exact same thing is happening again in all the layers, because like what I'm hearing is solver basically has to do the BD game, like trying to integrate as much like front-end flow and also liquidity side, similar to how like block builder basically has to now like go out to find the order flow as well and OF as well. And it just basically commoditized the product It's not very exciting. But I want to maybe turn the table a little bit, right? Like, so you guys do confirm that Solver can make money. What would be a bull case that like Solver can make more money, or like what are the, you know, either from the auction from all those platforms, say CowSwap or Uniswap, those Solver platform, or even Ethereum protocol side, that what are the changes that needs to happen for Solver to be, you know, better, you know, making more money, or like, you know, sustainable grow?
I mean, I think one thing is really protocol design. I mean, for example, CowSwap is coming up now with a new auction design, and I mean, let's see how it plays out. But I hope that it will change things, because right now, basically, there's only one winner of an auction, and hopefully, if this all works out, in the future, you can also be a niche solver and still be part of a batch and get your rewards. I mean, personally, I don't. I mean, I hope it will be different, but I think it will not solve completely the problem. But I think it really, like, my belief is we have to change to more of a service provider than a competitor mindset, and we have to keep competition, but only for certain aspects of the solving stack.
I think for me, this is just the kind of structure of the fee structure across the stack. So, you know, like wallets collect fees, like, you know, 80 basis points, 100 basis points, maybe like 25 basis point minimum, as well as some front ends. CowSwap, for example, doesn't do that, right? So if CowSwap does not, well, they like half positive slippage, but that's okay, fair, right? That's like protocol fees, right? If as a protocol, you don't charge your users anything, it means that you can't share that with your solvers. I mean, obviously they give cow fees, right? But I mean, ultimately, if you can't even charge due to the competitive situation, if you can't even charge on the protocol level, where is the money gonna come from for the solvers, right? So basically, like that's where the massive gap is, right? So the gap is between like 80 basis points that you know, a wallet would make versus you know, maybe like 25 basis points that Uniswap front end would make versus 0 basis points that like any aggregator API would make, right? And so that there's just like literally no fees to go to like a solver and to someone else and to someone else, right? So like I think it's kind of like just like economically clear that like this money cannot come from anywhere.
I'm here. Go ahead. Oh, I'm hearing what you're saying is like the pie is kind of small, and it's like we need to grow the pie basically together. And
well, we need to stop making things free, but because but the thing is, right, like I said, we need to stop making things free, right? Like that's also the beauty of DeFi, of course, right? Like the and solvers and all of that sort of stuff, right? Like the barrier of entry is literally your, you know, your brain power and your energy and your determination. Like that's it, right? You can enter the market with, you know, little to no capital and be successful in it, right? And so that also means that for any protocol, the price competition is really high because, you know, someone can come in and like bring and build another protocol and, you know, basically compete on price that is no fee. And so it kind of like perpetuates the situation, right? Whereas, of course, if you're looking at like very sticky things like wallets, for example, you know, like that's much harder to disrupt. And so that's why they're able to charge the fees. So basically, it's like it's a double-edged sword. I don't think it's feasible, you know, because if the entire industry now decided to charge fees, right, that would be collusion. I don't think it's a very good way forward, but that's the reality that we live in.
Yeah, I think there's two things come to mind. One is that I think solvers, what's underappreciated, they have a last look at their transactions. Well, Builder has a last look. But yeah, from the info, they have the last look at the transaction. They haven't historically made much use of that. I think some are now doing that, and there is a lot of value in that. But I think more importantly, I think what will happen is that the stack will become smaller, will become slimmer, and perhaps the teams with providing the most complicated services, such as the solvers, will dominate a larger part of the stack, and BD brand protocols that capture value by brand and charge based on that maybe have a smaller role. because their tech is easier to replace. And I think there's a good space, for example, for something such as a credibly neutral auction design that is permissionlessly accessible. Of course, there's some complications, but I think that it's ultimately something that could slim the stack and make things more profitable for solvers. The pie is certainly large enough. Users are willing to pay fees. There's a lot of volume, increasingly so. There's definitely a pie that solvers can share and be sustainable.
I generally agree with quite a lot of the sentiments. I guess like the general trend is like traders in general are competing against each other for bits, and like front ends and whatever things that have user ownership make like MetaMask makes like 75 bips on swaps. Coinbase makes 1.5%, and like it's I guess like if we spend a lot of time people are spending a lot of time trying to like make some trading auction like marginally more efficient. Maybe you can squeeze out another half a bip of value somewhere. Whereas like front end users just don't care, right? Like they're paying like literally percentage points. I think like what I think most trading teams should be doing is, especially like smaller trading teams, is like thinking about like what are the actual products they can make, because products have user ownership. You can charge for products. I think this is where, maybe not on ETH, but in other places, teams have had a lot of success. On Solana, like Hyperliquid is a very big example. It's just a trading team that has decided to build a product. And it's like a much more, I think it's like something that is much more valuable for a team to do than focus on like, I don't know, half a bit more of value, maybe unless you like Jump or something.
Any response to that? Otherwise, yeah, I think we should wrap it up. But that was super good call out, I think. Auction and just slightly better, tweaks in the design seems to be the topic, and I'm on the MEV and solver corner, I would say. Like also, personally, I feel like in the last 1.5 years, and it's being, we're trying to do the same thing, but I haven't seen much momentum personally, but I'm very excited to be here actually this week and being very noticed by all the new changes and proposals. But yeah, let's switch to the audience. Any question for anyone?
I have a question actually. You say that I guess these trading teams, solvers should think of themselves as service providers. What does that actually mean?
I mean, as I said before, I mean, I come from a like traditional background. I mean, and if you look at like a market maker there, for example, if you run an exchange and you're regulated, you need to have 2 delegated market makers, and usually they have a service agreement with the exchange. So I think like we have this mindset, like I think from the Wild West days that we come from, like. You are a MEV searcher, you're fighting for your MEV, and there's a chance that you get rich. But I think this is like how we grew up. But I think we have to change more towards, okay, there is like a basic service like running a cloud server or something, because like solving in the end, like, as Marcus said, I mean, everybody is doing the same thing. Like it's really, like it's the same stuff that everybody's doing. And it could be just like a service that someone is running, and you need a set of solvers to maintain some decentralized protection against someone dominating the price. But in the end, it's like you should. I feel you should make it less sexy to be a solver, like because it has this like rockstar image from the MEV days, I think.
Right. I mean, I guess on like most exchanges, your like market maker with service level agreements still has to compete in some way. Like it's not just like I run this thing. It's still like somewhat. It's not just like I'm running a server for you or something, right? I guess like you're basically suggesting to have. You're basically encouraging to have like enshrined off, like not. Like you basically want off-chain deals for everyone.
No. Actually, like my vision would be that, like, I don't know if this will be happen, that there will be a time where we have local agents running on your machine, on your mobile, as an extension to your wallet that basically have access to a solving stack and that every user can run the solving themselves.
Right, so you're like selling the software, not doing the actions, I guess.
Sorry?
You're like selling some code for someone to run.
Yes. Yes. So like the intermediary step goes into the software rather than actually an agent that is doing something for you.
Cool. Thank you so much for the panelists, and that concludes the plenum. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Danny, and to the whole panel. So we have one very short final agenda point for today, and then we'll close and go to dinner together. So, since we're still... Not visible. Do I need to change my settings? Yes. All right. Since we're still all here together, we shared the feedback form afterwards to hear how everyone liked it and to get a bit of input from all of you, and just also things we can improve in the future. So I'd like to ask you in this moment if you still have a few seconds to just scan this QR code, and we can also share it in the group, to fill out a quick Google form just about how you liked the week and any kind of improvement points you have for us. At a later point, we'll also share it in the group. But for now, since you're still here, I think it's a good moment to just, scan the QR code, fill it out now. We can do it all together, and then we can head all to dinner upstairs. I'll go out of the way so you can scan it well. All right, and yeah, whenever you're done, we can make our ways upstairs, meet there for dinner. Tonight there's another evening connection session if you're interested in that. And otherwise we have tomorrow a big highlight of the week, our closing special together. So for the closing special, we'll meet tomorrow at 5 p.m. here, and then we'll have a bus picking us up, bring us to a secret location. Some people know it already from last year maybe. And yeah, wish you all a wonderful evening, and see you all latest tomorrow. And thanks for sticking towards the end. Really appreciate it.